bastard of a stream is on.
He has an update.
Comments. If only.
Up first, Powerhouse.
This bout is scheduled.
And this one has... Facing Joe Frazier, who won gold at the '64 Olympic Games. Jab not finding its target. Powerhouse has been dropped. Let's watch.
Fucking ready.
Fuck. Fucking hell.
Morton.
Hello, fight fans. I'm talking.
Morton.
First up,
Morton.
This bout is scheduled.
not too many. Facing Joe Frazier, who won gold at the '64 Olympic Games. Nice right hook. Miss with that jab. Don't get caught up on how many times this guy gets hit. He's a slugger, Johnny, and you know he's just waiting for his opportunity to strike back.
Tactics out of the window.
You
These
have
guys just
anything
want
that's
to
really good.
We're at the halfway point of this round, and both of these fighters have had their moments. Still could go either way.
perfectly matched. Skill for skill, tap for tap. Now this fight will say, you know what, I'm just that notch above you, and so I got to respect both.
Very close round with 10 seconds to go. We've just taken a big breath, and here we go.
It's being a cunt already.
Again, they've got all the momentum on their side after that last round. Let's see what they do here.
Todd, my motto is, if it's not broken, why change it? An excellent last round, everything worked. Wait for the reaction. Until then, keep doing what you've just been doing because you've won that hands down.
We are back on the shit. It's by your question. Shit.
Just when you think they're going to have a lull in the action, we get it heated back
So
up.
far.
Those who thought this would be a mismatch, you are sorely wrong.
Very close match. It shows the skill, the discipline, the respect both fighters have for each other because no one dare do anything out of turn.
Despite what the judges' scorecards read, there are no losers in this one. Stumbling around in pothole. What would you tell me? The bell rings and we start the third. That corner has got to find a way to get some momentum behind their fighter.
This is one of those situations you've just
Alright,
been
so,
got to get out
yeah,
of
how is everyone?
Be smart, be sharp. Don't be a fool.
Pretty
Don't
gay.
get today. Make him fight your fight. Hold him, tie him up just until your head clears again and your legs come back again. Because if you don't, he's going to pop you off.
Right, so last time Tony was able to get every side character, so side character and the costume, so
misses.
Yeah, look at all this. It's fucking done. All there is left now is just to look at all the other
Fighter has
enemies.
been described as a swarmer, that fighter who attempts to overwhelm their opponent by applying constant pressure. This round's still up for grabs with just 10 seconds to go. At this point, here we go in round 4. Who's going to land the first big shot? So not the best round, but let's see if they can turn it around here.
They've had 1 minute to recover. Now they've got to bluff it. They've got to bluff it. They've got to come out now.
Oh, Johnny, take a look at this action. Frazier is in trouble
There you
again.
go. You see his stupid fucker.
How is Frazier still standing?
It's been a tough round so far. It's been a tough round. What will you do?
Oh, hold on a second, Johnny. Can you imagine if he knocks out
He's having fun.
Ugh.
Down goes Joe Frazier.
Oh yeah, if you guys remember last time I was trying to find out the boy brought the boom boom thing, and I even went on a Discord server where the screenshot came from. I asked people in there and they didn't know. I scrolled all the way back 2 months ago like a wanker just to find nothing. So I've done literally everything I could do to find it.
You tried everything, nothing worked.
Nope. It's Rocky Wrench all over again. So we're never going to understand that picture.
Now, fuck. What if it's something from another universe? And it somehow came to ours?
Maybe.
Who's going to land the first big shot?
That might be the
Finish
case.
him off in the last round. Let's see what this has in store for us.
Oh, listen to me. If I knock somebody down
Hey,
like
Mallow,
that,
fuckhead,
notice
see
how
that
I do
earlier.
now? He's getting everything full
Well.
well because I know his legs are gone. So this, you watch what's going to happen. If he doesn't, I'll be very surprised.
No rest for the weary.
So you're going to actually, like, you know, explore other areas or what?
Yeah,
Do you believe
my plan is to like finish all that today. But I don't want to like overdo it.
Just missed with that hook.
If I can find the X,
Very competitive round.
Just
With 10
teleport.
seconds left.
no, I don't want to. I want to fly it. I think one of the things that is good one is flying.
Brothers. This is the beginning of round 6. After a really strong round, let's see if they can finish the job.
Todd, my motto is, if it's not broken, why change it? An excellent last round, everything worked. Wait for the reaction. Until then, keep doing what you've just been doing because you've won that hands down.
Yeah. Going off road this great or tremendous great.
Nice idea with the hook, but that's blocked. Did you see that? Can you imagine if he knocks out
Clearly,
Joe
it's
Frazier?
a long fucking car.
How about that impact? Let's see that again.
Oh, you bastard.
Unable to install Hello Neighbor skins. I didn't fucking download Hello Neighbor skins. Fuck.
What?
What the fuck's my phone on about? Bonnie, have you been on my fucking phone? No, I haven't! Why is there got Hello Neighbor skins? What the fuck is that? It's just a game on the App Store. So stupid, Bonnie. Again, Toy Story skins! No! Oh, Bonnie, do you know what?
Talk.
Do you know what whispering is? The whispers from Sonic Lost World? Or the whisper chocolate bars? In other words, no, I don't. I don't know what whispering is. What is it? Don't worry.
I've seen some fights with a granite chin. You can hit them with a sledgehammer, they are not going to move. But then I've seen some mad punches.
I gotta cut you off here, Johnny. Down goes Frazier. Hey, from a different angle.
I need to see that again.
God. But I'm changing.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Please, Wiggler. Yeah. Like,
You heard that right, ladies and
the one
gentlemen. A
thing that
knockout
shows you
victory
where
in
he
one of
is
the biggest surprises of the year.
There's no
when you
argument like
switch
that.
it up.
You say it. Night,
I don't
night.
know.
Like one of the like other buttons, like
Yeah.
oh, click always there. Then it's something to change how the roster looks.
There is.
I've been
Oh,
doing it the whole fucking time.
Oh, I figured out how to just jump on your own. Yeah, you can use that to dodge shells and shit. But you've got to be perfectly straight before you do it.
Junior can't do it then.
Yeah. Tails.
Hey, Tails,
Hi, Sonic.
what are you doing?
What does it look like I'm doing?
Absolutely nothing.
Yeah, exactly.
How's your day?
It's okay, Sonic. I don't think you've heard of whispering either.
Sonic, the Lost World whispers.
Speaking of Lost World, I think that's... Oh, no. This level reminds me of Lost World.
No, it doesn't.
It's time.
And
Not yet.
haha, Sonic finally won.
Sonic will say.
So they stare into each
What about it?
Many
Well,
said
you
this
have that
fight would
phase in
never
the
happen, and yet here it is.
What?
And here we go.
Okay.
It's all offense all the time.
Yeah.
Right hook just missed.
Hey, I'm right here.
I didn't know you were with that. Oh!
Yeah,
Trash talk between these two fighters.
I'm actually here.
Shut up.
This is not just hype. We are
A giant,
in for
yeah, that
something
dicky
special
wormy.
tonight. What an arena, what an atmosphere, what a building.
Yeah, I'm Wiggler.
Perfectly matched.
Hold on a second, Johnny. Did you... And
Yeah.
down goes the
Yeah,
big
he had
bang.
paralysis. It's called pain off
Punch
dysfunction.
to the head looks so good live. Let's
Can you
see
imagine the
it
W was
again
an
in
N?
slow motion and really appreciate it.
I'm
Where did that
Wiggler.
come from? What a shot.
Indeed, egulation.
Here we go. It's round two. They really got banged up last round. What can they do here to change the momentum?
What a knockdown. 1 minute, you need 1 hour to get over a shot like that. Now it's down to conditioning. Now it's down to mental strength and preparation. It's how you are going to deal with this.
There we go. Like,
The straights continue to score.
No, it's
Sonic,
not.
these mints are perfect. Well,
Oh, that's good. Tails, mints are actually not unhealthy, so it's good you're having them.
oh, they're mint chocolate.
No, Tails.
And he wasn't ready
Oh, I
for
don't
that
know,
counter
Sonic. I'm
punch.
pretty sure they are.
Me too.
There's a counter shot.
Well,
Very close round with 10
I don't know.
seconds
What
to
do you
go.
think?
Tails.
Go on, go on, go on.
You're never gonna listen to me, pal, are ya?
There's the bell for round 3. That round was complete domination. Let's see if we can shake things up here in this round.
Don't worry, it's okay, Tom. I'll be fine.
I don't know, Tails. I'm starting to think you're gonna lose now.
Yeah, but I won't go crazy if I do.
Keep doing what you've just been doing because you've won that hands down.
And now you're making fun of me.
I'm not. I'm making fun of me. By the way.
You'd like to see someone use a jab here to establish a boxing presence, but no, they just want to fight.
What? Tails, you're lying. You haven't been doing that.
We've only been a day one.
Tails, it's in like 3 fucking weeks.
Day one all the time.
Yeah, but you've never prepared for a boxing match before.
For like 12 minutes.
Yeah, and that was against someone who also didn't prepare.
No, he told me he did for at least 2 minutes.
Tails, shut up.
Oh, just saying how it is.
That's not a difference at all.
Yeah, the one that
No, that's not at all, trust me.
No, it's not.
That extra did nothing for him. I mean, you won as well. You know what does work for you when you have like 8 to 10 weeks?
Oh, I have, so that's good.
No, Tails. You have 8 or 10 weeks of lazy, lousy training. But Charizard doesn't.
They blocked the left there.
I don't know, Sonic. I've been studying a lot more today.
This fight has a real good flow to
Yeah,
it.
so you should know not to drink then.
But that's where my strengths lie. Anyway.
Well, no, if you studied exactly what to do, then you shouldn't be drinking.
I know exactly just how much I can do.
Tails, I just think you should have listened to me in Incineroar.
The balance.
Who's going to land the first big shot? Off their stools
Hi,
and
just
ready to go.
please, on the
This round
day
is going
or whatever, can you just listen to everything Incineroar says?
I'm not a fucking drone, Sonic.
Tails, it's probably the only way.
Not a drone.
Do you even want to win?
Oh, yeah.
Who's willing to go where the other fighter won't?
Tails, I think you should pull out.
I mean, say that every day.
They blocked the left
It's the
there.
truth.
Good counter punch.
Raining in the jungle with the dinosaurs. That is never a good sign.
A very competitive round.
Oh, yeah. Hey, I'm a Jurassic Swap. Remember? Oh, yeah, you are.
And down goes Wilder.
Yeah, Tails.
Blink and you miss it. Good thing we can watch that all over again. Even
That's actually useful. Right?
2.
Dinosaurs are strong.
Yeah, we're not going to be able to use them.
Sure, I can.
Yeah.
Talking about Wilder.
No, I just hope Charizard takes it easy.
Got knocked down in the last round.
Might-
Let's see if
might
they can
not.
do
Honestly, I think he
What
will.
a heavy knockdown. How are they going to come back from that? They staggered back to the corner. They've got to freshen them up, alert them again, get them back on point again. This round, they've got to coast around. Don't get involved. Give yourself another 3 minutes to get your head clear.
Like, hopefully he lets you go all the rounds and even lets you actually look good.
I'm excited
Misses
for
with the straight
Sonic.
left.
Are you Sonic?
I guess, I don't really care about that right now.
I do. I already written out a script for that. Do you want to read it?
Not right now, Tails.
They both won a
You know I'm not really good with reading long stuff.
It's actually a really cool creative challenge, because I gotta write
I know
it
the
exactly as
scorecards
it's
are going to be
happening, all
all
the
over
people
the
do it.
place in this one.
Alright,
Like, I
Tails.
gotta put in those bad jokes that somehow make it possible. Sonic plays actually a
Talking
masterpiece
about
of
Wilder
doing
in
that.
that last round. There's the bell to start round 7. Last round, complete domination. Let's see what we have in store for us here.
Todd, my motto is,
Oh,
if
okay.
it's not broken, why
No, not
change
you.
it?
I don't want
An
you.
excellent last round, everything works. Wait for the reaction. Until then,
Oh,
keep
who do you
doing
want
what you've
reading it
just
then?
been doing because
You,
you've won
son.
that hands down.
But Tails.
Well, I know you're like a little bit new to it, but I'm sure you can do it. I definitely am smart with
And just as quickly as it slows
Tails,
down,
how
it
long
heats
is...
back up.
I think it's about 122 pages.
What? Tails? I can't read all that. I don't have all the time in the
Just
world.
missed with that left
Well, I
jab.
do have all the
To be
time in the
honest,
world, but...
yeah, you do.
Well, I can take a piss whenever I
This
want.
round could go either way. 10 seconds.
So I've been watching so much Great NBA recently.
Oh.
That's like, when I'm not training, I'm doing that.
Well, hi.
Let's talk about Wilder.
I kind of went a bit too much, to be honest.
And we're off again.
With script
Corner has
writing,
got
every
to find a
page
way to
tends
get
to be
some
like a
momentum
minute
behind their
screen
fight.
time, that's
This
like
is
the
one of
rule.
those situations you've
So,
just been hurt, you've got to get out there again.
I kind of make that
Be
sound a little
smart,
bit
be
too
sharp.
long, but
Don't be a fool, don't get sucked
Oh,
into it.
really? It's
Make the
100
right
20
moment
minutes.
Hold
yeah,
your
but Sonic
time
movies are
just
usually
until your
like
head
shorter
clears
than
again
that.
and your legs come back
Yeah,
again.
well,
Because
they
if you
they
don't,
gotta
that's
change it
when
in
pop
some
you off.
way. Also, it's not true. Sonic 3 was nearly 2 hours.
Yeah, but what makes sense?
Yeah, well, they can do it.
The way I did it would
Swing and a
make it
miss
like
with
the
that
film is
jab.
2 hours and 20 minutes.
It's
As
fine.
we enter the
Of
final
like
frames of
actual
this bout,
movie.
Johnny, what have we seen so far?
Because you've got a good chin doesn't mean you've got leather skin. It means you can
I don't
still
know, I'm
get
probably
through.
gonna do
So
the
you've
whole
got to
thing
go
all
for the
over again.
spotted areas over the eyebrow, the
Why?
cheekbone.
This
Well,
round's
Sonic,
still
that's
up
just
for
something you
grabs with
do.
just 10
You do
seconds to
grants,
go.
you overdo it, you write it all out, then you write it all out a second time, and then a third time, and you keep revising
Can
it.
you, like, work out at the same time?
Well, I could
Well, you
try,
don't see it very often.
maybe try write and walk, but it might be a bit distracting. To be fair though, with some multitasking things, it does help.
Tails, have you been going on that treadmill I bought you?
Occasionally,
Like, every day?
I think so, for like 5 minutes.
Do you...
It's pretty fun though.
5 minutes. Do you put it on, you know, like, one of the higher settings?
Yeah, I like to practice my how fast my tails can go.
And your legs, right?
Oh yeah, those also move, but they're not really in focus. But they do go as well.
To be fair, Tails, you actually should have decent stamina.
Oh yeah.
Hopefully. Like, that's my main fucking worry. But now I'm thinking about it, it might not be as bad.
Well, Sonic, my strongest muscle is my tail, so. And my head. My brain. That thing. That thing. I like it, all the focus. Yeah, Sonic, this place is a lot like you.
Is it?
It's a floating island. It has those totem poles. And like, it has like a green and yellow pathway.
I guess.
It looks a bit like Sky Sanctuary and Green Hills had a baby.
Speaking of baby's Tails,
What a pleasure it is.
Oh,
you know Sally has one on the way?
yeah.
Yeah, I haven't talked to Sally in a month. I know.
What's going on, Sonic?
No, it's just, I'm just so busy with training Tails. I'm making it my whole life. So I haven't seen her in over a month.
Sonic, I think you're going a bit too far.
Tails, I fucking have to win these fights. I have to. It's the hardest I've ever fucking trained. No, I'm not having any distractions. What's gonna happen is it's gonna make me more pissed that I won't be able to have sex or anything. It's so annoying. I haven't had sex in like 12 weeks, Tails.
Tap for tap. She's like a match made in
Yeah,
heaven.
that must be pretty hard.
Yeah, it fucking is.
Well done with that counter. You know the scorecards are going to be all over the place in this one.
I don't really see why things like they're moving towards you anyway.
Well, no, it can't happen now.
Well, we're entering
Well, the
desperation.
movie made it
Doing
look
another.
good.
Yeah, after the fights.
There's the bell for round two.
I
Safe to
release
say
that
that
bit
last round
tomorrow.
was a nightmare.
No,
See if we can turn it
because
around
the
here.
next fight's
Have
too
1
soon.
minute to recover. Now's
Come
your
on,
business.
Sonic.
No, I
Doesn't
can't,
matter how
Tails.
quick you
Just
style
right.
it out.
I
Just
can't.
back foot jab. Rest on the
Tails, you're
jab.
acting
Be
like
smart
Sally
with
right
it.
now. Why do you even
Watch the
care?
effect. Then
Well,
put the
Sonic,
pressure on.
I don't think this is good for your mental health.
I don't know. I mean, if I lose, then probably,
That's
but...
the hottest ticket in town for this fight tonight.
This is not just hype. We are in for
Trust me,
something
the day after
special
Tails,
tonight.
we can
Welcome
do
to
so many
Rio.
fun
We've been
activities. We
activated.
can eat a bunch of
What
food,
goodness.
get fat, and I'm also going to spend time with Sally.
They get countered.
Alright.
Tails, I'm probably not going to fight again this year after this,
Alright.
because of how much I've put into this. And also, well, I'm fighting like Eggman and then Chungus, and if I win both, I'm #1 then. So I'm hoping I win, and then I can return next year, and then fight like Junior or some shit. Although I do want to also fight Chungus one-on-one, like not with Mario helping me afterwards, so... yeah.
After a really strong round,
Like I
let's
said
see if
before, I
they
like
can
to
finish
fight
the
people I
job.
beat twice just to
My
make it
motto
like
is,
there's no
if it's
debate.
not broken, why change it? An excellent last
You know
round.
what
Everything
Eggman's
worked.
doing?
Wait for the reaction. Until
Yeah,
then,
I mean,
keep
I
doing
know
what
I'm
you've
gonna
just
win
been
that,
doing
but
because you've won that
You
hand.
should get ready for it. Eggman could always score.
yeah, but I just don't think you're committed enough.
Yeah.
Well, we're probably gonna see in like 24 hours anyway.
Tough to be a judge in this fight as both fighters have had their
Oh
best
yeah,
moments.
something hasn't even been said here, but
Skill for skill.
Knuckles is fighting
Now
tomorrow
this
as
fight will
well.
say, you know what, that's notch above
Yeah,
you.
he's decided
So
to
with
have a
all due
warm up
respect,
before
both of
Roy,
you, more than happy.
so he's also making himself busy as fuck. He's fighting Matt,
Very competitive round with 10 seconds to
and
go.
Matt is very happy with it because Matt always fucking begs for big opportunities. Like, Matt really wants to fight Eggman, like, badly.
Well, we know they've got the ability.
Right, yeah, so I knew it did. I forgot that.
There's the bell to start round 4. Last round complete.
I mean, I think
Sorry.
Let's see what
I
we
think
have in
Eggman would
store
kick
for
his
us here.
ass, but
My motto is,
Why would
if
you
it's
know
not
like
broken, why change it? An
yeah,
excellent
that would
last
be a
round,
step
everything
backwards.
worked.
Why would you go
Wait
from
for the reaction.
fighting me
Until then,
and,
keep
like,
doing what
Junior
you've just
in the
been doing
tournament,
because
or
you've won that
Batman?
hand.
that would be like if you said no.
Yeah, literally.
Nice job
You're literally fighting,
defensively,
like,
but
some
he
of the
can see
biggest
where this
ones
could
now.
turn either.
And why would you do that? Especially since Matt just lost to Fat Bowser, it doesn't make any sense.
Can they figure out the combination to this safe?
Very close match. It
That's
shows
just
the
what he
skill,
did.
the discipline, the respect both fighters have for each other. Because
Yeah,
there,
I mean, it'd make more
everything
sense for you to
turns.
fight Fat Bowser, 'cause you actually had a draw with him, you know.
This round's still up for
But
grabs with
again,
just 10
I
seconds to go.
don't think it's gonna happen though. Yeah. Don't blame you.
I promise you, all three.
It is tough to say who'd win the rematch though. I don't really know, but
They've got all
I
the momentum on their side
I'd
after
probably
that
edge it
last
to you
round.
anyway.
Let's see what they do here.
My motto
Oh,
is,
it's
if it's not broken, why change it? An excellent last round, everything worked. Wait for the reaction. Until then, keep doing what you've just been doing because you've won
I'm
that
only
hand
saying he
now.
would because I feel like he's improved more since. Like more than Fat Bowser. Fat Bowser kind of fights the same still. He just is a bit better.
Oh, I gotta cut you off here, Johnny. Shannon Briggs took that one hard. Down goes
Should be at
Briggs.
every cocktail.
Well, you know, I have someone who's up my ass, and that's your metal boy.
And knocked him down.
Fucking Metal Sonic. The whole reason he's doing it is to fight me as well.
Well, that's a youth
A what?
yeah, it's another window. It's like,
No, it's like he's only fighting just to get to me.
very tough now. He's kind of programmed to do that.
Yeah, well, he's got a long way to go.
Let's see what this has in store for us.
God, listen to me. If I knock somebody down like that round, you know this round coming out? He's
Do you know how long?
everything.
Well, he needs to like fight someone who is actually a threat
You watch what's
first,
gonna happen. If he doesn't, I'll be very, very surprised.
and like win in a really good way.
Has to be careful for that receipt.
Are you Please,
is
mate.
coming.
Please.
Sounds fine to me.
Counter shot.
I landed on an island. Angel Island, yes. I would actually like to buy Angel Island. It's a really beautiful island. Isn't it?
Close round with 10 seconds to go.
Tails, do you think Sally hates me right now?
Well, I mean, I need to get
Yeah, hopefully not. I mean, I did tell her I'd be gone for a while, but...
Great round. Let's see if they can build on momentum here.
I don't think she's happy about
If
it.
it's not broken, why change it? An excellent last round.
Thing is, I don't even want it to come here either.
Until then, keep doing what you've just been doing because you've won that hands down.
Just, you know... My horny hedgehog brain will just want to do stuff.
That hook but missed.
I don't think it's good for you.
How about that time counter shot? Joe Joyce is in trouble.
It's
Just when you
raining
think
for
Joe Joyce is out of it, he comes
Hallelujah,
firing.
it's raining
Days
for
now needs to steady the
It's
pace.
raining
Get the
clouds.
pace back to normal.
This round could go either way. 10 seconds to go.
It's like, man, aren't you focus on your movies more after this anyway?
Oh, yeah, I believe so.
Yeah, it makes sense.
I believe that's on my,
I think at most I have 5 more years left.
That was a tough last round.
No,
Now
it's
you
fine.
gotta make
It's
sure
different.
he doesn't
Oh,
put it
right.
in. That's what he's gonna try and
Yeah.
do. So tie him up, hold him, lean on him. Don't get drawn into a fight.
Because
Not
by
yet.
then I'll
Not
probably
until
have
the
fought
seconds
everyone and hopefully win.
Well, I never started to become a mainstream.
That counter shot lands.
I just hope tomorrow some fucking... I don't know, some bullshit is nothing.
The offense has been better than the
I
defense.
doubt it. Also,
Back and forth they go in this round.
my
The
birthday
momentum continues to shift.
Oh yeah.
so close, so close. How can you separate them?
But yeah, man, I don't even hate you and all. It's not bad blood, it's just, you know... I just want to fight you again because you're fun.
Oh, yeah, naturally.
And like I said, I like to beat everyone twice, so... I don't feel like I'm done with you yet.
Okay. That's been very
I mean, I'm pretty sure, like, everyone expects me to win.
Well, I don't know where people get that impression from. Then historically, it's been more 50-50.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, our last fight was pretty close, so...
Here's the bell for round 9. They really got banged up last
Sometimes
round.
you
What
lose,
can they
sometimes
do
you
here to change the momentum?
That knockdown we
Yeah, we've only boxed once anyway, so who knows what happened.
Very, very surprised if he'll come out fresh as a daisy. That's not gonna happen. He's got a hustle now. He's got a
It's also 10 rounds, which I'm happy to do. No.
Yeah.
None of us have ever done 12 yet.
I definitely haven't been training for 12.
He blocks the uppercut.
Well, your cardio should be good then, I suppose.
Nice counter punch right up the middle. Big shots from both of these fighters. Got to be careful,
I
though.
was always good at running anyway. It's better than you.
Yeah, to be fair, you do have pretty good cardio. Especially since you're going to be smaller now, so probably even better.
I believe that if you could run, I would be a better runner.
What do you say again?
If you didn't have your running powers, I would be the better runner.
Maybe. I mean,
I have more skill.
I don't get how your legs are so small, though. Like, you don't have strength in your legs at all. All your strength comes from your upper body.
I transfer it.
You have, you know, your arms and chests when you get the strength.
I transfer it, you know?
Right.
It's just it's like, I don't really know how to explain it. Yeah, I was gonna say
There's a counter shot.
Oh, Right, so
opportunity. Can he cash in? And Joyce
Right,
goes
so
to
right.
hand it. I want to see that again, but from a different angle.
Shot from the guard, Stacey.
Oh shit, Tails, I haven't decided what song I'm gonna walk out to.
How about I'm only human?
No, it has to be signed.
His World Crush 40 edition.
I've done every his world.
We've entered the championship
Um,
round. Let's see if
Sonic
he bounces
Hero.
back here after getting dropped in
I
the
don't know, I might
first
just walk
round.
out to vandalize my heart again.
Sonic. That's like the craziest one.
Yeah, but no, that's my main theme though. Like,
What the fuck?
I fucking love that one.
In the water. Fuck off.
I just really like that one, Tails, because it's so loud and it just, that one gets me in the mood to fight. I can't explain it.
Got Johnny. Oh no, the big fella Joyce just got clipped.
Oh no, Sonic. You've overdone it.
Yeah, I know.
Joe Joyce has one of the best chins in
I just don't know what I want to do now.
no doubt about it.
It's been a tough round so far. It's been a tough round. What will you do?
I know, how about Sonic 3's last opening
Just
scene?
10 seconds to go.
How's that go? I don't know. Like, man, what are you doing then?
Oh, right.
We thought we would have made it to 12. That corner has got to find a way to get
Probably
some
either,
Now he knows he's been hurt. He's going to come out and put the pressure on. He's going to throw the kitchen sink at you.
to be honest, considering how much money meant for this whole series is, I'm probably going to go with the Eggman remix from Shadow.
Is that just I Am the Eggman?
Yeah, but a cooler Africa remix of it.
That's what you walked out to when you were the mystery opponent against me, if you remember.
Yeah,
So it's kind of just that again.
I think that's why I'm like, I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm probably thinking something better. Okay, the only other idea I have is what is I'm not watching it do. Oh boy, Robbie. Oh, that's good.
Is that epic enough for you? I mean, it's your fucking choice. I don't really care, but I just want to know.
Your audience is gonna love it. Well, I think we're doing that to the point.
Ah, right.
I think that's the main news song. That's like as good as news song. It's just one. I decided to do that just because. Okay.
I mean, it's kind of glad Taz pulled out because you're way more interesting anyway. I really hope the tournament final was you versus Junior. That'd be so cool.
Yeah. Oh, what the fuck are you doing off road, you smelly asshole? Smelly asshole. Well, it might be, it might not be. We don't know yet. We don't know yet.
Yeah, you fight Batman first, then I think you'll win.
You know, considering I have like so many options, it's probably going to be that and my Battletoads. You know that song?
Which one's that?
You know, I'll make them fearless. I'll make them the ultimate fighters. That's how you know that. Yeah.
Girl, so dumb.
I need to think of a different main core.
It's tough for you though, because you're obviously doing 2 ring walks guaranteed. But you're gonna have to think of a third one on the day if you win the first round of the tournament.
Yeah.
So, yeah. God, isn't fighting 2 times in one night? That's gonna exhaust you. Remember, I did that in December. I mean, I didn't get exhausted, so.
I'll be fine.
So I did it right at the beginning and right at the end.
I'm good for a king.
Yeah, Charizard, when's the event timing for tomorrow? 5:30 is when the first fight will kick off. Right.
My turn. Oh shit.
Well, you don't have to be there yet.
You fucking splat for this.
Oh, that jab's starting to mark him up. Has to be careful for that receipt. It's always coming. Can they figure out the combination to this save?
Yeah, I mean, everybody's fighting like 10:30 then.
The discipline, the respect both sides have for each other, because no one dare do anything out of turn.
Fight off.
A very competitive round with 10 seconds left.
Your audience is gonna egg this.
There's a car. There's a car. There's a car.
How they bounce back here in this round.
This is one of those situations. You've just been hurt. You've got to get out there.
I'll make them the
Be
ultimate
smart.
retard.
Be sharp. Don't be a fool. Don't get suspicious.
I'll make him rape me.
You're fine.
But I
Tie
wouldn't
him
do
up
that.
just until your head clears again and your legs come
Fuck
back again.
right off.
Because if you don't, he's going to pop you off.
Shannon Briggs took that one hard. How did they survive that?
Now he's got to wake up.
Your
Come on,
audience
get on
is
the
going to
back
be
foot.
like, what?
Swing
Let's
the head
do
a little bit, then jump back into it again. It's all about the hustle. Get back on it.
Someone should make a match like all the fun together.
Yeah, that'd be cool. That'd be like your ultimate ring walk. That for the tournament final would be epic.
You know the scorecards are going to be all over the place in this one.
Watch Junior just walk up to push it to limit twice.
No! Fuck off!
And around that seat. On to the third. So the fight will continue. How do they turn things around?
They've had 1 minute to recover. Now they've got a blocker. It's not a blocker.
Oh, I don't care.
Start it out. Get on the back foot. Jab. Rest on the jab. Be smart and pop until your legs come back. Then put the pressure on.
Oh,
Yeah, I don't care.
One of the hot. Oh, wait a minute. And Shannon Briggs just got rocked.
I didn't wish they got out of the moment.
I will don't echo.
Headshot. Let's watch it again. And they knew it when
I guess the
they threw it.
justification is that then they don't have to fucking just, you know, at least. I would just keep saying that's not how they work. Then, no fucking game.
Final 10 seconds here. The corner is going to have their work cut out for them.
wait, hold up. Is that funny fast man? Change the way the roster is. Just like Y or X. Yeah, see? So, like, if you look at the bottom, it tells you where they actually are. I mean, it's like all the outfits are actually next to the character that fucking should be. They're not just splattered all over the place. See, it's a lot more neat now. I really wish it was just as simple as you click on, like, Mario and then they show up that way.
Only 1 hour to get over a shot like that. Now it's down to conditioning. Now it's down to mental strength and preparation. It's how you are going to deal with it.
Both trying for a knockout. Nice counter shot.
Yeah, the night looks so beautiful in this game.
By the way, the connect percentages have to be off the charts. Joe Choice is in trouble. But just when you think Joe Joyce is out of it, he comes firing right back. This round's still up for grabs, but just down goes Briggs. We need to see that again. Some amazing boxing right there.
You're right, Todd. What a shot.
Luigi!
Yeah.
Oh, Mario time! And Luigi time!
Luigi will get a lot played one day, brother.
This next round is going to...
Really does.
Like, I mean, it's sad that he just got replaced.
They really got banged up last round. What can they do here to change the momentum?
Todd, listen to me.
Yeah, I know. Shouldn't have been at first. And, you know, annoyed you all the time.
Everything full barrel because I know his legs are gone.
Yeah.
So this, you watch what's going to happen. If it doesn't, I'm very surprised.
Ooh, goodness.
That punch lands.
Now it's in.
Caught it big time. Joe Joyce has one of the best chins in the heavyweight division, no doubt about it.
What make me still say, oh, what a shot it was. Completely gone out.
Very close one. Oh, down goes Joe Joyce. Wow, that impact
So
was
does this game
incredible.
have like where it's faster or slower depending on the character you're playing as?
Super Mario, so I.
Whoa, I just lost that fucking Superman!
Yeah, it's Mario's epic.
Nah, I'm being serious. I saw fucking Superman, man.
Hey Luigi, you want to see something cool?
Okay.
Look, I got all my Mario outfits.
Oh.
I'm Cat Mario.
Oh, wow. Yes.
Look, I even got this outfit. How are you changing so quick? Because I'm Mario, I just have to touch it.
Well, Super Smash Bros. Taught me that Dr. Mario is an entirely different character altogether, so...
Well, no. And look, I even have the Mega Mario.
Whoa.
And look, this one's fitting for what Malo played today. Big chungus. Big chungus.
Yeah.
I'm Metal Mario. See? Metal!
Yeah, you should have shown all that on there.
Do it again. I'm a Mario.
You can barely even see it now. It's too fucking dark.
Oh, whatever. Well, I'm being Metal Mario for right now.
I like
It's
Mario.
cozy. I feel so silvery and shit.
Whoa, look.
I feel like my name's Metal Mario for some reason. I don't know why though.
I thought Mario Kart 8 told me that Metal Mario is a completely different character.
No, they're just one of the clones from 3D World.
Oh,
The cherry.
that actually makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and we just turned them into other power-ups so you could tell the difference.
Oh!
See, Luigi, there's the Mario lore for you.
Yeah.
So in canon, some of the cherries of Mario lived, and same with Peach because there's the cat one and shit.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Actually makes sense why it's specifically the cat. Wait,
Yeah, and Junior got the cherry thing 7 times.
Wait, we haven't seen this yet. What is
Fuck
this?
you. Sorry, Junior. I hurt his feelings. I like how that was an insult to the Koopalins, not him, but whatever.
Because, he is the original.
Yeah. Even though the Koopalins,
Ah.
he showed up way before.
Fucking Christ.
Christ on a Mario. Do we like Mario?
Yeah, come on. Well, there's no way to fucking go out there, so... There probably is some way. Well, I do like this random little island. What I want to find out is what happens if I swim too far out. First, I'm going to explore these 2 little islands. Yeah, that's a super beach, isn't it? No, it's like... We haven't been here at all.
I'm gonna become a super big chungus a minute.
What?
Well.
Oh yeah, this is a whole area I haven't seen yet.
Nope.
Whoa, look!
Oh yeah!
The Goobers are chasing me! The pirates!
Yeah, they're pretty epic.
Look at that giant anus in the sky.
Oh yeah, this is some Goomba we found earlier. Hi. We found him on the road. I was scared he was gonna jump on me. But yeah, Goomba!
Finish him off in the last round. Let's see what this has in store for us.
Yeah, this is what Goomba actually looks like. Stupid moron. What? Well, you like the Old Mario movie, you fucking fat black idiot. Just screw off. Fucking weirdo. I gotta bring his braces here, fuck it up. Yes.
We've reached the halfway point.
Well, to be fair, Nintendo are pretty racist. The only reason they're not bringing the Kooplins back is because they have to bring Morton back. that's the real reason. No, it's because they're stupid.
Yeah, I'm not stupid.
Yeah, well, if the Kooplins were in Mario Kart, you would call them cool. No! If Nintendo randomly tweeted saying the Kooplins were epic, Mario would love them. And it's the truth. Oh, it's not. Guys, I don't just follow whatever Nintendo says. It's just, usually they're right about everything. Like at all times.
Right.
They're like the greatest company ever. The only non-scammy one out there.
Yeah,
Gotta get the momentum shift coming their way. What can they do here?
What a heavy knockdown.
Yep.
How are they going to come back from that?
And it's the truth.
Back to the corner. We've got to freshen them up, alert them again, get them back on point again. This round, they've got to close the round. Don't get involved. Give yourself another 3 minutes to get your head straight.
Waluigi, I'm gonna order some tacos.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
No.
Can't make a mistake at the heavyweight level and not expect to be punished for it. And Shannon Briggs just
I've been playing Sonic 30 days.
Apparently he was causing trouble, but he's okay now. Yeah, Wario does not want to get a paper cut. Fuck off. I hate Sonic the Hedgehog.
So do I. I hate that hedgehog.
Enough of Eggman.
No.
Oh, hi, Amy, my dear. Ugh, what do you want? What? What's wrong? Oh no, I'm just really hate who I am. Why? Because everyone just makes fun of me. I don't. Yeah.
Well, you could stop the Eggman.
What's you fucking do? You've done it before.
Well,
You called me a burger a week ago.
in my defense, you kind of looked like one.
Round 8. He got knocked down in the last round. Let's see what he can do here.
What a knockdown. You know in the corner
Eggman, that was not cool. What? Tails, did you see that?
No, I'm heard it. I'm looking at it.
No. Eggman made Amy run off crying.
And that's it. Away
Wow.
from getting stopped.
Eggman, that wasn't cool. You should go
There's a
apologize.
giant Edith in the water.
Eggman, you should go apologize. Eggman, go apologize to Amy Rose.
Why would you want someone to do that?
Oh, I guess you're just a cunt now.
What? I don't understand what the problem is, Sonic.
Whatever.
What is the problem? I don't care. Really, yeah, it's so painful.
You're both fucking assholes. Whatever, I'm gonna go see her. Fuck you both.
If it's not broken, why change it?
Does this mean you'll be my sidekick now, Tails?
Wait for the reaction until
Well, fuck doing that again.
Yeah, burgers.
I'm not.
where did that
Yeah, burgers coming.
No time.
Yeah, Sonic's so defensive of people making fun of Amy, but then him doing it to me is okay. You know, him making fun of the time when I was literally controlled by Rat Toad and couldn't control myself. Yeah, but that's not too far, though. Fucking idiot.
It's because you are a man and you can take it.
Yeah, it's true.
Take that.
Hey, well, to be fair, I do it once a month.
Wow, we are finding
I'm
shit.
Homer the Simpson. Homer the Simpson Man. Homer the Simpson Man. I'm Homer the Simpson Man. A dozen fucking times in this one Eggio. Potato. I'm Simpson Man, and I'm also Mr. Plow, and I'm Homer Simpson.
The lyrics are
corner.
permanent.
They've got to freshen them up.
Yeah,
Look,
well, it
they can
is.
get them back on point again. This round,
Yeah, I mean, we're the only people
don't get
who gave
involved.
that
Give
song
yourself another
lyrics,
few
so
minutes
that has
to
to
get
be
your
it.
head clear.
That's just how that works. There's probably some shit
There's a counter shot.
to use that before.
Carries that left jab away.
So,
Huge opportunity. Can he cash in? Oh, down
Who's
goes
literally
Joe Joyce. A big headshot, and he goes
it's
down.
still going. I'm a superman. I'm Dr. Eggman. Dr. Eggman.
Well, it's ruined now.
I'm Dr.
Just-
Eggman.
So time to go sell.
Yeah.
It's a fun one. And I'm also Snorlax.
No, relax, everybody. Someone died. Oh, fuck off. Whatever.
Hey, Woody.
Hey, not nice guy.
Yeah, hello. It's I, Charizard. Your second favourite dragon.
Yeah, right.
You know, because croissant.
Yeah, I got that part. What was that? Oh, why does something smell like shit?
Oh no, Luigi! I told you they'd hear it. I mean, smell it. Wario fucks up his line. God, you do a good Wario impression. Hey, Wario. Oh. So, Woody, no wipeouts.
Why am I baby dick ass?
Baby dick ass. No wipeouts for Woody.
Well, what are we on about?
Well, you can't destroy yourself anymore. No more wipeouts.
Yeah, if I really don't want it.
Well, you're not doing any.
Oh, well, I probably could if I wanted to.
I'd try just your new body.
I already have a.
Have you though? Can you still do butt sex normally? Was that programmed the right way?
Oh yeah, that still works. I've done it a lot.
Alright. Can you still like punch normally? Is all that fun? Do your legs work?
I'm pretty sure.
Alright.
Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to fucking walk for it.
Alright, yeah. Yeah. It is literally just the exact same body anyway. Homer.
Ready, fair.
Homer Simpson is epic as fuck. Oh. Hey, it's me, Bowser.
Yeah, we know.
Hey, Junior, do you want to have some cookies? Oh, that reminds me, I actually made some downstairs. What, in my kitchen? Well, Gromit gave me permission. Gromit, you disloyal bastard! Oh, shut up. Well, both of you just make out. Well, I would, but Junior's on his period. Could you shut up?
Hello, Catter Whacker Snacker.
Well, Junior, can I have a cookie? Oh, fine, I guess. I mean, I did make it in your fucking house, so fine. Alright, good. Why are you making cookies anyway, you fat cunt? They're healthy ones, they have raisins in them. Ew, I'm not eating fucking raisin cookies.
I need to be something.
Yeah, fuck that. But raisin cookies are so bad. Can we take a minute to appreciate how bad they are? Like, chocolate chip cocos are so much betters. Well, just don't eat them then.
I heard Petey Piranha, whatever his name is, say, oh, for fuck's sake.
P.T. Piranha, that's Pianta.
Whatever his name is.
What's Pianta?
Hydro's new job.
He's now a bastard.
No, that was before.
What mints I can. Alright, man, do you want to have some cookies?
Sure.
Alright. Raisin cookies! Who burped? Sorry, I had Indian food the night before. Why are all you referencing Grade A Under A? Because every single Friday we all sit downstairs and watch some Grade A. No, you don't. Yes, we do. No, you don't. Yes, we do.
I just murdered someone.
Innit, guys?
What?
On Friday, we all go downstairs and watch Grade A Under A.
I got you to say it twice.
Yeah, we do, don't we?
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. So that's why we're all referencing Grade A Under A's Guide to Not Giving a Big C. See, Wallace even said that earlier because he was watching Grade A Under A. Truthfully. No, your time of perception's all wrong because we watched it earlier downstairs. Every Friday we watch Grade A Under A. Yeah, it's so Grade A Under A now. Excuse me? Wrong fucking mic! What? Do you know what that is?
Yeah, no, that's him fucking up.
Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? Excuse me? Wrong fucking mic! He's so British, I love it. Excuse me? Wrong fucking mic! It's funny as hell. The way he just pans to his face and he's so lost. And then he's like, oh fuck! That's so funny. It is funny though, isn't it?
Yes, it's fucking funny.
Excuse me? Wrong fuck. That's not a mic, that's a face comm. How comical. Hey, Junior, where's Kamek? In prison? Oh. I just wanted to do another scheme where now, instead of kidnapping Peach, I kidnapped all the princesses from Disney. That's what you do anyway. No, shut up. Like the actual ones.
Some weird kind of nostalgia.
What, for me talking about my plan?
No, I don't give a shit about that.
Well, pretend you do, please. Thank you. But yeah, I'm...
Sometimes you to be saying no.
Mm-mm. So yeah, I was thinking
Whoa,
of that.
what's this?
Excuse me? Wrong fucking mic! What? Wario Trout. I'm
Trout like the fish?
Trout like the dick? Yeah, you like dick, don't you, Dad? Well, no, I don't. I like your mum. Oh, yes, Finn. I've got a Finn dick. Oh. Why are we all burping so much? Oh, yeah, it's because we were watching Grade A Under A. What? Doesn't make any sense. Well, Junior, you're an idiot for even engaging in this conversation because I'm a fucking idiot. Oh.
That's his attempt at trying to pass off as cool.
Ha! I waste your time. Epic Bowser SMG4 dance. Look at me, guys.
Don't look, guys. You don't want eye cancer.
You don't want to catch the Keemstar. Shut up, Junior. You're not cool. I know, but you're not either. Oh, I'm Bowser. Bowser! Excuse me? Wrong fucking mic! It was funny the first time. Oh. Okay.
Now I guess it's everything to see here.
Bowser. Oh.
The epic quest to find his UPS packet.
It's a Fromp. Fromp, say your name.
Like the fish?
You just said my name, bub. I'm Fromp. Apparently, Fromp is Wolverine.
It sounds like Wolverine
Yeah.
in those shitty 2000s Marvel cartoons.
I didn't know you were Wolverine. I'm not Bub. I'm Fromp. See, look, I go in the air, and if you go under me, I go like, BANG! That must have hurt Eggman.
Yeah, can you not do that?
Oh, sorry, I didn't know you were there. How can you miss him? He's as big as a fucking planet. Dad, you're bigger than him. Yeah, damn right I am. Oh, I'm sexy, and I'm awesome. And I'm epic. And don't forget, he's gay.
Sea pollution. We got retards everywhere. Just like this room.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, in my opinion, If there were retards in there, it would just be a bunch of Bowser Juniors. Ha ha! I think you mean just Bowser's. No.
Also, it's gone right through the
Wow, wow, wow! Oh, hello, Hammer Brother. Yeah, I'm Dexter. Like the show. Yeah. You look like you're good at sucking dick. Okay. Just so you know, if you ever need someone when you're lonely, I'm here. I'm 15. Fuck. Fuck.
Yes.
No.
Oh. Oh, is that a reference?
No, it's just a joke. I don't want to catch a case. Instead, I want to catch some princesses. How about you go watch some princess movies? No, stupid. How about this? How about this?
What about this? You shut up.
Excuse me, Wallace. This is Bowser's conversation. Alright? I'm Bowser. King of the shitheads. What's wrong with me? I'm Bowser. Well, I just want to have my cookies now. Then go get them. I just want to have a nap. I'm exhausted.
Destroyed someone's sandcastle.
Alright then. You know, Bowser's cool.
I wish you could actually fucking kill people in this game. It'd be so much better.
You're evil. Indeed, I do.
What is this?
Knobhead.
Oh, it's a whole other city? Oh my god.
I'm Wario!
Wario Trump. Like, bitch?
Waluigi, our tacos are here.
Ah, good.
Yes. Can I have some? No, I ordered some for us.
Look how Blue Toad is like ready to fucking wave and jump around.
Wait, but how many tacos does Waluigi have? Just one. Because it's the only thing he can eat. Waluigi, can I have half of your taco?
Oh, fuck off.
Yeah, go away, you fire-breathing fire hazard. Oh.
Oh, wait, fatso.
Yeah, get out of my spot. Hurry up, will ya? Oh. Fuck off. He's powerful. I'm also eating tacos.
Oh, this place literally is just out that fucking thing now.
Hello, it's me, Mallow.
Hi, Mallow.
Hi, what's up? What's up, Wallace? I'm Wallace. I mean, I'm not Wallace. I'm Mallow.
Seems to have recovered after Hasty Mae's cave.
Oh, I hated that level. I hate it.
It
I do.
was good, though.
In your opinion,
To be fair, though, I don't really like the level much anyways.
no. My favorite level was honestly, the Bowser levels are the best. Yes, they are. Yeah,
I'll be
because there's
honest,
no
though.
annoying shit in them.
I'll be honest, though, I don't really like Problem Battlefield that much.
I fucking don't either. It's so generic and shizer. I don't like the first two levels, to be honest.
Yeah.
For me, so far there's been 3 levels I've enjoyed a lot, and that's the Bowser one, the fire one with the volcano, and the pirate ship one.
Yeah.
But I really like the fiery Bowser ones. I don't know, they're just fun.
It kind of tells you, though, that he had it best on the flat levels.
Yeah, I think
Which
so.
was the original plan in the first place.
Yeah.
It was-
Remember, I'm absolutely shit at the game, so I can't have a massive map where everything's impossible to understand. So
Like, it's not as bad for me now, but I used to have the same experience with it.
remember, this is my first time properly playing the game, and the last time I even played it was the full season 1 of Retards.
If it helps, the first time you properly played it, you were able to do certain stars quicker than it took me on my first time. So. I mean, to be fair, you had me over your shoulder telling you what to do, but...
Yeah, that's true. Oh
shit, the Mobile. Oh, no. Why does it fucking have to speed me up? Oh, I'm holding on to the fucking... No, just some stupid quiz. A fucking good horse. Fuck yes. This fuck's sake, really? Oh, you dumbass.
You're wrong. Because nothing was going on. Nothing at all. People walking into your room unannounced is obviously shit. Goes without saying, right? But when they walk in unannounced, just as you happen to be closing a tab on your web browser, it's like, no, mate. Because you thought he was on that dirty stuff. Let's see what he was actually on. Google. He was on Google. He's just Googling for porn. He's not actually on it yet. When you're on the phone to someone and the line's a little bit shit and you can't hear what the other person is saying, right? So I was at the... And Admiral said, wait. Hang on. Where were you, mate? Line's not the best. Say that again. I said I was at the... And then Jay said, wait. Where were you at? Listen. I was at the... Right? You got it? Oh, yeah, mate. Yeah, carry on. The person you're chatting to is just slowly getting angrier and angrier each time you ask because you're having to stop his story, and you're just like, for fuck's sake, I don't want this entire conversation to be one man's quest to decipher this one word I can't understand. So you think, fuck it, I'd rather this conversation just carry on than for the rest of the fuck's sake. I don't want this entire conversation to be one man's quest to decipher this one word I can't understand. So you think, fuck it, I'd rather this conversation just carry on than for the rest of the conversation you're making those, oh yeah, oh is it now? Oh, I see what you're saying. But in reality, you don't see what he's saying because you're completely lost. This is the worst. When a mate of yours that you can't fucking stand and want to go out of your way to avoid messages you on WhatsApp and then...
So I'm watching some grades.
Grade. Grade 8, they're underage.
I was watching. Ow.
Oh. Ow.
I'm a bit sad. I was watching one yesterday, and Grade was roasting the shit out of Markiplier. Yeah, and he was calling him a man-child and a retard. Oh,
Why can't our friends get along?
I know.
Why can't we be rabbits?
Apparently Grade hates, like, PewDiePie and Markiplier, and, what's the other one? That Matthews and Toro fucker. What bald boy?
Bigger chungus, a better, bigger chungus.
Oh yeah, I did actually find out something. You know, his video on like Keemstar?
I forgot something. Yeah.
Apparently most of it was actually lying.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Apparently. Like, you know how, like, you know, like, how, like, Keem, what he was doing was, he was saying that Pyrocynical was a pedophile.
Yeah.
Even though there was evidence saying Keem was, and shit. And apparently, the evidence Grade showed, isn't actually, it's actually, like, it was taken out of context, and he kind of lied about what it actually is.
Oh, okay.
Because it said that, like, Keem, like, told some, like, 15-year-old to, like, get, like, naked on something. But it turns out that the person was actually 19, and also, Keem didn't even ask her to do that, and she was also one of his moderators on his stream. So in that situation, Keem didn't actually do anything wrong. I think Grade might have just not known that, though.
It's a bit fucking weird, though.
I mean, yeah, it is weird, but it's not, like, pedophile weird. But, like, people think Grade did it on purpose. But honestly, I don't.
Oh, I don't fucking know.
It's so funny, though, because there's, like, an old video where Grade was talking about YouTube drama. And one thing he said is you should never trust any YouTuber, because they're all probably full of shit anyway. And he said, like, you should be able to take criticism if your favourite YouTuber gets exposed as a cunt. And you should probably just expect it.
Yeah.
Grade's obviously one of the more real YouTubers, I think, where I don't really think he fucking cares and just says whatever he thinks.
Well, yeah.
And just likes to put a funny twist to it. That's why I liked him, though. Because he felt really genuine and he also had a little funny charm to him.
Hmm.
So she uploaded more.
Oh, it makes sense that Hillary Clinton's here.
I'm Hillary Clinton, and
Yeah. This is her time. This is what she would have made America into.
indeed it's a quite
Not
epic. Wrong fucking mic!
Okay.
How
Oh,
many of the grades actually is hated as like Leafy? I didn't even know. I mean, I didn't know him when he was like actually like popular though. Like back in 2016 when all that shit was kicking off.
mm.
When like he was a drummer of like Keemstar and like that Leafy shit and just people like that. And he was just seen as another one of them.
Yeah, I kept biting into all of it.
Yeah. At least Grade admits he's a cunt though.
Yeah.
He did say in the video he knows he's a cunt, but he don't even care.
Pretty
Oh,
much.
no, weird thing. Apparently before Grade made that video about Keemstar, apparently they were actually friends. And like it was a bit weird. But clearly what it was is they were, but Grade like just started hating him or something. I'm just wanting to make a video on it anyway.
Yeah, because it's a long running.
Grade AIDS, under AIDS, guide to not giving a big shit.
Mm-hmm. Ta-da! Me and precision. Wow. Oh wow. I wasn't even really trying. I feel like Homer Simpson. I had this shit for every day of my life, and what I have to show for it?
Nope.
This briefcase and this haircut.
Well, I found wins this time.
You are what's wrong with Hillary Clinton's America.
You know what I still need to watch? A video about what happened on Mini Lad.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Because I still don't even know, and I love watching old exposed videos on people.
Let's just watch that now.
Fuck it, let's gotta find the right video.
Let's go to Mexico. Let's go right now. We're going to Rapscallions. Beware land.
Oh god.
Mm.
Okay, this is definitely the best video to watch. Because it's definitely not missing anything. You know, especially since it's 2 hours long.
Oh,
Fucking hell.
that's what we're watching then.
Yeah, I don't know if we'll get it all done, but, well, this shouldn't be
Loading.
This shouldn't be missing anything. Might have his whole fucking story.
Look, it's really like Korea.
Indeed is. So I don't really know exactly what happened, but we all know I love watching stuff on old YouTubers that fell off or were exposed as a cunt.
Oh, perfect
So
atmosphere.
I actually want to thank people like Keemstar because he makes things interesting. Not anymore though; he's kind of boring nowadays. Well, he was big back then, but yeah. Damn, it's so funny, you know, how like everyone wanted Keem gone, but it's kind of boring now. Like,
Yeah.
no, like, cool YouTube dramas even happen.
What was the last like interesting thing to me on YouTube, which was big, was Matt Patton even.
True, yeah. It's so dead now.
Yeah, it's all become monotonous.
So, the right opinion This is the YouTube channel's name. Please let us do this. Don't fuck us, please.
Please don't.
Yeah, please don't. Send us 2 hours gone. But, yeah, well.
What the fuck? Look!
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to The Right Opinion, the home of a twat with too much free time. And the past. It's a strange thing, and one that in times like these we probably long for more than ever. Although I do relate to this sentiment more than you can possibly know, I likely wouldn't take anyone other than the person that I am today, minus the chronic health issues, of course. Yes, if we could transpose the current version of ourselves to past scenarios, then that's the choice that many would probably take. It would likely save me and others from unnecessary disputes and distress. However, at the same time, without many of those past scenarios, we probably wouldn't be where we are today. In many ways, it's a paradoxical conundrum, and the best you can do is be thankful for your present wisdom. As internet dwellers, we tend not to talk about our possibly tainted backstories too much, because other people have a nature to be quite judgmental. And if that's not who we are today, then what right do people really have to know? However, it's almost always important we keep the past in mind, because if...
Should we watch Sunny V2's video?
Nah.
Sure?
No, I want to watch this instead.
That one's 20 minutes. Good, why what?
Not, we may be destined to repeat it, and for many people, that's the last thing that we want. With that said, there are some who will repeat it regardless, whether they know it's wrong or not. And for those individuals, well, we may have to be a bit more vocal in how we reprimand them. This is especially true if those individuals hold a relative amount of influence, as say, I don't know, a YouTuber with dedicated fans, probably serving as a role model for a fair proportion of them. What about when said drama involves your followers? Well then, let's discuss today's topic.
Dude, this movie is f***ing amazing.
God, these 3D special effects.
Look how realistic it is, man. Yeah, exactly. When does Eddie Murphy show up? That's all I want to know.
He shows up right in
Gamers unite. Yes, once more, we are heading back to that corner of YouTube to set the backdrop for today's discourse. And we'll begin
I
by
got
talking
Vanos
about
just
one
in
of
his
the
own little
titans of
bubble.
the gaming community, Vanos.
What's my line?
Like, if Vanos gets in drama, it's like between his own friends.
Yeah.
It's never like some other fucker. Even if he has like 25 million subs. He just
He's
never does.
smart enough not to get involved with it.
I mean, a gaming channel isn't likely to. Like, they're less. Like, the one that's likely to have is commentary channels, you know?
Yeah.
The ones that discuss it. That's when you're gonna get.
The internet or JJ and the Jameson.
Because, like, I've been starting to watch Moist Critical a lot more. Because he's, like, the only active one now, I swear. You know what I mean? There's, like, no other one.
There's also some ordinary gamer.
But, again, nothing's really happening right now, so. I feel like the last, like, biggest scandal was, like, the fucking Mr. Beast Chris Tyson thing.
Oh, yeah.
I don't really know what's happened since, but that was pretty big. I'm also pretty bad.
Come on, babe, fight me like a man.
Evan Fong, also known as Vanos Gaming, is a creator who posts montage-style
See, his
content
face is so
of him and his
weird, though.
friends playing a variety of video games. On paper, it sounds fairly unexceptional, but the editing and interplay between Fong and his comrades has garnered widespread attention from viewers, establishing his channel as a cornerstone in the YouTube gaming subculture that has flourished in the past decade. On his channel, he would feature a retinue of creators who would aid that back-and-forth energy that buoyed his content. This roster would evolve over the years, but one individual who became a pretty regular fixture on the channel during the mid-2010s was a gentleman by the name of Minilad.
Let's save Minilad.
We had to save him.
What? We are going to save you. Yeah.
One of my favorite
My
videos.
But first,
One of them, anyway.
let's play with this new Batmobile.
Isn't this the most weird?
Yeah.
Just Toy Story. Wow,
Craig
shut up,
Johnson,
man.
aka
used to say that was
Minilad, is a
Toy
British
Story
creator
4.
Yeah.
who, like many others from his era, amassed success through videos where he indulged his gamer tendencies. He set up his channel in 2011 while still in school, uploading mostly gameplay footage. He quickly made inroads into the gaming community, even being featured as the Gamer of the Week in iHas Cupquake's discontinued series. Nonetheless, it would be a couple years
No
before
idea
he
who
would
that
achieve
is.
any significant prosperity, with ratings beginning to pick up at the turn of 2013, after which point his channel rarely
I like
lost
this other
momentum.
cupcakes.
In this time, Minilad also became rather involved in Vanoss Gaming's Banana Bus Squad, named after a vehicle in Grand Theft Auto 5. This was mostly composed of Vanoss's inner circle of collaborators, including many other prominent creators such as H2O Delirious, Moose Knuckle, Louis Caliber, and I Am Wildcats. With
Louis
such an entourage,
Caliber.
there was little doubt that
Louis
Craig was
Caliber
certainly
is,
amongst the
in
stars.
the
Unlike many
animation-
of his colleagues, his growth came quickly and substantially. As he passed each million milestone with increasing finesse, it appeared that he had mastered his niche. What niche is that? Well, to be honest, I'm not entirely sure. When looking at what people enjoyed about Minilad's content, I wasn't met with an overwhelming deluge of answers. He
Yes.
was the
Who the fuck? Like, no offense. Everyone watches Vanoss's perspective. Like, come on, who the fuck doesn't?
The other big ones is I know a lot watch HBO, the Hilarious, Wildcat.
Yeah, I've watched some of Delirious, but like, it's gonna be Vanoss.
Yeah.
Like, it just is. Like, he's just the one who just got the biggest.
What Louis does have his own unique stuff, which is worth watching.
I mean, I like all of them. They're all pretty cool. But like, for me, it's Vanoss.
Yeah.
Oh, Vanoss has the best fucking life though. Just gets to play games with like all his fucking friends every day.
I know.
And it's like, at least it's not like Slogo where they like lose everyone. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the core ones are still there.
I'm pretty sure Cobblecop's retired now. I mean, what is there for him to do? No one cares.
Yeah.
I'm Jelly's kind of done. But like, well, he posts, but like, you can tell he's not enjoying it at all.
Yeah, I get you.
It's kind of sad. That whole group is just destroyed.
Yeah, and gaming them.
Yeah, like that friendship between all of them will never come back. It's just sad. It would be nice if Slogo did videos with Game 11. Slogo has a second channel where it's not family friendly and he's just himself. Imagine.
Made that 'cause it's like, oh god, I just
Yeah, it's with Craner. It is. That's that. You know, that's why Jelly left. It's because Slow and Craner started a channel together, but they literally asked Jelly to join, and Jelly said no. But then Jelly was like, "Oh, you guys are leaving me out," but he said no to be in it, so they can't. Like, they can still do it if they want, you know. So it's just tough. Would it be cool if they got Game and Lemon on that? But I'd allow it. All he does is. Yeah. Also, it does on there, it's just Reddit videos and reacting to old shit. But, yeah. Kind of dead.
actually inoffensive, decent at the games themselves.
The
and
ice cap
some
zone!
very original ideas. But most of his accomplishment appeared to be based on intelligent networking and a persistent upload schedule in an era where some creators do seem a little stale in hindsight.
There's too much Italian in here. It's fine. It's fine. Keep your eyes on the sky. I don't even keep your eyes on the sky and not on my mustache.
Now, this isn't to his discredit. In many ways, Vanoss Gaming was the archetype of an extremely effective business model, and the fact that other people wanted to recreate it made complete sense. And like many of his colleagues, Minilad represented a clique of YouTubers that intelligently generated cyclical views through association and collaboration, which overall has worked out quite well for them. Whereas many gamers from that era may have fallen from their distinguished pinnacles, a multitude of creators involved with these squads have managed to retain a consistent viewer base, even if it's not quite what it used to be. Hell, in 2017, Minilad had one of the best years on his channel, capitalizing on the pivot to face cam and reaction-based content, likely acquiring a fair few new subscribers in the process.
I never want to lose that connection with you guys, if you know what I mean. And with that, I mean, I want to be able to, like, give back to in a way. And that's why I want to go to all these conventions, to meet you guys. I want to do as many signings as possible. I want to meet you guys and spend the most amount of time with everyone. And I don't know, I'll forever be thankful for everything you lads have gave me. It's just, life is a crazy ride.
Although Minilad's personality may not have been the most...
Wait a minute, does it still exist? me have a look a minute.
I think he does. His channel. Unless you mean
Hasn't uploaded in a year. Okay. And its last video was called I Got Robbed. And he also did a facade video. That's cool, I guess.
What, recently?
Yeah, one of his what it is recently.
It's so random.
Yeah, so he's just pretty much gone. Well, I guess that's unfortunate, I guess.
That's unfortunate.
He was still held in high esteem by many within the community, most notably for the numerous charity drives he had hosted. For many, in a time where power seemed so prone to being abused, it was refreshing that there were still people like Minilad out there using their influence for the good of the world. He was a board member on the interestingly named First Project, an organisation focused on delivering clean water to deprived communities, also raising $150,000 over the space of 2 streams in 2018. Very admirable indeed.
That's nice.
Nevertheless, it seems that Craig here still had a few steps to take to truly define himself as an individual creator. These steps were mostly taken in 2018, with his distancing from Vanos Gaming a couple years prior, the launch of his personal vlog channel, and undertaking more ambitious ventures. It looked like Thompson wanted to alter his trajectory and be the master of his own destiny. As a creator, he had the capacity to stand on his own 2 feet, and no one who was going to impede this. No one other than himself, of course. But what was the chance of that happening? I think we were all ready to see what the true Minilad was capable of.
He's so good at manipulation. It is terrifying. It's so scary.
Yeah, I actually watched a video on what's his name? Jay Station earlier. Apparently he's good at manipulation as well.
I heard he's a stupid fuck.
I was watching a video of apparently like he was abusing his girlfriend or some shit, and then she went on an interview with that Scarce guy.
Right.
Do you know him? He's like that. Yeah, he doesn't really post anymore, but she I was watching it earlier, and apparently he was just very manipulative and abusive and forced her to do all those fake fucking videos, and also did that video where he made her fake her own death or some shit. Weird.
That is fucking weird.
Yeah. Wait, is that the same guy who did that? I can't remember. So many people are the exact fucking same. I always forget. But I think it was him. But he also did a thing where he made the internet think he made out with his own fucking sister. Just so fucking. Ugh. I don't know if it actually was sister, but it's still weird. Why would you want people to fucking think that? Fucking long though, honestly. I don't know if that was him or not. I know because Daz reacted to it, years ago. I'm not gonna actually watch that fucking video. I'm only watching the reviews about, spots there. But yeah, he's fucking weird.
Patience. What one may have hoped to be a new beginning gradually manifested into a spiral back down one's past. One that may not even be worthy of escape. So, my friends, I invite you to join me on a voyage which has many uncomfortable yet unnecessary steps, and I think we need to begin this endeavor as soon as we can.
Started.
Let us go. Your connection is your...
That ads are gonna be unbelievably shit.
It's so simple.
In the gaming sphere, Vanos felt often like the root nexus, and with the applied formula to accumulate viewers between creators, an association was often formed. When many thought of Minilad, they thought of Vanos. It can't be a surprise with Minilad's numerous appearances on the channel.
Yep.
In many ways, it seemed to create an inalienable connection. Nonetheless, Minilad wanted to be his own creator. But to what extent would he go to achieve this? As Apple mentioned, one of the first moves that Minilad took to delineate his route was leaving Vanos Gaming. Now, in some senses, this was unexceptional news. He's not the first, and he won't be the last to leave a channel that has a rotating ensemble. He
Yeah.
stopped appearing in their
course.
videos regularly around the turn of 2016, but still appeared friendly with many of their members, even releasing videos with them throughout the following year. It was generally accepted at the time he had left for reasons that were related to how he viewed himself in regards to the channel. He had spoken about this on Twitter previously and seemed insecure on how some people perceived him as Vanos' friend rather than his own person. However,
Oh,
given how
right. Well, I don't know, stand out then, I don't fucking know.
Well, yeah, that's what he tried to do. Until that went to shit.
Hmm.
He definitely did find a way to stand out, I guess.
It is true though, like with a YouTube group, it can't be like one's the main one and then the rest are just following. But I don't think Vanos is like that though.
No, like
I honestly don't.
You still know like everyone.
Yeah, and also like if it was just Vanos, it wouldn't be as big.
Yeah.
Everyone adds something to the group.
The rising tide raises all ships.
Well, I think it was Delirious who really fucking helped.
Yeah.
And like Nogla helped, I think Wildcat did, I think Louis Caliber did. I think fucking all of them did, to be honest.
Yeah, really.
But alright then.
I wonder how it all started.
I imagine they were just friends in fucking school, just wanted to do it.
Oh, I do remember with some of them, Vanos was specifically looking for other smaller YouTubers who was just starting out.
Oh, right. Yeah, that can also happen. Makes sense.
I think some were already friends he knew, some were friends with other people he met, and yeah. Vanos was kind of lucky though that luck made him the main one. Like, that was just popularity that made that happen.
Yeah, it just happens.
Yeah, like it could have very easily have been like H2O as the main one.
Yeah.
I think it comes down to Vanos' editing was just better. Well, it was more, people would watch. It was just more watchable.
I think Delirious is like the biggest YouTuber who hasn't shown his face.
Yeah.
That was Dream, but he showed his face, so.
Yeah.
And we all know how that went. Everyone made fun of him. I reckon he shouldn't have done it though, because it kind of like no one cared anymore. Better be on charge quickly then.
It was better not have to do it. I actually never wanted to.
No, same, because Dream fucked up. He shouldn't have done it. He should have just kept trolling. So, dumb idea, in my opinion. Oh god, there's the charger. But I never even watched fucking Dream. I never really gave a flying fuck. Not even a walking fuck, you know what I mean? All I knew was just some Minecraft guy who speedruns. And for some reason got so many fucking views. Which I don't get at all, but...
Yeah, I never understood it, but whatever. I can tell I'm not that touching about it.
Well, I like the Minecraft community. Most of them are cool. And most of them are actually, like, you know, nice and shit. Obviously, the GOAT Technoblade's from that as well.
Yeah.
But I can't believe that was so long ago. That was like nearly 3 years.
Already?
Yeah. That channel's still consistent now. His dad uploads on there.
Yeah, how does that work?
Oh no, he just knows the password, I guess. I imagine Technoblade probably wanted him to do that.
Right, what do you upload?
I don't know. He sometimes streams as well, I think. I think he does a video like every for anniversary stuff. And just kind of like talking videos, I think. Right. It's not really consistent, it's just like sometimes happens to keep it alive.
Yeah.
But yeah.
She had been, there were obviously some who were going to be a bit taken aback. Not everyone was going to be aware of the assumed reasons, and eventually questions began to arise. As time passed, he appeared to fraternize with his former brethren less and less, and as distance grows, so will the volume of questions, with some even memeing those who were curious regarding Meerlad's newfound independence. Now, nobody was entitled to further explanation. I'm sure there were many instances where someone had asked and Thompson had chosen to ignore the eager inquisitor. However, on one fateful day in 2018, our mini friend felt compelled to clear up any ambiguity hanging over the outstanding situation.
The only thing I want to ask is how.
So
You don't play with Vanoss Gaming.
Wow. Because I don't play Gmod anymore. That's all he does. Question done.
Oh! Shots fired. You sat there playing Mario Kart.
Yeah, we barely even do Gmod, which is funny.
Wait, Minilad might want to join you, Wallace. You're playing Mario Kart as well.
Oh yeah, let's call it Minilad. Like,
Yeah.
Minilad can join the retards. He
Yeah,
can be like one
yeah.
of the boom booms and shit. But he would actually
No,
be a
he
pretty
can
good
improve. He'll improve. We'll let him play Mario Kart and he'll be alright. And he'll open up about Vanoss. It'll be a nice video.
Oh god, yeah, let's escalate the force Minilad to join us. And make sure it's the exact one from that world.
Yeah, that'd be epic. And he can. I bet he's played in Mario Kart. I don't know. Okay, he would be a boom boom. You see him playing as Yoshi.
Yeah.
Even though I like Yoshi in the game as well, but no.
Yeah.
Breaking off into a solo YouTuber because it's a lot more fun.
Now, Garry's Mod was a game that Minilad had found decent traction with back in the day, but by this point,
The
it had
reason
been popular for
I
a
don't
long
go on Gmod is because it takes too long to load.
I know, it's a big fucking puddle.
It just takes too long. You know what I mean? I would go on there more because it's fun and shit. I just can't be arsed. Like, we will do PC videos in July. I think like July 6th or 7th. I don't really fuck.
Basically,
We do it occasionally, don't we?
yeah.
Every few months we
What are the chances
look it up.
that we're talking about Gmod stuff and now Pingu shows up?
Pingu.
Yeah. In the next spot.
Oh right. That was epic.
time. And although a lot of people still played it, it was understandable you may be a bit burnt out on such a pastime. Now, Milad's statement was a hyperbole. Gmod isn't all they play, but at the same time, the implication was clear that they didn't share the same interests anymore. This was certainly a surprise given the prior hypotheses, and some may have found his tone a little hostile. But that can equally be frustration or exhaustion at the continued questioning of a personal decision.
Yeah. I want
But
them
with
to
the
do
Gmod
more.
one, there's more variety in what they can do.
That's what I mean. I want them to do more VR videos.
One day, yeah, I can see that.
I really like their Scribble.io videos as well. So I just like playing the game. I didn't really watch many of the Among Us ones. I know, shock.
Aurora Borealis.
I only actually watched a few of the Among Us ones. But their first one's pretty funny. There's like some epic Vanoss moments. The funniest thing is how Vanoss like knows when they're lying.
Yeah.
Like he knows them so well. That's fucking funny.
At the time, Minilad was one of a substantial number of people to distance themselves from Vanoss Gaming, which had led some to theorize about the imminent decline of the channel, with a few speculative claims here and there.
Still, no matter how close-knit the crew appears to be, there have been some events that caused and are still causing its downfall, so today we'll be looking into 10 reasons why the Vanoss crew is potentially falling apart. The foundation of the Vanoss crew was shaken when Craig Thompson, aka Minilad, decided to stop playing with Vanoss and dissociated himself from the crew.
There was really nothing to supplement people's theories here. There had always been this slight tension between creators that had been picked up by observant fans. But disagreements happened. People could still be friends. There was a bit of drama being stirred up, and Milad came forward to dispel those claims and affirm that he and Vanoss were still friends, and there was no bad blood between them. With this in mind, the case went cold, and their bond at least seemed cordial. But how long would that last for?
We know it isn't.
Well, let's fast forward to 2019, and Minilad was streaming, as he often does. Once again, he is sidetracked by the fact that Vanoss are still uploading Gmod videos, prompting him to go off on a bit of a rant, with a tone of exasperation.
I also have no idea. They're still playing Gmod? After all this time, they're still playing Gmod?
I like how he's sat there making fun of play Gmod when he's watching whatever the fuck that is on Vanoss. Well, the thing is, right, I never actually watched streamers ever. I never watched streamers. Even though we stream a lot and I prefer to stream into videos because it's easier. What I like doing is streaming but doing videos at the same time. That's what we do. Which is like what everyone does now anyway. Because it's just easier. And we're lazy nowadays.
I mean, they kicked me out of all their chats, so I have no idea what the hell they're doing. So, damn.
But okay, maybe I'd be a bit bothered if I was kicked from a chat with a bunch of people who I thought were my friends. It does seem a bit personal. But Minilad then has a few clarifications to add.
Just to clear up some shit. I wasn't kicked. All they did was play Fortnite and Gmod and then talk shit about other YouTubers. So I said that.
They doxed you.
I broke away from that group. I'm doing my own thing. I've never felt better. My community's stronger than ever. I'm pulling more views than ever, and I'm personally a lot more happy as a human. So that's what happened. Anyways.
So he wasn't kicked. In fact, he left of his own accord because he wasn't happy with the direction of the chats. He decided to take a stand for himself. And now he is thriving. He's never been better. And you can tell it's true because you have his word. However, many would have found it strange he was once more saying this after all this time had elapsed. This is what happens when distance grows between individuals. More slanted perceptions arise from how you reflect on situations as opposed to how they happened. With that said, if Minilad only held fond memories of the Vanos crew, it would be unlikely he would ever feel the need to malign them. It once more seemed like the surfacing of previously latent resentment towards his former posse, one that may have been around for longer than many assume. In 2016, before any of this drama transpired, a post was made titled "Some Things You Should Know About Minilad." It's presented through the eyes of a follower of Craig and the rest of the Vanos crew, and recounts a conventional story where Minnie appeared to be exhibiting some pretty seething jaundice for his popular colleague. The fan writes that not too long after the meetup, they overhear Minilad vocally tearing into Vanos for appearing late, while also making further comments concerning his status, including the claim that he didn't even like video games, and didn't start playing them until Call of Duty 4, the absolute noob. This person obviously defends Vanos for a plethora of reasons, and goes on to observe other instances where Minilad has decried an aspect of Vanos, the Banana Bus Squad, or their dynamic. They state that it seems to be a pattern of distaste that is displayed for the crew, and that others should be cautious as to the reliability of what he says due to the underlying animosity. Now, this is just a person.
It says everything bad about him. Not playing video games late isn't a bad thing, really. Like,
Who's a shit?
but I'll defend Minilad if some shit said. Like, I don't even know what the fuck he's done yet. Like, I don't even hate him yet, because I don't know. Like, from what I can tell right now, he just didn't enjoy the videos or some shit. But something personal might have happened, probably. You can kind of tell by the little digs and him saying everything's fine, but it never fucking is. It just isn't. Power Pop said the same shit.
Just waiting for things to go fucking mental.
I know, so...
account. However, it is aged rather well due to details we'll discuss in a bit, so I doubt it was written with the intent to mislead, and it would explain past and present behaviour pretty accurately. So let's bring it back to 2019, and Minnie's newfound groove in doing better than ever has clearly made him more outspoken.
That poor man's never gonna live that down. Poor bastard.
And to an extent, it was true. Minilad had rarely been more successful than where he was in April 2019. It seems his confidence had reached a point where he was ready to disconnect from the Vanos crew altogether, and this diatribe served as the severing blow. However, with his remarks, Minilad, by all intents and purposes, ended any possible good faith between the two parties that may make him hesitant to speak out. Nonetheless, this was just an aside comment. What could tangibly follow from such an inconsequential statement?
Why isn't Craig in the server?
Well,
Uh-oh. My nan fell down the stairs.
trash talk doesn't go too far in the gaming community, given that it's part of the culture in many ways. Now, of course, this isn't just in-game swordplay. This was an individual pretty savagely laying into his former friends. At the same time, this was a comment on a stream, not a formal upload loaded with serious allegations. It wouldn't really warrant a belated response on its own basis. Besides, Minilad had made similar comments the year before, and nothing had come of them. Drama between creators in a community that doesn't really have a desire for it is seldom beneficial for either party involved. However, just because it's not beneficial doesn't mean it's not going to happen if someone feels inclined to express themselves.
I think I'm in the
This is Terrorizer, or Brian. He's a creator who has played with Vanos and many of his associates, but is also in part known for his voice impressions, which range from celebrities such as Arnold Schwarzenegger to comic characters like Asian Guy. A Vanos favourite, I'm sure. But I digress. He had previously collaborated with Minilad on videos, appearing to be on friendly terms with Craig up until 2018, when, like many others associated with Vanos, he stopped appearing on the Minilad channel. Now, Minilad wasn't the only individual questioned over the ostensible disintegration of the
You know what I
relationship
want to
between
happen? I
two
want a
partners.
retards exposed video to come out where they go back and find the Edward shit and say we're racists. That's what I want to happen. That'd be so cool.
No, God.
That's so stupid. I want an exposed video to happen. Like, when did the PXP thing happen? I loved it because I always was like, I love drama and I wanna be in one just to feel what it's like, you know. But the PXP one wasn't even drama. It was just shit with it. It was just me trying to start some shit.
Yeah, that probably wasn't even directed. So.
No, it wasn't. Just because we were pissed, 'cause we did Are You Eating My Cheese, lad? And a few days later, he did the same fucking video but with bending ink machine. So we weren't having that.
Well, ours got more views, right?
It was close. Well, his video's gone now, so yeah, we won.
Yeah.
No, actually, I'm pretty sure that's why we got mad, is because I think he had more, but eventually after we overtook him. So we ended up being alright. But yeah, fuck that guy, innit? What's gonna happen next is I'm gonna fight him. That's what's gonna happen. That's the one thing we haven't done yet. We need to fight.
Probably like owns a store or something now with those cars.
What?
But until June, he had been the only person to really speak about it in a passionate way. As noted, many creators involved with Vanos strike one as rather drama-averse. This is not the first time conflicts has arisen between one of their colleagues. I'm sure it won't be the last, but few had sought to leave their input up until that point, likely knowing the risk of unnecessary quarrels. Someone like Vanos, known to be quite withdrawn from public life, would certainly not be compelled to defend himself. However, in one June stream, facing questions once again from eager fans, Terrorizer made the decision that actually he wasn't going to hold back his feelings any longer.
Why isn't Craig on the server? Because he doesn't play with us anymore. He went off and left us and then started bad-mouthing us. So he doesn't play with us anymore. You can't have it every way. So we play with people who have not left our chat.
Wait,
We
who's
have a
Craig?
chat.
Is that?
Yeah, that's really
Oh, okay. What's that big show?
He left
So
us
that I
and he
don't
doesn't
know.
want to play with us. That's a question for him, not us.
Now, his comments don't exactly contradict those by Minilad. However, his tone
What the
and
fuck
phrasing
did I
demonstrate
mix
a clear
Terrorizer and Minilad up? They don't sound the same. One of them has a cool voice, and the other has an annoying one. Like, what the
Yeah,
fuck?
Terrorizer can change his voice.
Yeah, I think his accent is funny. But, yeah.
disdain for what Mini had purported in his stream.
They don't even
However,
look
as
the
I'm
same,
sure he
does
was
it?
aware, such a comment would not quell many supporters' angst, and would almost certainly lead to more questions than answers. Given the now noticeable tension between the two, people's curiosity persisted, and in August 2019, when asked again, Terrorizer resolved to elaborate on his previously expressed sentiments. However, they didn't appear to be any more affectionate.
Why not invite Minnie? I'll tell you why. He doesn't play with us. He left. And then he decided on stream to badmouth myself and my friends. Well, mainly just my friends. I didn't appreciate that. So, I don't play with the guy lately. Because he's going on his meme streams talking shit about us. It's not cool. So, that's why.
In spite of this, however, it seems that Terrorizer didn't want to talk
Good
about it
answer.
much further, declaring that he didn't want to stoop to
Get his
Craig's
arms
level.
started or some shit.
I think he said something on the live stream that about our girlfriends, which I think is a bit of a cop out.
Did he? Fuck! See, now that's too far. Shut the fuck up, Chungus. What? What do you mean? Such a... Yeah, but they have real girlfriends, Junior. That's different. Oh my god, you're such a hypocrite. Well, you know what, Junior? We all are in our own ways, aren't we? Alright? Alright. But you should never talk about anyone's girlfriend. Well, if they're real, you know. So that's too far. You don't do that.
Yeah, that's too much.
Yeah, it's too much. Shouldn't be doing that.
Look, who is it's more than just this? They're why don't you on the way out?
Well, I don't like it's not a fair conversation to have when another person's not here. You know, you guys come to me, I could give you very biased
stuff. But he went off and he said some things on his live stream which really kind of annoy me about our group of friends and stuff. And I'm just like, I don't know, just I wouldn't imagine. I don't like people doing that. He said some stuff, and
Very mature
I
response.
don't want to resort to start saying stuff in my live stream about stuff.
Yeah, good.
So with respect to you guys, I'm not going to do that.
Sam,
But
that's a fucking W, actually. Like, fair enough.
Yeah, I don't really go into it, man. Honestly, it's no disrespect to you guys, but it's none of your business. Now, honestly, I do not know what level I'd class Frey's comments as. They're nothing too defamatory. But I suppose as the person who made allegations about the nature of Vanos and friends, there was still a bar set. And at that point, Terrorizer hadn't really done anything other than present his own version of events, and chose not to take it further, which is fair enough. But unfortunately, Minilad had other plans. Yes, on August the 29th of 2019, Frey released a statement to Twitter with the intent to clear the air. However, this post doesn't exactly tell the story that we've seen so far. He starts off by announcing the intent of this post, that being to address the rumors that he hates everyone he used to play with, but quickly turns his attention to the visible friction between him and Terrorizer. Craig explains that this was in part because at the 2018 E3 convention, Brian made disparaging remarks regarding Minnie's mental health, and then reinforced his comments in spite of Minilad's discernible anguish. Since he had not apologized, Minilad no longer considered them on friendly terms. However, Craig goes one step further, alleging that Terrorizer had been disseminating misinformation on his streams about how Minilad was now at odds with much of the Banos fleet. He rebukes this and provides anecdotal evidence which contradicts this narrative, and affirms that he is still affable with Evan and many others who are active on his channel. Although Minnie is unhappy at having to publish his thoughts on the matter, he knows that people will be better off for being aware of this, and still wishes the best for Brian on his endeavors. With this, he signs off. A testament to Minnie's class and maturity. I'm sure we can all agree.
That's what I said.
But wait, wasn't this something we missed?
Yeah, all they did was play Fortnite and Gmod and then talk shit about other YouTubers. So I said that.
Ah, yes. Minilad omitted some pretty essential details which are necessary to understanding how the situation precipitated. That being, he was the person who chastised Vanos in his own streams, with his comments implying that they were at best elitist and at worst rather petty. For him to suddenly frame Brian as the instigator as if he had attacked Minnie unprovoked is dishonest and pretty slimy on his behalf, particularly given how it could have affected Terrorizer's friendships with the Vanos circle. I also found it interesting how Minilad was more comfortable referring to Vanos as a collective now that he was no longer part of the channel. Minor observations aside, why would he frame it in such a way? Now, of course, the obvious answer would be to shield his image. However, as a seasoned creator, he must have been aware of the ramifications when people found out that he had twisted much of the information. Right? Well, not entirely, because at the time there wasn't really much of a clear record of what had been said, and Minilad could have easily just passed the responsibility of rumors onto viewers who presented him with a one-sided portrait. Now, in due course, a compilation of Minnie's comments will be uploaded to one place, chronicling the saga in rather clinical fashion. But until then, although the evidence could be unearthed in certain places on YouTube, it was often overrun by Minilad's rather smart tone, the reasonable voice. He knew that many people wouldn't want to pick a side, so in spite of the gross misrepresentations, many felt sympathetic to him and his point of view, seeing his reasoned tone as an indicator of good faith. On top of this, many felt that his reasons for distancing himself from Terrorizer were valid. After all, it's just not right that someone would make such comments about mental adversity pertaining to another person's life. And as a long-term advocate for mental health, it was understandable that many would take offense to that, especially if Brian hadn't subsequently budged on his position. But was this the full story?
Hi, it's Ed Sheeran. Check out my new song Sapphire
Fuck off,
on
you
YouTube and
ginger.
YouTube Shorts.
Either.
You know, it's bullshit. Imagine if we had copyright.
Fuck you, Ed. Better not fucking copyright us, because we got fucking ads.
Ed Sheeran wants to join the Beatles.
Fucking hell. I'm gonna make a song with him with my beautiful lyricism, and I'll write his part for him.
Oh, that was
Yeah.
not on my 2025 bingo card.
Yeah, we're gonna make a song about ginger bunnies. I don't know. Some
It's the
shit.
best you could fucking come up with.
Well, he's ginger, and I'm a bunny rabbit. That's the reason. I don't fucking know. Renault gets fucking. Oh.
With the flaws in Milad's statement, Terrorizer was quick to respond on his Twitter
Wow,
account, firstly quote tweeting it with his own retort, expressing discontent at many of Minnie's aforementioned misrepresentations, while also drawing attention to Craig's recollection of comments Brian had made towards him, asserting that our Game of Friends portrayal was pure slander. Minnie responded shortly after, stating that it was a near quote, once again affirming it was the reason that he stopped speaking to Terrorizer. He then says that if Brian wishes to resolve it, then they can talk over DMs. After all, we wouldn't want us spat in public for all the fans to see. However, Brian once more calls Minnie out on this, observing the hypocrisy of making a call-out post accessible to the community before requesting the discretion that he couldn't previously provide his former friend. Then, in quite a surprising twist, another one of the Banos crew decided to impart their thoughts on the matter. You know that group that Minilad claims to be on such good terms with? Well, it seems that Dahi Denoglu was not ecstatic about Minnie's behaviour, and in a reply also called Craig out on his double standards, contending that if he wants to talk it out in private, then he should delete his tweets, a fairly valid point. Minnie responds that Brian's point of view is already on YouTube, and people deserve to hear his side as well. Dahi then responds requesting this evidence, and unfortunately, as Minnie has deleted his tweets, I'm unsure of whether he ever obliged and subsequently provided. But whether he did or not, it wouldn't have changed the fact that Minnie had instigated this long before. Dahi and others were picking up on this and applying a reasonable amount of pressure to good old Mr. Ladd over here. A lot of fans, however, were clearly upset and disappointed that two people who they both greatly admired were squabbling on their timeline. And in these situations, the easiest way to yield a resolution is to take it to the DMs, and many advised them to do so. A lot of the audience did not want to pick sides, and I empathise with that greatly. As a fan, I would be upset as well. However, this wasn't a case of differing perspectives. This was a situation where one person had greatly misrepresented another. And although I tend to use words like slander a bit more carefully, it was still a very smarmy post that morally postures a fabricated position, embedding itself in subtly self-aggrandizing narrative to distract from its actual lack of content. One of those being the narrative of mental health, a topic so close to Minnie Ladd's heart. Now, if Minnie was as concerned about mental health as he claimed to be, he'd be aware of how such a post could affect another individual, their fan base, and their working relationships. And as we'll find out later, he does know exactly how it operates. Now, if he was genuinely under the impression that Terrorizer had said everything he had claimed to unprovoked, then maybe it would have justified a response. It is very hard to circumvent the fact that Minnie started this well before, and there was no way he could not have been aware of that. Terrorizer was clearly upset at these claims and subsequently published a very comprehensive twitlonger responding to Craig's initial assertions. Some of the post explains his position in a way that we would expect it to, framing his comments as a reaction to Minnie's in-stream over-to-dicta. This is all fairly unextraordinary. We know what transpired here. However, one question mark still lingered over the nature of their run-in at the convention the year before, the one where Minnie Ladd alleges that Brian had made rather deprecating comments towards his mental state. Terrorizer wholeheartedly repudiates this, though, not just rejecting the idea that he had hectored Craig, but recalling the times that he had supported Minnie in his mental hardship. He expands on why he hadn't responded to Minnie's messages, regarding them as mostly inconsiderate attempts to elicit an apology. He talks about the quote, Minnie's subsequent backtracking, and the hypocrisy of Craig's expectation of private resolution after making it public himself. Stuff we've also discussed, but having Terrorizer's testimony backed up with the corresponding evidence only further entrenched the idea that Minnie Ladd had purposely distorted the circumstances surrounding their ongoing conflict. However, on top of this, it implicated Minnie as not merely insensitive to much of what he claimed to hold dear, but as weaponizing it in an attempt to damage the reputation of someone he had bad blood with. It was rather tasteless behavior, and whether his fans were on his side or not, he had likely shot himself in the foot with many of his colleagues and collaborators who would evaluate the happenings with a more critical eye. The whole situation is kind of sad, to be honest, and Terrorize himself was clearly troubled by the disputes.
You know, I'm just trying to, have fun, play video games, and do stuff, and then to have someone that you thought was a friend to, try and get themselves out of a situation, try and put that label on you is...
Minnie would later claim the drama had been patched up in another video.
I got to finally meet up with Brian. We're figuring things out.
This motherfucker got, 4 giraffes in his fucking room.
He's been to faraway oasis recently.
I like how so much shit's been happening, and my first thing I say is, why is the giraffes? I'm lost. I'm just like, what the fuck? Why?
Because you understood everything perfectly fine, but now there's giraffes everywhere.
Yeah, I'm like, wait, what? That's what confuses me. Why is there giraffes? Why? Went to Cocktail's little place.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? We've got some fucking giraffes there for some reason.
We went to Cocktail, man.
Yes, we love punk.
We talked backstage at Evan's show, and we shook hands, and we're going to work on it. So, like, you know, I miss the dude, and it's good to see things coming together.
However, Bryan denied this and stated that he felt Craig had made these comments to appease audience members who may feel uneasy about the incident.
I know he made a video saying we're patching things up, which is not true. I feel like he says things in order to kind of get flack off of his back. Hence why
He is a bit of an asshole, Grade.
Just a little.
So I remember that funny Grade interview part where I think it was sort of about Keith, and he said, even Hitler thinks this guy's an asshole. That's right, Glade, he's an asshole. Remember that?
Yeah.
I fucking love that. Oh my god. That's so fucking funny.
Even Hitler didn't like
Yeah, that's right, Glade, he's an asshole. Oh, fucking hell.
he threw me under a bus in order to, you know, get himself out of a situation that was happening with a trending video.
It's a strangely deceptive practice on his part, and although he would eventually release a semi-apology, his handling of the situation, even in representing the reconciliation, seems surprisingly insincere. Mental well-being is an important part of everyone's lives. I don't think I can emphasize that enough. We are often taught to do what's best for ourselves, which, although true, may not always mean what a person thinks it means. Milad has spoken profusely about the topic of mental health, and the challenge that it regularly posed to him. He had made multiple posts alluding to it and raised money for charities that operated in the field.
The big thing is mental health. You probably don't want to make another person feel like shit.
Yeah, Nogla.
Well, no, yeah, mini lad. Yeah, that, you know what I'm saying? No, like, it's a good thing to, you know, be aware of shit. It's good and all, but, like, you probably shouldn't be a twat to people if that's your fucking thing, right? No, but
this behaviour seemed to not just discard, but abuse these principles, begging the question, did mental health really matter to him?
I just said that. But exactly.
Stop writing the script.
See, this video is called The Right Opinion, and it's true. Oh, not the video, I mean the fucking account. Okay, well, I'm usually right. Yeah. See, even Hitler thinks Julia's an asshole. That's right, Glade.
He's an asshole.
Yeah. I'm telling you, Hitler would be on my side. Yeah, I think he would be. He definitely thinks Julia is just a sensitive little kid. And Hitler definitely wouldn't think faith is real.
Boring.
To help him further his status.
That's right, Chungus. She's imaginary.
Exclusive to the subject of mental health.
It's all good to try and fix something in DMs, and then it just then what about the people who still think I make fun of mental health and don't care, and I did that to him? It's not going to go publicly and say, hey, actually, look, you know, maybe I was wrong or something. No. So that's that situation. That sucks.
Well, we would soon find out.
Oh, dude, next time I have KFC, I'm gonna watch the Virgin Games.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, yes. Yeah, I haven't watched that video for like a year. And I also haven't had KFC whilst watching it in a while.
Yeah, that's wrong.
Yeah.
The Virgin Games.
Yes. That's what it is. I don't know why that video is so epic to watch whilst eating KFC. I don't know why.
Because it's so unique and different and funny as fuck. So.
And then if you have cooked food, you have to watch the Vanos Gaming train, you know, the airport one.
Yeah.
You have to watch that. Or with
I'm
McDonald's.
Pretty sure it was a train station. Right?
Yeah, I think it is. You want to watch that with cooked food or McDonald's, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
But, yeah. No, that's why you...
One or the other.
Yeah, it don't really matter. But if you're watching the Virgin Games video, it has to be KFC.
Mini would continue his
Yeah,
charitable
otherwise you're a
endeavours
cunt.
and
That's right, Blade.
self-ventures,
He's a
winning
cunt.
plaudits and even awards from across the board. But you wouldn't be blamed if you've been left with a slightly sour taste in your mouth from what we just discussed.
I bet Hitler would like
However,
Vanos
at the end
Gaming
of
and
the day,
KFC.
it was one drama, and regardless of what can be said about Minilad's demeanour under those conditions, you couldn't use
That's
it to
like
define his
Chungus. I
legacy.
like my
You know, you
chocolate.
need something much more substantial for that. And after such a skirmish, Mr. Thompson would probably want to stay as far away from drama as possible. But maybe his fate had already
Those are
been
the 3 new ones for Kraken Smash Tournament. We'll have Ed Sheeran, we're going to have Milad, and Adolf Hitler himself.
Wow, what a fucking collection. Imagine in another
You know, like-
universe you click on ransom and those are the free.
Oh my god. Yes, that'd be amazing. We're gonna hold Tad for ransom. Oh my god.
We want $9 million.
Oh my god. That's fucking amazing.
Oh, that's fucking stupid though.
And in 2 days, if you don't get this Tad guy back, he'll go into my gas chambers.
Send it to Winston Churchill.
Yeah, they're gonna be coming soon.
Send
Absolutely.
it to Nazi Command.
So when they say if you could have dinner with like 5 people, oh yeah, do that. You know, go
What?
under it.
Guys, I don't want to alarm you, but there's a fucking extraterrestrial invader in the sky, and it's about to heat ray this entire lovely snowy town.
Well, you know, they say if you could have dinner with 5 people, dead or alive.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have Hitler and fucking Ed Sheeran and fucking Minivad. That's mine.
It's so fucking stupid, though.
No, it's not. You have to wait for it to abduct you.
Alright then.
Just stay there.
Is it still even there?
Quick, go. Yeah!
Oh!
That's right, Blade. There's aliens.
Oh! Oh shit!
Have fun with this as much as you can. You probably only have 30 seconds. So have fun.
I'm gonna steal. Oh, I'm invading. There's no one fucking. Yeah, the fucking aliens arrive and no one's fucking. Everyone's gone to bed.
Well, at least we finally showed that off.
Yeah.
I knew he would, because I knew he'd find there.
Seals. The past is a funny thing. Time may age it in the mind of some, but in the internet era, its significance is often only as relevant as the awareness of its existence. Therefore, when you acknowledge it, you are in effect making the past the present. This principle is what has yielded, for example, the contentious cancel culture, because although individuals involved may have progressed past the incident, when it's uncovered, many feel inclined to judge it in the current context of today's ecosystem, which can often be starkly different to the environment that prevailed all those years ago. However, some actions have always been wrong, and will likely continue to be wrong for the rest of time as long as we can possibly conceive. And the surfacing of such allegations will often lead a creator to being held to account, whether they would have preferred to leave it behind or not. So let's bring it forward to the present year, where, like many other people, our good friend Minilad have been struggling, even taking a break at the start of the new decade.
So this is 2020 now.
Hey, been a minute.
At this time, Minilad had went through a rather tough breakup with his now ex-girlfriend, Sammy, or Suni Day. This became quite an emotional
She
affair
can be a
and led
really
Craig
nice
to
guy.
take a hiatus from social media and uploading altogether. They had been in a relationship for approximately 2.5 years, so it was rational for him to be a little distraught over such misfortunes. He published a tweet on the 4th of January informing people of their split, before posting another a week later apologizing for the impulsivity of the former, and any superfluous distress that it spawned amongst those close to him. This is then followed by the hiatus, lasting just over a month, with a video posted on his main channel to celebrate his long-awaited return and reflecting on the reasons behind this respite.
I struggle a lot with mental health issues. You know, it's not something to just kind of brush aside. It's something that you need to take seriously, otherwise it's going to catch up with you.
Yep.
And that's exactly what happened. So I was on tour. I was rushing videos out. I was just putting up anything I could. I wasn't proud of the videos I was putting up. I was just, take this! Yeah! And then I came back from tour, and then Sammy and I broke up.
In the video, he talks a lot about the developments in the previous months, the most notable being the separation, which he presents as difficult but amiable. He also takes the time to clarify some of the uncertainty surrounding the circumstances of the breakup. Not that the audiences were entitled to know, but it seemed to be a better option than letting people draw their own less lenient conclusions, and perhaps voicing them as well.
I'm not going to get into too much. Sammy has the dogs. A lot of people were like, oh, give Craig the dogs back. It was a mutual decision for Sammy to take the dogs, so please don't bug her about it anymore. Are we still friends? Yeah. You know, it was a clean breakup in a
Let's be
sense.
real, they're not. You can't just talk after something like that. Like, they always say that, like, oh yeah, we're still friends. We don't really know each other. Yeah, like, I remember, like, it's this literally exactly a video like Cobblecop made before. It's just, I know you could just tell. Well, I don't know how the fuck Cobblecop Paul movie fucking had, by the way. He got fucking lucky.
Yeah, well, it lasted.
Yeah, that's like 2 years. But,
That we don't hate each other. It's not like we hate each other or talking shit or whatever.
As long as these were
She's
details
a
that the
imaginary
pair
as
were
well.
happy with divulging, then as uploads go, it was a mature, informative piece which handled the sensitivities of its subject with care and diplomacy.
Yeah.
And many paid him the
That's
due respect
what
that
I
such conduct would warrant, while respecting his will to share as much as he felt comfortable sharing. This was the right time to clear the air.
I'm excited for this year. I can't tell you. I can't. But just trust me, this year's going to be amazing.
Over the following months, Minnie returned to his regular upload schedule,
No,
releasing the quality
2020 wasn't
content that
amazing.
quenched his audience's desires. However, there was trouble on the horizon. What did this trouble entail exactly? Well, let's go back to the old 2016 Tumblr post. You know, the one that recounted Miniland's slightly less than professional behaviors with Vanos. In the penultimate paragraph of the post, while continuing to document evidence of Miniland's strained
I just had an
relationship...
academic thought. I need to check the stream every now and then. We're still going. I might rename this video now, I don't know. I originally just called it Shitting on Eggman, but...
With the Vanos crew, the author also observes that they had...
Yeah, Minilad in the thumbnail, probably.
in a passion of Craig mingling
The
with younger,
Minilad
and dare I
stream.
say it,
The last thing we did on this was Futuristic Hub, I think. When we watched videos on that creepy fucking person.
That was fun.
Who liked animating stuff of Boulder giving people spankings and other weird things.
They had like a Minecraft cabin and stuff or something.
Yeah. Yeah.
The retardation academy needs to exist.
I always think I've seen everything weird, and then Futuristic Hub is like, no, you haven't.
You have to be by the ponies on that level.
Fuck no! I watched that fucking weird guy, man. What the fuck? I swear I do not remember any of that, though. I swear. Yeah, I didn't even know. Like, Robert? Yeah.
Yeah, Robert totally didn't know what we were.
No, he didn't. Yeah, I did. That's so funny. The way he just goes, yeah, I didn't even know.
Yeah, the fucking court idiots bought it as well.
God, be honest, did you know? Oh, yeah, obviously.
Yeah, Robert helped us sometimes.
Yeah, like, I remember when Wallace told me, I was like, oh, okay. I knew fucking months
before. I was already
before.
being bad for Lady Toppington.
Yeah, I knew months before. I knew they were evil. It's just, obviously, I knew I could get out of it.
I gave Gromit enough excuses on why I wasn't even evil.
So, I'm pretty sure Wallace wanted me to break him out, but, you know, that's in a different universe rather than VR.
You would have, yeah.
And like, it was Shrek's responsibility.
Well, Gromit, if you weren't caught, you definitely would have. Like that. That's why you usually weren't there. You were supposed to be the backup just in case. But,
Yeah.
But they just happened to break in and capture us when you were there too.
Imagine there's people right now who just want to watch a Minilad stream and they're like, the fuck are these idiots on about?
You'll never know, even though you just click on series.
Go in the description and watch Retards Abridged Season 1. You also go buy in the audiobook. That doesn't exist.
It exists in your mind, so... And it's like, you can decide what it's about. It's pretty great.
We have Retards Wattpad coming out.
Yeah.
Also, here's a little challenge for all of you. There is a fucking Boom Boom Wattpad somewhere out there. Find it. It will never be found.
Why the fuck is that a thing, though?
I didn't fucking make it. I think it was Rat Toad. It was, I think it was Rat Toad.
Out of all of the fucking ones, it just has to be
I know. But if you guys can find that, then you get to join the retards.
Yeah.
I don't know, I can't even find it, because it's on a really old Wattpad account.
One person, like, outside of the retards who kind of joined it for a while, and that was Robin.
But yeah, I lost my old Discord. But if you guys want to follow my new one, go fuck yourself. follow. I mean,
Well, I managed to get them back online, so we can return it anytime.
right.
Yeah, it's just like
Just give me his name, I guess.
yeah.
And then I'll just add the motherfucker. It would be cool, though.
Thing is, though, would he want to now? He probably would say yes either way.
Yeah, probably. He only cared about, like, the Sonic shit.
No, we should wait till like we're doing a Sonic game again. Then.
Probably.
There's probably going to be a big Sonic. I'm just saying, if the next big Sonic game comes out like around May, it's going to have to wait like a few months. So.
Oh yeah, fuck that.
So if you're going to do that, do it in the holidays because we got nothing going on there.
Yeah, I really want to get a Sonic Kart game, but
I'm just going to wait until it's cheaper.
Yes.
It feels like the only thing people care about is just that it has connections to other franchises.
Yes, I need to have my Miku racing.
Yeah.
That's what I need.
That's why it's called Crossworlds, though. I get it now.
Oh, that's funny. It has the name world in it. I mean, the word. I wonder if a kart racing game has world in it, and that's like the whole point.
Yeah.
Well, they do. They both have two different gimmicks.
Okay.
And I think it works.
One is actually creating an entire world which you can fully explore, and the other one is just pulling the lazy multiverse around. So.
Let's be real. If Nintendo were doing what Sega's doing, and Sega's doing what Nintendo's doing, that would be a bad look for Nintendo.
Yeah.
Because we all know no one. Well, at least we don't like having other characters in Mario Kart. But Sonic needs that though.
I like how Sonic did the whole 3D world map first before Mario, but the Mario one ends up being a billion times better. Because the Sonic one was fucking boring. I only finished Frontiers because we were doing Retard's game at the same time. That's the only reason. I would never replay that game again.
Fucking hell.
I'm sorry, but Frontiers is fucking boring.
Damn.
Like,
you hear this, Sega fans?
It doesn't help that I do like the Generations type levels, but I would just rather play Generations, you know? Like,
yeah.
So, in my opinion, Frontiers was a dud. That was a fail. I mean, even though it wasn't commercially, but whatever.
Well, you unlocked a Toadette sticker. Good jobs.
Great, can I return this?
What we need is more band construction.
Yeah, we still haven't done that.
I know, come on, Morton.
I was expecting it to be like something in the lab, in the city or something.
It is.
Oh, okay.
I think.
Well,
It fucking has to be.
Chances are.
No, it is. I swear. It has to be in like Toad's factory or one of the cities.
Yeah.
I swear. I swear it's there. I've seen pictures of it. Like, boy has his own fucking building, the bastard.
My mouth is so dry. I need a drink. So.
I got his cock in it for too long.
You just keep yapping away. I'll take you back.
My name is Big Chungus, and this is my boyfriend Bowser Jr. And for some reason, he's mad at me right now because I like to say I'm not real and that I'm imaginary. I don't really understand what his issue is. It's all just jokes, but Junior just doesn't understand the concept of jokes, unfortunately. But yeah. Another weird thing is, I think he's still on his period, even though it's been over 2 weeks now. So I don't really understand why it's still going on. I digress. But I don't know why he wants to fight me, because he knows I'd spank that fat ass of his, that turtle ass. That turtle ass. Turtle ass. So, comment down below. Who would win? Me or Junior in bed? Who wins? Because I think I would dominate him in bed and in the ring. Although we're not gonna box anyway, because he's shit and he stinks of shit. So comment down below who would win, and if you don't say me, then you're being banned from the retards world, and that's just how it's gonna be. Because if you somehow think that Bowser Boner can beat me in sex, then you're out of your mind. Honestly, you are out of your mind. So you better not think that. It's just gay. The only people who like Junior are SML fans and me. Big up SML. I watch them every day. You know, I watch that Jeffy innit? That Jeffy puppet and that Junior and that Joseph and that Cody. You know. So I gotta do. I watch your Junior and then I pound that turtle ass. Pound that turtle ass. I pound it. So no one can ever think that Junior would beat me in bed, because I would pound his fat, lovely ass. And that's just the way it is. I honestly would do so many things to that stupid turtle. I would penetrate that motherfucker, and I mean it. So yeah, that's what I have to say. People who think that Junior is stronger in bed, you can suck on my 2 ears on top of my head, and you can eat 2 cocks. Because no one in this goddamn planet can think that Junior could beat me in bed. I would. Have you seen his ass? Have you seen Junior's ass? I would. Alright, Chungus is the gayest motherfucker. The last 3 minutes, he was on about how he would fuck me so hard. And how he'd beat me in bed. Well, that's just what it is. That's why you want to fight me, right, Junior? It's for that. God. You're so fucking weird. What's wrong with being gay, Junior? Hmm? What'd you say?
Said you love fucking SNL.
Oh, yes, I do. Me and Junior watch it every day, don't we, Junior? If you want us to. Well, it happens. So, yeah. My life's pretty great. I mean, Junior, you should be used to gay people. You're around Eggman, and Eggman loves sticking it in hedgehogs.
You're not funny.
Yeah, I am. I'm Big Chungus. I'm Big Chungus. I'm the Big Chung. Everybody thinks that I'm kind of dumb.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah, and they're right. You're a fucking stupid cunt. That's the next line. It's called the Big Chungus diss track, but it's me doing it. Well, maybe you do need to do that.
The self-deprecation.
Yes, that's what I'm gonna do. I think Junior needs to do that as well. He needs to fucking start with a massive ego and realize how pathetic he is. Alright, are we gonna watch the video? No, I'm gonna watch the video.
I'm the library.
Underage fans. They say this isn't anything incriminating on its own, but it's worth noting given the trend. With that said, this wasn't the first time that he had received flack for his interaction with his fans. In fact, in January, the Zone, but his Craig relationship with the Vanos crew, the author also observes that they had seen a pattern of Craig mingling with younger, and dare I say it, underage fans. They say this isn't anything incriminating on its own, but it's worth noting given the trend. With that said, this wasn't the first time that he had received flack for his interaction with his fans. In fact, in January of 2016, Minnie partook in an exchange with the infamous Keemstar over comments he had made
Keemstar!
to use it in the DM. This was during Keem's internet.
Look at him, the gnome himself. He's got He's got a beautiful beard, you know. Keem, you've been doing the retards, you know.
He's the next one.
Yeah, he's the next one I'm inviting to the dinner.
Look at these lovely constellations.
Yes.
Lovely
Face, which led to a lot of allegations, sometimes correct, sometimes not so correct. So people took what he was saying with a pinch of salt. At some point after this, Keemstar deleted the tweet.
That was sad when Keem accused an old man being a pedophile when it was wrong, and it ruined the old man's life. That was sad. And that's all I gotta say. I've said it.
And nobody archived them, so I didn't think I was going to find anything here. However, I am a tenacious man, and I found some of the interactions alongside one tweet with the images in question. And I must say they are something else. Given that once again, this individual was alleged to be an underage fan. I'll add alleged. His behavior...
No! Mini lad, no! Mini lad, no! Mini lad, no! You're not allowed to be a pedophile. I'm getting sick and tired of this. Let's stop talking to under 18. Under 18. Oh no, actually, you remember when Croissant said that like when they hit puberty is when they should be allowed to have sex or whatever, right? With like any age. I found a video on Twitter of like two people on the street arguing this, like someone was saying it, and he even said that to the other guy that it would be okay for him to fucking do it with the other guy's daughter if she had puberty even at 9. That is terrible. I know Croissant was like joking and shit, but he shouldn't say that shit, man. Like if people believe that, fucked.
Well, yeah.
What the fuck, man? People are so fucking stupid, man. Jesus Christ.
Seems unbelievably inappropriate, framed through the lens of helping this person. No, don't be sad. You have nice boobs.
Oh no! You can't be saying that. No. But let me read this shit. How old was she? Like underage, but like, oh man. He said, "You can believe what you want, but your boobs are big." I think it also has to do with the whole you looking down on yourself thing. This was on Boxing Day after Christmas. It's Christmas, man. This is time to be normal, not be a predator. Well, really, you shouldn't be any day, really, mate.
Alleged, his behaviour seems unbelievably inappropriate, framed through the lens of helping this person. No, don't be sad. You have nice boobs. Somehow he got off the hook here. I think because people were preoccupied with other controversies such as Lion Maker, Keemstar himself ended up in a controversy after running the infamous RS scoring goal story, overshadowing many other situations at the time, and Minnie's dismissive responses clearly worked in subduing any public arousal, and he lived to fight another day. Nonetheless, it was clear that not everyone was ignorant to Minnie's occasional improper fraternization with younger audience members, and although these rumors evanesced in the years succeeding, there was likely a suspicion that lingered within the pockets of the internet, and come 2020, much of that misgiving would prove not entirely unfounded. So let's bring back Craig's ex, Suni Day, of whom Minnie had a rather extensive relationship with. In mid-June, the mistreatment and harassment of female Twitch streamers became a pretty prevalent discussion in many online circles. And as a female Twitch streamer and victim herself, Sammy decided to impart her insight on the matter. Completely acceptable. However, this alarmed Craig, as from his perspective, given their rich history, many would assume that he was the person Suni was referring to, and thus he anxiously reached out, requesting that his former partner clarify that he had not violated her in such a way. Suni obliged, but in turn adding the caveat that this did not absolve him from other misdeeds that were present, including lies and manipulation, even sharing some DMs, which although do not say too much on their own, certainly don't paint the split as friendly and mutual as Minilad had communicated in his video. Yes, in clearing up one ambiguity, this tweet had revealed information that would inspire others to speak up, with much more damaging implications. So allow me to introduce you to two individuals. This is Hallie and this is Ash. Both of them were fans of Minnie and both have publicly confabulated with the YouTuber on numerous occasions. Ash until the end of 2017 and Hallie right up to 2020, the latter having consistently lent us
Look. What the fuck is Woody doing?
to Craig in his online pursuits. However, it seems that their experience with the award-winning creator had a bit more background than one may expect. And on June the 22nd, following Sammy's all-revealing tweet, both took to my favourite social media site to share their stories. Publishing by Twitlonger again, Ash and Hallie lay out their less than stellar encounters with the creator, alleging multiple counts of improper behaviour with them, not just as fans, but as individuals who were not of age. Now, this wasn't already the best look for our friend. However, it didn't stop there. In fact, it was barely the beginning, and that's not good when you're already 11 pages into a script. Now, these stories tell a tale we are all too familiar with on this channel, presenting Milad as a person who, burnt by the then recent collapse of another relationship, turned his attention to those online to fill a void, specifically those from within his fan base. In this instance, the implication is that he specifically targeted younger fans, knowing their vulnerability and the power he held over them as a creator. We can't provide too many specific dates, but this appears to have transpired throughout 2016 mostly, and around the time he was reported on the Tumblr post to be socializing in many of these circles. It is also alleged he had used his power to bargain for explicit content, which few would already condone, but is particularly objectionable considering that Hallie and Ash were both around the age of 16 or 17, not being of legal
16. So, Milad was over 18, so, fuck. Why is it so hard for people to not be fucking weird? And to not just keep doing this shit?
Looks like this got fucked by a breakup then.
No, this was before.
Oh, really?
Yeah, this was before. I think this is when he was with her.
Oh, even worse.
This was way fucking before the brother. This was 5 years before.
Christ, June.
It's just that people like Keen exposed it later, so then
standing to send such content in the first
getting
place.
exposed by
However,
Keen
these
Star
are
is
elementary
crazy.
testimonies, and although it would be easy and justified to call Minilad out for such debauchery, something that I will have no qualm in doing, I'd like to evaluate a few more details that would catch one's eye. However, to take this discussion forward, or to even work from the premise of truth, we need a bit of substantiation behind these claims. But Ash and Hallie were well equipped, dropping screenshots of DMs from multiple platforms, covering various points in their contact with the gaming icon. In their Twitlongers, both individuals appear quite convinced that Milad was consciously taking advantage of them for his own purpose. Now, the word conscious there is pretty pivotal in the construction of that sentence. Minnie was not going to be treated gently with these revelations regardless, but to be frank, the actual evidence made him look even worse. Firstly, we'll turn to Ash, who released a series of screenshots dating from around the time where much of this misconduct is said to have occurred. This not just helps in corroborating much of their assertions, but also many of the judgments. Milad's behaviour may merely be unbefitting in some, such as his messages to the group chat, but look beyond that and you'll see some pretty repulsive and manipulative behaviour, which clearly shows Minnie's awareness of the rift in power.
You don't realise how easy it is still for the victims of it don't realise how bad it is, and they don't really get, and they'll even defend them, but it's just worse. It's very easy to manipulate people, to be honest, but it's not their fault, you know. Not at all. It's fucking these fucking weird ass people that fucking doing this shit. But
between the two parties in question. Probably the worst conversation captured is this one, where Ash clearly shows reluctance to share explicit images, understandably so, and Minnie begins to encourage her in the way that a mentor would one of their students. You can do it. I believe in you. Take the leap and send me nudes. It is preposterous. If someone doesn't feel comfortable, you respect that boundary. And as outlined in the Twitlonger, this is not something that they would have done if it wasn't an individual with the clout that Minilad has. And to me, it seems that Minnie was quite aware of this. It also doesn't help that Minnie holds what a person said when they were drunk over them, as if it was some kind of ironclad pact. He also guilt baits by saying that he's sad, which is another thing I've never been a fan of in general, because it shows a lack of consideration for how the other person may feel. In certain circumstances, I can understand how it could be read in banterous fashion, but not when it deals with the exchange of such matter. This is not mutual.
manipulation and peer pressure. People are just such twats, honestly. That shit's gotta fucking stop. It's gotta fucking stop. It's so. Oh.
honestly. And shows verification of gratification over respect for the other party's autonomy. This is also supported by much of the individual testimony, which focuses on how Miniland regularly used his depression as means to acquire what he desired. There's every trick in the book here, and I want you to keep this in mind going forward. Not that it would be easy to forget. There are
He went there.
platforms and messaging services with the individuals involved that support these claims, involving both parties where Miniland has sent and received explicit images, alongside video verification confirming the accounts belong to Miniland. This was already compelling. In a way, though, Miniland's 2016 antics were
Wait,
only...
one thing, did he know the age of them? Or did they, like, lie about age or something? Because I know one case of this other guy who, like, did fucking ASMR videos or some shit. He was, like, 30 years old in Discord shit, and he was talking to some girl, and he asked for her age, and she replied 15, and he still ended up going on with the conversation, talking about how her body was good and all that shit, and was asking for pictures, when he was double her fucking age. But a good thing is, some other guy exposed him for it, and he got completely kicked off YouTube for good. Like, he was some 30-year-old guy who, like, was poor as fuck, still just lived with his mum, and was just always had mental breakdowns, would always just talk to underage girls all the time, and was just really unfit for the internet. And also had very bad anger issues and would get angry easily, and also would threaten people a lot violently, and it was just one of those type of people, really.
You mean like once you probably don't know?
Yeah, and should permanently log off the internet.
Yeah, probably.
But, yeah. What was even worse is he was trying to say some other guy was a pedophile when it's quite... Yeah. Yeah, it is, so. He was just a complete fucking... complete dick.
Complete society.
But the good thing is, YouTube wasn't helping it. He also once got a copyright strike because he made a video of himself jerking off.
That's like some real
Yeah, he was just... He had so many copyright strikes. He also always got reported... Oh, yeah, not copyright strikes. Oh, yeah, I mean, what's the word? Community strikes, not copyright strikes, my bad. Yeah, also got those strikes for, like, harassment and bullying all the time, apparently. He was always a massive cunt to everyone. So, yeah, but he was just another case of that.
The word for this is low cal. That's the perfect word to describe. These are the Christians in the world, right? They're called low cal.
Yeah.
They're just failures who kind of just... They just want negative attention.
Yeah, I'm glad YouTube decided to get rid of him for good. Yeah, he had so many channels banned, so many strikes, and eventually just got permanently banned, and he's tried to make accounts come back, but I'm pretty sure now he's on TikTok or something. But at least YouTube got rid of that fuckhead. He was a complete twat. But
half the story, because when word of his behaviour began to make its way through these smaller communities, many sought to suppress these testimonies,
double that
including
girl's
Miniland
age,
himself,
so
employing
weird.
a plethora of strategies highlighted in screenshots posted by
He
Hallie.
knew her
In these
age
images
as well.
dating from the end of 2017, Hallie decides to...
And there's fucking proof as well. There's screenshots and this... Oh my god. It's fucking so bad.
Confront Minnie about Ash and the nature of their relationship, asking some exploratory questions to gauge their connection. In his responses, Craig downplays any intimacy, preventing inferences from being drawn regarding the content of their conversations. However, a few days later, the tone of this discussion had shifted, and Minnie is pleading with Hallie to prevent this information from being publicised. My favorite line here is when he says that there was nothing more than a specific message, before adding, maybe a bit more of similar, just to cover himself in case there were some additional exchanges exposed. Who knows? Maybe there was. I don't know. How would Minnie know? He barely remembers who Ash is. Hallie frames a lot of this dialogue as manipulation on Minnie's behalf, and it's quite easy to see why. With the threat of incriminating evidence being released, he appeals to a lot of the consequences that he will face.
I'm always so disappointed with this, man. Like, I did not even know about it any of this shit. I just thought it was as simple as he was just one of those assholes who lied and just stopped filming Vanos and then lied about them. That's what I was expecting, which is still kind of true. But I didn't expect it to be this shit. But another sad thing is, like, I'm just also not that fucking surprised, to be honest. But just because there's been so much other shit that shocked me more, and I was like, well, fuck. It's so common nowadays, which is so fucked. Like, why is it becoming more common to be a twat? I don't get it.
It's we live in a selfish society.
God. No, it's so bad, man.
Now, his line of reasoning isn't incorrect here. There will be significant ramifications if these details were to be dispersed, and he has a right to be worried about that. But it's an observation, not an argument, and it can't really be used as a point against the publication of such content. Hallie makes it clear that she's aware of the consequences, and Minnie reiterating again and again how awful it would be for him just seems to be an attempt to take advantage of the good faith that Hallie shows him, and the sympathy that she may feel for the remorse he expresses. This is a technique that is applied on multiple occasions when discussing the issue. A few days later, Minnie was caught in another lie. When sent a screenshot from a Snapchat conversation, he admits that he is one of the participants, but then proceeds to claim that Ash had lied about her age. That would be a decent rebuttal if it was the truth.
Oh no!
It wasn't.
Lying about that as well? Golly gosh. For fuck's sake. It's not going to feel the same watching old Vanos when he's there now.
No.
It's not. Did you know this?
Yeah.
You know he's a fucking predator? Mad. That's what I mean. I need to watch this.
That's why the scene of him being Pablo aged so poorly.
Oh. Oh no. Fucking hell. God.
A few days later, Hallie challenges Minnie once more on this night, and this time he buckles, admitting that he knew she was 17, but that he was really depressed, and that he just thought if he was going to end it there, he was going to go out in a blaze of glory with lewd snap.
How is that a defense? Well, I was about to kill myself anyway because my life's shit, so I wanted to get nudes from an underage girl, so that's my last thing I do. I'm not in the wrong, I was just not in a good place. Yeah, well, the next place you're going to be in is a fucking mental asylum. That's going to be your next fucking place. Oh my god.
Chat DMs. Wow, real kamikaze mission there, Craig. It was rather desperate stuff on Minnie's part. However, Minnie Lad wasn't the only person attempting to conceal his wrongdoings. In fact, some of the mods from his Discord server decided to take it upon themselves to defend their king's honor. Some adopting the "there will be repercussions" argument, others claiming
Like
that
Great said, even if YouTuber's in the wrong, you have to call it out. You have to. Doesn't matter. If there's something you love, and they clearly do something wrong, you don't just ignore it and be fucking mindless. Alright? We're not going to be doing that. We're not.
changed. Both points of view espoused by Minnie Lad himself. I found a lot of these explanations quite embarrassing given the additional context.
I never did anything wrong anyway.
Said it was clearly effective as no one else did
right, Junior?
at that time, and many clearly did believe that he deserved a second chance.
No, he doesn't.
That second chance was all used up by the time that Sunny Day had informed the internet that Minnie Lad's antics were still prevalent throughout their relationship, which is what had inspired Ash and Hallie to ship.
Oh, retards. If we find out any of you are predators, that's immediate ban. Immediate ban. And Lex will put you in the boom boom hells forever.
So why isn't Milo?
Fucking hell. He's not one. But, I wouldn't be surprised. But yeah. No, you know who it,
like no love for Milo.
well, he shouldn't have been a twat in this. Honestly, Mallow's completely replaced him now. Think about it. You're not. Just is the academic
their
truth.
stories. Over the years, he had continuously pledged to improve, to seek help, and as it became clear that he had merely used their pity to preserve his public image while not actively changing his ways, their charity had diminished, and this was the breaking point. Beyond that, this was their ultimatum to Craig, and Minnie Lad could no longer postpone his Judgment Day.
Oh.
Both Ash and Hallie clearly had extremely unpleasant experiences with the creator at the center of this debacle. But there's a real poignancy in particular to Hallie's testimony, because it's clear that she wanted to believe that Minnie had changed more than anyone else, and that really the most frustrating facet to her were all the lies that followed the scenario which she had taken at face value. She gave Minnie an opportunity to improve. She provided her support to his endeavors, and he took advantage of it. These were their stories to tell, and they didn't tell them with the intent to destroy his career. If they had felt Minnie had changed his ways, then I think they probably would have let him be. However, to them, with the discovery that this behavior had been present in his most recent relationship, even being instrumental to its demise, it was more than ample evidence that his word could not be trusted. With it out in the open, Minnie Ladd would have to convince a much less sympathetic internet that he would rehabilitate himself. A harder sell, for sure. And many who read the allegations didn't see a way back for Minnie at all. To them, this was unforgivable. And to be honest, it's hard not to see it from that viewpoint when you look at how he manipulated those around him. How could we trust
I was thinking
what
he
he
should
says?
be chucking himself for life and just try to be fucking started as well. But they still fucking deserve it anyway.
Anyone past this point if he can't even be honest with those closest to him? Well, to be honest, the only way would be if he had actually practiced what he preached. And with the allegations garnering traction, Minnie had no other option but to address them, releasing a statement, accepting full responsibility for his actions, and unreservedly apologizing for the hurt that he caused. Nonetheless, that was the easy part. It was going to be challenging for me to deny the allegations at this
Fuck
point,
your
given their
apologies.
substance. And even from a strategic standpoint, it was the sensible thing to do. So a confession doesn't warrant too much kudos here. What really mattered were the steps that he was
In
going
it,
to take.
I do. I tried my fucking best, but I was like, yeah, maybe you just got bored of Gmod. He wanted to go solo and do streams forever and shit.
Like, that wouldn't have been.
No, that's not right. At the beginning, I didn't even hate it, but now I do. now
you
I
get
do.
it. Now you get it.
Yep, indeed is.
To make amends.
Maybe
If
she
Hallie
has
Squid
to
longer,
check
she
with
said
them
that she
twice.
legitimately thinks Craig
Yes.
is a good person, and that she really just wants him to take ownership
4
of
years
his
too
actions,
late.
to seek help,
Yeah.
to stop running and lying to his audience. The message was clear, and in his response, it seems that Minnie
Maybe
was
that's
receptive to
not
this,
being
committing
nice.
to an indefinite hiatus and using that time to build back the trust of those he wronged. Now, of course, many were hesitant to buy into the sincerity of such a pledge, and with valid reason. But at the same time, it was probably the best we were going to receive. And if he could at least heal some of the wounds that he had inflicted to those in question, then that would be progress. Many people adopted this perspective and wanted Minnie to be better, which is very merciful for the internet that I know. So what would Craig do with this time away? How would he use it to win back the faith lost from many disillusioned followers and even friends?
Hi, how's it going? Hope you're doing good. First thing you probably notice is the background. I'm back in my old studio.
Well, turns out his break lasted shorter than one might anticipate. In fact, it was on par with the post-tour break he took at the start of the year, and most of this intermission appeared to be occupied with relocating back to Northern Ireland, which is also peculiar given that he'd already moved once at the start of 2020. However, there was an explanation for this.
I went on this mental health journey. I realized that there's a lot going on in the world, and I know I just need to step away, and I know I just need to take care of myself. My mental just took a turn for the worse, and I know I needed to get back. I needed to be around the ones who I love. I wanted to work on myself, my mental health journey. I got myself into therapy for the last month.
Good.
It's been incredible. It really has. This has been
That's
something
what
I've been
you
putting
do?
off for years because I wanted to make sure work
You
was
fuck
okay,
off
and
to
I kept up
rehab.
with work, and I just put myself in the back burner. And I maybe finally realized that I can't do that anymore. But it's been nice. It's reconnecting with my roots, reconnecting with who I am, where I grew up. I moved to Northern Ireland when I was 10, 10 years old, whenever I was
When I
living in
was
Singapore.
the age I like. Sorry. Fucking hell.
We're here, and this has been the place that I call home. I know I just left all of a sudden, but I needed to do something about me.
Right, of course. Going back to his roots to clear his head, this mental health break had clearly revitalized him, and he was ready to start creating content again for his adoring
Who
audience.
gives a shit?
Wait, didn't something happen? Oh, right, yeah. He doesn't really talk about that. like at all. In fact, we're met with a 5-minute long slew of rhetoric about how important it is to take care of one's mental health. But
What about the mental health of the victim? Do we consider that, or do we not give a flying shit? I suppose we don't. I suppose we only care about ourselves' mental health, right? We're only supposed to care about, that shit.
Selfishness,
And, yes. So,
right?
very interesting.
Right.
not
Can you tell us
perfect.
why?
He needed the time out to work on those imperfections, and that he's been improving himself with every passing
But even
day.
Hitler doesn't agree with paedophilia, man. He doesn't. That's right, Chungus. It's wrong. So stupid.
Like I said before, I'm back in therapy, and she has been incredible, being able to spill everything onto her. And
You might want to reconsider the wording on that one, Craig.
even though this is my first video back, this doesn't mean that I'm gonna just stop working on myself. I've come to realize that the journey of working on yourself isn't just, I'll do it for a few months, now I'll be alright. It's a journey that never truly ends. As humans, there's no definitive amount of time that if you take this amount of time away and work on yourself, you'll be okay again. The reality is, this is a journey that myself and all of us are just going to continue to go through life. And, I've come to the realization that no one is ever perfect. People
Yeah.
try.
Neither are fucking pedophiles either. They're not. I know that's what I'm saying, like, this is so twattish. Like, we're not perfect, we have a journey, we improve, we're gonna make mistakes, but we're only human. So that's alright. Don't put the blame on me.
It's alright, everything is fine.
Yeah, like I may have, been a fucking predator, which is like one of the worst things you can do. But I was only young and foolish, and I've grown since then, as you can tell, because I address it all the time.
For perfection, but as long as you know that no one is perfect and no one will ever be perfect,
Yes.
the more you realize that, the better you're going to be.
In summary, he completely avoids disclosing the reason why he took the hiatus in the first place, and decides that his viewers are better off not knowing. The break was already insulting.
Well, we do know the hiatus is because you got exposed for being a bee. That's why. Exactly. That's why. That's why you took a hiatus, you twat. Like, why do we think Chris Tyson isn't in Mr. Beast? I wonder why. Probably because that creature's a fucking weirdo. That's why. Doesn't even deserve to be fucking gendered, honestly.
Yeah.
Fucking weird ass thing, honestly. You know what I find funny? The fact that people fucking say, oh, I wish we had the old Chris back, when he was a man. Are we gonna forget that it was in, 2015 when he was making the tweets about the lolly stuff? The old Chris was just as fucking bad. That motherfucker is weird if he's a woman or a man. It doesn't matter. Yeah, it's fucking exactly. That's what it really fucking is. I don't care what the motherfucker's gender is, because he or she or whatever the fuck's a twat either way.
Yeah, and I think that's a better way to look at things anyways.
Exactly. So, yeah, that's just what it is.
Short for someone of his status. He could have afforded to take much more time away from the platform that he had misused. But even if we discount that, the fact that he doesn't even have the humility to be honest with his own audience is more than enough evidence that he hadn't learned from his misconduct.
Exactly.
He also posted a similar statement to Twitter, which although
Bingo!
was less offensive given the fact that his previous apology was also just below for context, still completely
Exactly.
neglected to address.
You only did the apology because you had to. Because it made you look slightly better. Because it had to be addressed. He don't give a flying shit. And I can promise you that. I can tell, I can read these situations as well as the right opinion. Because we both have the right opinion, that's what it is.
Really, that's now, I know that sounds bad, and it's not what
any reparations that he had made for his misdeeds, let alone the misdeeds themselves. It was shady as hell.
I did
And it
actually
was
get that
implied
reference.
he had this expectation that it would just blow over if he didn't mention specifics.
I have receipts, and I'm gonna show them again, like maybe right here, where he was talking to his moderators about how in mod chat people are gonna see that this doesn't matter and it's gonna die. He'll upload in a week. It'll be fine. Nobody's gonna care.
I mean, you're right. I don't
You
care.
have to be some scumbag with a high enough ego to think that people in your Discord, moderators who looked up to you, are not gonna share those messages with me. Who are just gonna let that slide? No.
Well, actually, it seems that's exactly what he expected after chat logs were sent to Hallie, in which he states that once people realise that the majority of people don't care or don't know and the brands continue to work with him, it'll all blow over, which is some high-grade arrogance on Minnie's front. Much of this is revealed in a video uploaded by Hallie, which served in part as a response to Sir
Fishy
Lancelot's
Bookins, oh no!
return to YouTube, so as a means to provide her story across all
He would fucking do it.
Nah. No, he just likes big busted anime girls, okay? Over the age of 18.
There's more than one.
Huh.
And the police are after the book.
But they're all over 18,
Okay,
right?
none of them are fishy things, okay? It's fine now.
Alright. It's not fine.
And to make sure it wasn't overshadowed by Minnie's influence.
That's why I honestly don't fucking like most anime, like the weird part, because it's like mostly like school as well.
Yeah,
It's just meant for fucking weird creeps that are probably fucking predators. Like, I just see it like that.
I mean, it's just different the way it works in Japan as well. And it doesn't really, like, connect all that well with the West.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, on PS5, there are literal fucking, downright fucking porn games on there. Which is just fucking weird.
It's like, with Bridges designing Sonic Adventure 2. We know that they did that to appeal to teenage boys, like when they were making the game. That was the intention.
Yeah, again, it's just so weird.
Like they've said that and shit.
It's fucking weird as well.
It's just how it is there, and it just doesn't. Like they just don't get it. They can get away with it. They will.
Yeah, I just think that's fucked.
It's literally just because there's so much money to be found in that.
Yeah.
So that's all it is. Like
it's so weird. Oh.
That's new development which only tarnish his image further, some to astounding degrees.
She basically was told by Craig to go to Ash, one of the other girls who came out, who dealt with way worse. To tell her about his suicide attempt, to make her feel some sort of pity, and then was saying to me, which you'll see now, just how if Ash ever came up about this, she would be the person who's responsible for killing thousands of people, because of if people found out who he was and fans who count on his videos found out.
So, okay, guys, just doesn't take responsibility and just like,
I can't reveal that I'm a bad person. Think of all the people who will be sad.
Yeah, I mean, I fully understand the type of person he is now after 50 minutes. I completely understand now. And it's quite saddening that he used to, like, you know, play games with other people who were really fucking cool, so it kind of sucks to know that. And,
that model in
you know what I would absolutely hate? I know this isn't true, but, like, imagine, like, this happens where, like, Vanos and them knew as well. I don't think they did. No. They didn't. But God, that would really disappoint me. That would. That's how I felt with, like, Mr. Beast as well. I was like, what? You fucking knew? But I'd care more with Vanos because, well, it's Vanos Gaming, right? That would be a bit more like, oh shit, because watched Vanos for probably like 10 years now, so
him, they
More
would
than
kill
that.
themselves.
It is unbelievable the audacity of this man. So many of his leaked DMs didn't paint him as a person who wanted to know what he could do to atone for his actions, but more what he would do if such evidence went public. It doesn't reflect remorse or regret. And Hallie's video once again showed how manipulative his hiatus and return had been. Yet
So
this
it's
time
kinda like
round, it
Homeland,
wasn't
like
even
when
subtle.
Sheldon
He was
Cooper
basically
exposed
seeing
his
what he
bad
could get
guy.
away with. It was a sign of an inflated ego which judged his
that should be the thumbnail. Screenshot that.
Screenshot. That's perfect. You just found a picture of Mini Lad with fucking Mega Mind's forehead. God damn. Honestly, I can. Wait, give me a minute. What the fuck? This is amazing. Bro. I can fucking. I can play fucking noughts and crosses on his head. I can play
No,
noughts
that
and
should be the
crosses.
thumbnail. You play notes and crosses on it. It should be the
Yeah,
thumbnail.
wait, let me
Is
fucking draw something a minute.
That makes it more unique.
Oh my fucking god. That's fucking amazing.
Oh my
Oh my god.
god.
I fucking love him. I fucking love him. Oh my god, I'm just creating the best thing ever. I've made knots and crosses on his head. I didn't even film most of it as well. I had so much more room.
That's just absolutely
I didn't even said.
That is fucking amazing.
No way, I imagine like people click on it and they're like, what the fuck? Fuck yes, I played noughts and crosses on Mini Lad's forehead. That is amazing.
Okay, that's something you never expect you would ever do in your life.
Yep, never.
fans is too stupid to hold him to account.
The more funny thing, why did the video even show that? It's not even talking about that. When he's just talking about some shit, it just shows it.
Utilization of points
Oh
surrounding
man, I love the
mental health
editors
seemed
of this video.
unbelievably contrived and brought into question whether he ever believed anything that he said about it.
I appreciate every content creator that came out and spoke and just came out and shared my story, because he's getting away with this pretty easily. His viewers, a lot of them do not know what's going on, and it's not their faults.
Thanks to Hallie's response and other YouTubers covering the situation, publicity of Minnie's antics began to amplify. It became quite clear that he wasn't going to distance himself from the incidents like he had hoped, and he may have no other option but to talk about them. But how would he with such damning receipts against him? Well, let's find out.
I can do.
Alright, I'm just gonna leave my beat on my next track.
How much of
Yeah,
a
diss myself.
massive ego can you have? How much of a disgusting human being
Diss track
can you
Mini
be
Lad coming
to
soon.
think you have a right on this platform?
One of
With his
the
first
lights
video
definitely
back, he
about
was
playing
initially
noughts and
received
crosses on
decently
his
by those within his committed fan base. However, with the limelight firmly on his transgressions, the backlash began to augment into its own movement. With his purpose to remove Minnie from the platform altogether, and to make him pay properly for what he had done, his videos began to accumulate thousands of dislikes as well as critical comments, ranging from disappointed devotees to outraged onlookers. There was no way he could filter this out.
Mini Lad, I know you're not watching this, but you're only going to make yourself look worse and worse in the eyes of the YouTube audience until you address what you did to YouTube, so that we can see that you'll admit to what you've done.
He would upload another regular video some 12 days later without any recognition towards the mounting pressure against him. However, this was met with even greater hostility from viewers than the previous release, and was indicative that he wasn't simply going to be able to escape this without offering up some explanation. So, come September, there was a new task on the Mini-Lad agenda, and that was to clear the air. Now, he had done a similar thing with his upload addressing the separation with Sammy. In hindsight, that video was also flagrantly dishonest, but at a time where people were none the wiser, it served as a sufficient explanation for where he had been and the tribulations that he had faced during this period. This time round, the air was significantly murkier, and there was a lot of seemingly conclusive evidence to confront that even the most eloquent of individuals would have difficulty excusing. However, with few other options, Minnie had to put his cards on the table. But was he holding all the aces? Well, no.
Hey guys, I want to talk about a lot of the stuff that's been going on online lately, whether it's through YouTube or Twitter or places like that. I'm reading a lot of your guys' comments as well, and I wanted to formally address everything. But as well as address everything, I want to talk about a lot of the rumors that are out there and debunk some of them too.
The video is 5 minutes long, which is already quite brief given the magnitude of the allegations against him. Okay, sometimes there isn't too much to say, but to be honest, Mini-Lad doesn't really say much at all.
Now that some time has passed and I've had time to reflect on everything and get a grand scope of everything that's been going on.
Yep, I was trying to think of a script to make myself, look good or whatever, and completely ignore everything. Yep.
That's right. After this all came out, I did make a statement on this over on my Twitter, but now I think it's the correct time to sit down and make a video addressing it.
He's quite sly in how he responds to the allegations. Instead of focusing on what may be true or not, he turns his attention to what he believes is false, and chooses to, quote, debunk those. Many of these claims not really constituting the essence of the case against him.
The first thing that I wanted to talk about with these allegations is I've never physically met them before, nor have I physically abused anybody across the board. I want to make people aware of that because those are serious allegations, and I wanted to put those.
Alright, the thing is, right. Obviously, it's worse if you actually did something to someone who was young, but still, texting is still wrong as fuck. It still fucking is because your intention is to get to that point, obviously. So, if you actually do it, then it's obviously worse. But it's still fucking terrible either way. And even buying fucking drawings of fucking children drawn in a certain way is also just as fucking weird. And just completely fucked. Like, the fact that that shit even fucking exists.
Yeah.
What the fuck, man?
There's a market for everything out there.
The shittiest thing is when the person, who draws all them fucking did one on Keemstar's daughter. That was so fucked.
Yeah.
Are you gonna fucking hate someone? But fucking hell.
That's why just a little bit too.
Yeah, anyone, what I hated about that situation is people saying, well, it's Keemstar, he deserves it. Even if you think that, which is wrong, well, does that mean his fucking daughter deserves it as well? Exactly. Fucking assholes, isn't it? So stupid. No one fucking deserves that. Literally no one.
Sometimes it's possible for there to be no good guys.
Yeah, so I don't I agree that Keemstar is a bit of a dick himself and he's done a lot of shitty things, but honestly, I felt fucking bad for him for that because no one should have to deal with that.
No.
And have to go through living with that. So honestly, Keem's still fucking going somehow, and so fucking fair play. But this is why when the Chris Tyson thing happened, Keemstar was so pissed. Because of what it is and all. And I'm pretty sure he was pissed at Mr. Beast as well and all that. Which is pretty fucking valid.
That's a thing where everyone can agree with Keemstar at that point.
Yeah, everyone should. But I hate people just going with, well, he's a cunt anyway, so it's fine for people to draw fucking pictures of his daughter in a certain way. We should do that to someone because they've done shit in the past.
It tells me he's a bit of a punk, he's not evil. He's not going to go that far.
Yeah, of course not. Yeah, I don't...
Enough, Keemstar is one more respectable than
Yeah, that is fucking true.
I don't give a shit. That's insane.
Right, well, I fucking agree with it because, and also I just feel bad for him. Even like recently, his like dog died on stream and shit, and then people were saying that he deserved that. Again, it's so fucked up. Like that's so fucking terrible. Like it is. I don't. You shouldn't go that far on for someone.
And I thought I was hateful. That is fucking crazy.
I know. Fucking hell. People think you you fucking hate all the time. Just have a look at these fucking people on Twitter who fucking are like, aha, Keemstar's fucking dog died and stuff. Like, Jesus fucking Christ.
If I go on Twitter, I'll probably be good at stand most humans going to be the retaliation academy.
The thing is, right, most of them don't even probably believe this shit. It is just to get a reaction, and they just like saying every possible thing. And I don't remember if it was Keemstar who made this point, but if it fucking was, he's completely right. But he said, yeah, I think it was him. He said everyone who gets Twitter should fucking be ID'd, and every Twitter account, they should know who you are, so that if you say something fucked, they know.
Yeah.
And people under 18 shouldn't even be allowed on Twitter. I'm pretty sure Keemstar said this, and it's actually an amazing point. That I completely fucking agree with that.
Yeah.
And it's just like, people want to talk shit about Keemstar. That's a fucking mature thing to say, so. Yeah.
Yeah.
I understand if someone didn't like Keemstar. I'm not like I think he's done a lot of fucked up shit as well. But it's not at this fucking level, mate.
Yeah, this is going too far.
But like, I'm not gonna just sit here and say all good things and not act like he's done some fucked up shit, like making fun of people's cancer or some shit. Like, that's just as bad as well. Which is something he's done, which, come on, for fuck's sake. I will say, though, he's probably matured a lot fucking more now, because we don't really see any of this shit anymore. Which is
Probably
good.
why some people just don't like him though. Like,
I mean, even... Yeah, because even, like, beforehand when this was all happening, he was, like, fucking still 30 years old. So, like, he's still, like, for that age, should not be, you know...
it's like the same shit people said about Pep. He's fucking 31, 32 years old, and he's getting into this high level childish drama.
Yeah, so like...
That's funny as shit.
But, like, even if fucking Keemstar's done a lot of shitty things, you should never, ever fucking do anything like this back. And that goes for anyone. But most of it is just fucking Twitter trolls that are just complete retards.
Yeah.
That is just what it is.
So basically, it is a point where even if they're shitty people, you can become shitty as well by going
Yeah.
too far.
Like, even with that fucking ASMR guy I was on about, did all that shitty thing, like, people were doing this thing that I don't really think was right, and that was kind of like then trolling him and, like, acting like they donated to him but actually didn't, and would just, like, do some shit like that, which I don't think is right either. But, yeah. I think the term is, like, witch hunting or something.
Yeah.
It's like that, like, we shouldn't do that shit either. But it's gonna happen.
Yeah. Everyone's angry with something and they want
Yeah.
Also, it's something genuinely exciting for them at times that they get to be part of something.
Yeah.
It's sad for us.
Because Greed did say this thing that most drama is actually created by the fans, just going crazy about everything and over-escalating it. And it's honestly fucking true. But, yeah. It's still a bit funny now, some dramas are like some fucking, like, 25-year-olds on the internet going back and forth about some petty shit. It's honestly really fucking funny. But I'm not gonna lie though, Keemstar's old career was just complete shit. all you do is just like make lies about people and try get people's careers completely fucked, which he did do. So like I understand the hate for him, I completely get it, but still you shouldn't do shit like that. There's a name for the fucker who makes that sort of art, but I don't know his fucking name. Yeah, I'll just call him retard, man. But he's like hated by like everyone, of course, good.
Yeah, there was a fucking Finance of Freddy's artist who did the same shit.
Jesus
And
Christ.
Scott Covenant kicked that man. Like, it's the same person who did the artwork for, you know, like the weird animations in one of the games where it's like Toy Chica and high school? I think it's that shit.
Oh, fucking hell.
Which, I don't know if that's true though or not. So.
Oh, fucking hell. Yeah, I always thought, is this like a parody of Yandere Simulator?
Yeah,
I mean, it must be, right? It's clearly what it is. But like, why is it even fucking in there? It's so weird. Like, they're just trying to make, you know, people go insane over it.
I don't even know what
Drawing Toy Chica that way and shit like that, like, the fuck? That was so weird.
Yeah.
What the hell were they thinking
when I
there?
first saw it, like back in 2018, I think, when the game came out, I didn't think it was real. Like, I thought that was something else.
I remember when I saw it, right? This was before I knew any weird shit, right? So, like, probably when my mind was a lot better and a lot cleaner. All I wanted to do was hold cats for ransom.
Yeah.
That's all.
So innocent.
Yeah. So, yeah, that's what I used to do in my spare time. That were my cousins. But when I saw it, I was just like, the fuck is this? What the fuck is this shit? I don't even know if I knew what fucking Yandere shit and later was. I don't remember, I couldn't tell you. The only bit of fucking anime I knew was just Fishy Boot Kids and SMG4 being a bit weird. That's all I knew.
The only thing you knew was a fucking mockery of it.
Yeah, pretty much.
Until SMG4 literally became
Yeah.
Well, it's like how Five Nights at Freddy's eventually became the very thing it was critiquing.
I know. Fucking hell.
So did fucking GTA, but they said.
Why does this always happen though? It's the same with Baldi. They made fun of like all that trending stupid shit, and everything is lazy, and then it just became that.
Same with Garden of Ant-Man.
Yeah.
Because that's just what success does. It corrupts you.
Oh, let's hope the retards don't turn into some shit.
Well, luckily, it's just proof that money is the fucking problem of the world.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, I mean, it is.
Why were they moosies?
I don't.
Anyway, we should probably get back to this video, just a little rant. Thing is, we are such good Reacts fucking channel. We actually are, because we actually pause the video and actually discuss it, and that leads into other stuff.
You don't just nod and say,
that was so funny. I relate to that.
Yeah.
Stealing content and that.
This is how Zoidberg and Oblo said, We're not even showing the actual video itself.
Yeah, but like, this is good. We're actually reacting. We're not. There's a difference between reaction channels and watching channels. Because watching it is just, you know, just stare and fucking screen for 10 minutes. But reacting to it is actually, you know, showing your reaction and shit, so. I mean, the video we're watching, we're like not even 1 hour in, it's fucking 2 hours. Think about how long it's probably already been because of all the pauses we've done. I think about how long it. Fucking hell, the last time I checked that, it said like fucking 2 hours or something. So we've been fucking rambling, but it's good. Isn't this why people watch Rex channels? If you just want to watch the actual video, then watch the actual fucking video. Don't just watch some bastard looking at the screen. I know. So stupid. Actually react to the fucking videos. Alright? But yeah, we are a professional reaction channel of shit things. Because we actually do it. So I don't
really think the retards are professionals at anything, but sure.
It's like when Daz reacts to video Daz games, he does this as well. And it's like, that's the only Reacts channel I even fucking watch. Because, well, you know, he reacts to it, he doesn't watch it. It's different. But yeah, back to Miniman.
There are minor admissions here and there, but in some capacities it could be seen as quite a devious play by our miniature man here. He's very selective in what he responds to, and although what he says may well be the truth in these specific circumstances, it's hardly the full picture. For example, on the issue of leaked chat logs regarding some aspects of his hiatus.
Some of my old Twitch mods have been leaking and screenshotting messages that I put in the mod chat where I said that after 2 weeks that I gave up on therapy. I wanted to say that this is untrue. After 2 weeks, I did stop going to a certain therapist because if you've been to therapy before, that you'll know that some therapists just don't fit your needs. So after 2 weeks, I changed to a different therapist, and that's someone who I've been going to see every single week since.
Now, once again, this may be the case. I do not know. However, this doesn't address the messages where Minilad appears to dismiss the influence of the accusations against him and judge the severity of them on the basis of the impact they'd have on his career. The hilarious thing is that this video would only be approximately 2.5 minutes long if he hadn't added an extra section where he tackles another claim on Twitter, which he asserts to be false.
The person is accusing me of a few things, so I would like to go through each point individually and debunk them respectively. The first one is a photo that has come out with me and the 2 other YouTubers that are there, where a picture of us holding her in the air has come out. This is a photo taken during a meet and greet at the very end of the summer camp. This is a situation where people are able to come in, they're able to get a photo, they're able to get 1 or 2 things signed, and then they move on. During this, she said that I asked to pick her up. For the photo, she asked if myself and the other YouTubers could hold her up for the photo. So what she's saying here is untrue. The second point she brings up is that I sat too close to her and her friends. This part's quite confusing because everyone sat next to everyone else as a part of regular scheduled programming. At no point was any of us unmonitored, as myself, the other YouTubers that were there, also the fans that were there, but there were also adults there and counselors there monitoring everything. So at no point during this entire summer camp was anybody unsupervised. The third point they bring up is they claim that I called them cute and pretty. This is completely fabricated, and I did not say this. This is untrue. Like I said in the previous point, at all times during this camp, we were surrounded by camp workers and counselors to ensure the safety of myself, and ensure the safety of them, and ensure the safety of everyone else. At all times, they could hear everything that I was saying, so this could not have happened.
I cannot possibly comment on the verity of Minilad's retort here because
Yeah,
he's
we
been
don't
shown
really know.
multiple times to have lied at his convenience. So denying an allegation which doesn't have any physical proof
Still a
will
cunt,
practically
anyway.
be second nature to the man. However, the incident does give him one last chance to address his malfeasance with Hallie, Ash, and many others as well.
The situation with the other 2 people that I said on Twitter was a situation where my behavior was unacceptable. I understand that, and I will continue to strive to do better.
A very mature reflection, Minnie. You've really outdone yourself there. Cracking introspection. In spite of this, some people defending him on this point may say, well, Minilad did address this in his Twitter.
You spent fucking 5 seconds on it. You didn't even address it. You said, well, I know I've done wrong. I'm gonna improve. That's the positive mindset. Kill yourself. You cunt. You plagiarizing cunt. But no, I'm joking. Don't kill yourself. Only, yeah, for legal reasons. It's only a joke.
Statement, he does reference that as a whole here. We can't expect him to just continuously bring up what he's already admitted to. Maybe this statement is meant to be on the new claims. I could formulate many responses to such a perspective. However, probably the most irrefutable one would point towards the fact that he has ignored all new claims that are harder to respond to, such as the dismissive DMs or the screenshots where he basically places the lives of his fans on those he has maltreated. This is extremely selective, and it doesn't clear the air whatsoever. He's just added smoke and mirrors.
Selective, like chicken
I
selects.
outlined it in my original tweet
Sorry.
back in June.
Yeah, the phone was like, no.
Myself
Not
be
impressed.
attending therapy from now and on into the future,
Not
and a lot of
impressed.
people deem that to be untrue. But
Pressure.
I want to be here on record saying that since then, I have been going to therapy every single week, and I will continue to go to therapy every single week.
The video also doesn't contain any evidence either. It's just him smiling and asking you to trust him.
Us?
Which people don't. That should have been at least part of the reason that you made the video in the first place. You need to restore people's faith in you, and you can't do that if you provide people with no substantiation to your attestations. He opens the video talking about transparency and setting the record straight, but he fails to do so on every count. This video underlines the main point that he failed to dispel, the pattern of manipulative behavior that has been the driving force behind a lot of his worst offenses. As a matter of fact, it's pretty decisive evidence that his crooked propensities are alive alive and kicking, and people were fast to identify that.
It's pretty obvious this video is just here to save his career, I guess. And in order to do that, he has to not focus on the real problem and address things that aren't even real or just other allegations that just came out.
Many creators and individuals involved were fast to call Craig out on his maneuvers and inability to show growth in the situation. It was a sign that he was prone to repeating this all over again. This was exasperating, and so many people were incensed that he could even use a video like this to once more try and find a way to evade confrontation.
It's like the worst. It's like the worst response video ever. It's like once. This reminds me of something from a few years ago. This one girl, assaulted someone, I think. I can't really remember what she did, but her apology video was like her fucking, dancing. And in text it said, well, I'm not perfect, but I'll improve from it. That's literally what it was. The worst apology video ever. But what the fuck? So stupid.
We're the one playing a ukulele or some shit.
Speaking of evasions, many were beginning to suspect he had other motives in moving back to Northern Ireland as well. Allegedly, he is in Texas now, but it's hard to trust anyone's word at this point.
Me, I've always wanted to use my platform for good. I've always wanted to portray a positive message here.
No, you
And I
haven't.
know that there's nothing I can say right now that will change your guys' minds, and that's okay. But I hope, looking forward to the future, that whether it's in the coming weeks, or the coming months, or the coming years, that what I say right now, you can take as the truth.
Regardless, a lesson was being
Well,
taught.
that
These situations would only escalate with every poorly made response you put out. With more and more attention being brought towards his actions, it was clear that Craig was too ignorant or too fragile to actually properly confront what he'd done. And people weren't just going to let him off the hook by rhetorical inertia. So what could many lads do under these circumstances? Well,
It's like a
where
shit.
it becomes quite bizarre.
Like JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Bizarre.
In certain situations, there
I don't
are
know.
no preferable options, and as a person who had been caught in a series of half-truths and outright lies, there was no panacea for many lads' woes.
Yes.
Every option had a variety of drawbacks. Nonetheless, after the deluge of ubiquitous condemnation following his clearing the air video, the smart option would be to leave for a much longer spell, and actually use that time to work on himself, or at least pretend to. He has a large subscriber base, and although he had his monetization's complications here and there, he's almost certainly made more than enough to live on. I hope his family would be happy to support him alleviating these glaring infirmities, and if he was actually receiving therapy, then he could take the time out until those results began to show. Nevertheless, he demonstrably had a deep connection to his YouTube channel and wanted to upload again. He wanted this behind him, which wouldn't be possible if he committed to another break. So another option would be to try his luck at addressing the allegations again, this time in a more comprehensive manner. It was unlikely
actually
to bring
addressing
too
it?
many over, but it may curb some of the malaise that had persisted throughout the situation. However, this would only work if he could make a somewhat coherent case for himself, and with the abundance of evidence against him, many were doubtful of his prospects at effectively justifying or even explaining the mentality behind much of his exploits. So, out of these two, the first option did still seem more probable, but little did we know there was an option C, which although not impractical, did seem rather foolish, even to someone of Minilad's present notoriety. That option would be to resume an upload schedule like nothing had happened at all. Yet, this was the option that Mini exercised.
It's been 10 months
Fucking
since the last
really.
video. I miss gaming. So that being said,
This is what happens though, they just do. I hate when YouTubers just fucking ignore something and just restart, like you plagiarizing done.
Nothing's the matter. Nothing's the matter.
Who watches this bastard?
I guess no one.
No one replied. No one watches it.
shall we?
Yes, only 8 days
No,
after his
I don't
the air
shall.
blunder, he uploads a video called Internet's Craziest Gaming Glitches. I'm not sure if the missed apostrophe is an oversight or a cry for help, but to summarize, in his video, he reacts to the popular subreddit r/gamephysics, imparting
r/game, I don't know the
insight in
Reddit
his
physics.
reactions to the titular forum. This video appears to have been recorded while he was still in his previous accommodation, and thus seems to be a planned release. But regardless of when it was made, the mini-lad flare was shining through.
Okay.
Go on. Big brain, huge brain. That is
The
for
original video sucks.
I was gonna make a joke, but it's a bit too far. But I did definitely think it. But it's a bit weird. Alright, well.
What is the charger?
Oh, well, my phone's on 80, so alright. Have a binder.
I hope it is actually charging.
Mine's been charging.
Blah.
Should tell you.
I might just have to start and just to be fair.
Yeah, let me check the stream still on.
Yeah, I'm gonna start it.
Alright. Yeah, the stream's
Yeah,
on.
Alright, hello everyone, I'm back to my
Oh!
Part 2 of Pigeons.
Yeah.
You. They bring care packages out on drones? Bro,
Shut up.
future crazy.
I'm so glad that Mini has continued up.
No, the future isn't crazy because we still got predators and weirdos like you. And we have retarded brain rot and retarded AI videos. Hashtag get rid of AI. I don't care. Fucking I don't like AI at all. It's stupid. We should
ever
all
do with content like this? Though I do sometimes wonder if he was inserting subliminal messages within his text.
In a nutshell, everyone who was growing up whenever I was in school, I was always so afraid, like, adulthood seems so scary. Like, even, like, the year above you, you're like, the old...
Why is he talking so loud? Fucking hell. Just, you have your mic, just talk like this, yeah?
It's one of those obnoxious kinds of
Fucking hell. Oh my god, guys! I bought a new fucking gun! Fucking hell. It's talking so fucking loud. I'm pretty sure the tone I'm talking at right now, I'm pretty sure everyone in the room can hear me, right? Yep, you can hear me. So I don't need to be that loud with every word. It doesn't improve the video or anything. It doesn't make it does the opposite. I think you're just killing it.
Yeah, that shit just turns you into red.
Yeah, like just talk normally, man.
I die.
Just talk normal.
For once, God has forsaken you. I am but a mere squire compared to the year above. And then
Just shut up, you fucking
like 21,
prick.
you're like, oh, they have their life together. They're gonna have their own 401k pensions. They're gonna have a wife and kids. And then you get there and you
Why is it
realize that
actually
the world
it
has
though?
no idea what's
What the
going on
fuck?
95% of the time. As a guy who's 25 years old right now, not a clue.
Did you say 25 or 35?
25.
I was say, fucking 30. God, that'd be even more pathetic. But Jesus, fucking God.
Just remember that going forth in life. You're gonna take away anything from this video. Take away this. No one has a clue.
Take away this. Don't be a predator. Thank you for your advice.
He's like, no one knows a clue, even though you're only 24.
Oh yeah, you know who actually doesn't know a clue? Mini lad. Craig Thompson himself.
Yeah.
Craigie Tompy.
In that videos ago, this was nothing
Yes.
particularly different from the routine content that many would have expected from his channel. But there was definitely an element of it which seemed strange given the state of affairs. Either Minnie didn't actually care for the charges levied against him, or he's contriving a persona to try and cover up the fact that it bothers him. Both these
It does.
rationalizations imply that the happy-go-lucky attitude is a pretext for a very cynical ploy to ride out the stigma he was facing.
Cynical? Don't you mean pyro-cynical?
Exhibited in the leaked DMs. People forget and move on. That's what he's hoping. When the critics forget, you'll be left with your dedicated audience who are much more interested in your output rather than the actual moral conundrum of viewing someone of that character. And who would want to miss out on the premium laughs like those supplied by many lads?
Me, I'm an adult. I need to confront my responsibilities. Also me.
I don't think he watches the most worthless shit ever as well. What the fuck is he watching? Fucking Burn?
Just watch Charts last of it, but And you know how unfunny they are. Yeah, and it's not a case where I don't want people to be like, we need the old mini lad back. Well, no, because the fucking allegations come from when he was, he was a twat the whole time. So no, there is no I want the old one back. There's we want a new one. We need to completely restart. We'll start over again, right, Ottilie man?
I don't like this fella, so no. I'd rather just put a bullet in his head.
Well, yeah.
We can argue that's going a little too far.
Yeah, but it's definitely not worse than what, What, was Rosalie not good? Whoa!
Shit. God, she got even hotter then.
You really like Rosalie in this game, don't you?
God, yeah. Who doesn't?
Fair enough.
Waluigi approves.
Yes.
Good effort! Good effort!
Yeah, with that said, his
This is one of the
might
characters
work
I'm
out as
trying to
intended.
throw
His Reddit reaction video broke even between likes and dislikes, and future uploads didn't fare much better. His next offering was a Let's Play of Flight Simulator, which, although producing no exceptional in-game moments, did simulate some pretty hilarious comments. The sort that Mini Lad would Let's Play of
This
Flight
is the only
Simulator,
good thing I can say. W thumbnail. It's the type of thumbnail I'd make.
This is now, he hides in there.
That thumbnail's good because it has the legend Kim Jong-un in it.
Yeah, which we need to let him join the meantime.
Oh, here's the fifth one. Right, we have the group. One more, we have the New Avengers.
Yeah.
The real New Avengers. That's right, Blade. It's the New Avengers.
although producing no exceptional in-game moments, did simulate some pretty hilarious comments.
I do.
There is a
though he hasn't yet.
No, I'm watching that. Oh, I'm watching it. Yeah, you know it up there.
This video, with the likes more than halving and the dislikes actually increasing on the previous upload. His next video didn't show signs of improvement either, although he did secure a sponsorship for it.
Yeah.
It was your job to bring the speaker. You go to your car and you realize the speaker is dead. What are you going to do?
Click
Your
me in that
friends
videos
are
and you realise he's an annoying predator, cunt boy. That's what you realise.
again. You're never going to get invited out anywhere again. Your life is...
And you're never going to be able to be fucking 10 feet near kids ever again. You want to know what?
Talking about himself right now.
Yeah, pretty much.
Gonna come spiraling down.
Like your career!
With a brand new Cove Commuter 2, you'll never have to worry about that again. With its amazing 7-hour battery...
I don't like him. I don't.
A subwoofer on both ends to play bangers with volume like this.
This guy makes Jake Paul look like a fucking saint. That's how bad it is. Oh, fucking hell. So he doesn't have any fucking predatory behaviour.
Yeah, maybe I'll tell you.
Yeah, if you're 100 times worse than that motherfucker, then yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Jesus Christ, Greg.
What more do you need?
However, once people made his partner's Cove aware of Mini Lad's capers, the video was removed on the company's request. I almost want to give points for the sheer gall of finding a sponsor to work with, in spite of knowing the inevitable backlash the business would face, but I won't, because it's Mini Lad, and Mini Lad deserves nil point. It seems that with every attempt the Mini made to elude the critical masses, it merely invigorated them more, predominantly because people saw it for what it was, and they weren't going to forget it just because Mini Lad wanted them to.
This, ladies and gentlemen, is a mistake.
Every video
Like
since followed a similar trend, with users flooding his comments, his ratings, and every conceivable route that may allow Mini back into the mainstream. YouTube also took it upon themselves to punish him as well, revoking his AdSense partnership, thus preventing him from generating revenue via commercials. The videos themselves are pretty mediocre, the thumbnails make me feel like I'm living.
It's just those videos. Oh my god!
Oh my god, I'm worthless to society.
God.
in some dystopian nightmare, the shark in this one looks about as fed up as Craig shit as most people are. It's a video that I'm writing, which will be a long time ago at this point. The hot chip one, the video literally opens with Comic Sans, and once again, not sure if to read that as a cry for help, but Minilab was the only one who could make that move. I wasn't sure how many videos it was going to take for Mini to realise that the internet denizens weren't letting this one go, and that he's actually suffered far more by putting on this scene. But it was rather awkward and embarrassing for anyone who's aware of the situation, especially former fans, to watch this man who was once respected reduced to an outcast who literally eat hot chip and lie. With every upload, he besmirched his reputation further and obscured his road to redemption. At first, it seemed to be a calculated move to temper the odium towards him, but at a certain point, it just seemed to be a desperate default to familiarity because he couldn't think of anything else.
Everything that we once knew is now gone.
It's tragic for all involved, many of whom just want closure above all. To have to watch this man dance on the grave of his legacy because he's too proud to actually face down his actions. But unfortunately, we can't be overly surprised at this. It's been something present for longer than many have probably considered.
Who I am anymore? Who am I? Who are you? Where am I? I'm gonna go crying into some Ben and Jerry's. I think that's the play. Ben and Jerry's fish food.
I hope you choke on it.
Yeah. Subscribe, okay? Do that for me.
I like how when it said subscribe, it showed a fucking note, like a click button with the thumb up. Look, right, it said subscribe. It showed like.
Ben and Jerry's. I think that's the play. Ben and Jerry's fish food. Slap. Yeah. I'm gonna subscribe, okay? Do that for me.
Subscribe, guys. Leave a like.
Goodbye. You have the balls to subscribe to 7 million. Goodbye.
To be fair, at least it's not one of the YouTubers that says all that shit in the beginning. But like, if you can like promote your merch, say subscribe and be a cunt, do it at the end, not the start. Like, imagine telling people to leave a like at the beginning when they haven't even watched the video. They don't even know if it's good yet. Like I always say, it's like going in a fucking cinema and leaving a good review before watching the movie.
Yeah.
Like, what? That's not how it works. If that... Yeah, if that was true, I would have said Love and Thunder would have been like a 5 out of 5, and that was fucking wrong. So that's why you leave a like after the fucking video. Not before you've watched it. So yeah, say it at the end. I hate that. Like, could you imagine going to the cinema and when you're about to go in, they say, alright, you gotta leave your review now, so yeah, give it 5 stars. No, you bastard. It's stupid.
However, eventually, after numerous further failed attempts to show the situation at hand, he had a sudden change of heart.
Hey guys, this video has been a long time coming, and this is something I've been wanting to talk about for...
It shouldn't have took this long. You shouldn't have done a bunch of clickbait fucking shit-infested videos to then do this. You do it right after. Watch this. Watch this fucking reaction. No, this was supposed to be fucking nothing again.
Yeah.
Fucking 3 responses to the situation, and none of it has added anything.
For a while, but we finally had something to seriously discuss.
After all those videos, I think nothing less.
The original plan was to release this video at the end of December, as a way to depict Milad's continuous failure to move past this controversy. However, before I could release it, our friend Craig decided to defy expectations, dropping a video where he appears to tackle the allegations head-on.
I don't want this video to be excused as an excuse or victimizing myself or anything like that. I just want to give you guys my thoughts. This is no more PR teams, no more anything like that. This is just Craig. This isn't any lad.
Hard to believe.
This is Craig talking, and I want to be as transparent as possible.
In this video, he addresses some of the messages in question, explains his motives, and apologizes profusely. Initially, this was well received by his intimate fan base. Once again, as other commentators caught wind of it, momentum turned once more against him, for a variety of reasons that I'll briefly talk about now.
You know what I'm saying? Why would you even get into that position in the first place? If we're just being brutally honest here. Like, that's just some weirdo shit to me, you know what I'm saying? Like, I can't imagine, like, getting into a relationship or, like, flirting with anyone who's not an adult at this point, bro.
Some of these people responded to him by once more chastising.
Exactly, it doesn't matter how you respond. The fact is, you fucking did it. Like, it's still fucked either way.
isn't wrong, but he's not necessarily defending them in this circumstance. So saying he shouldn't have done it is somewhat redundant because he's not disputing it. Others went in on the evidence that he admitted, such as various comments we've discussed prior that really do not flatter his character in any way. And I generally agree with this stance, given how the comments could definitely be indicative of his own personal attitudes. If he wanted to be fully transparent, he should have included them. However, it's also important to note those comments are primarily self-incriminating in the fact that they are an inadequate way to address his misdeeds, and this video may serve as a fresh attempt to try and reflect on his initial actions, like saving a new Word document over a previous one. I don't necessarily agree with it, but given how others have already pointed it out, I figured I'd approach this upload from a different angle. Now, I'm aware that Minilad has not been particularly honest in confronting his actions, and for many, there isn't much of an incentive to believe the explanations that he provides here. However, for the sake of discourse, I am going to entertain that position and see what can be said for it, and if there are any points of value that can be drawn from his long overdue apology. I am going to listen to Minilad. I'm even going to try and believe him, and attempt to impart some words of wisdom at least.
A lot of people think that these people were random fans that I got in contact with, but both Hallie and Dash, these are people who are my friends. Hallie I've known for a long time, since maybe 2013, 2014. Hallie was one of my Twitch mods. Hallie was a really good Twitch mod. She helped me out, she helped Terrorizer out, she helped a lot of the guys who I played with on our streams, and she was someone that I could go to with my problems. We became close because we both had our issues.
One of the first points that Craig goes in on is this one, the relationship between himself and his accusers. This serves as some context to the discourse surrounding his intent. His point being that he possessed a closer prior relationship with the other individuals involved than many may have assumed in the past. In the context of his actions, if this was true, it would serve to marginally reduce that power deficit between him and those his actions affect.
That is the most cursed picture ever.
Check if it was charging, and it just stopped at 15 minutes.
That's great.
Is it properly working? Because I ended up well, I was just gonna have to do multiple clips of it now.
In comparison to that between him and a random fan, for example.
It wasn't until 2016, when she was 17, that I first started to flirt with her. I was 21 at the time, and that's not okay.
He was 21 towards a 17-year-old. Fucking hell.
Yes, this is terrible.
Like, and I'm aware of that.
It also serves as an indirect assertion for why he may have wrongfully assumed that the people he shared these antics with were mentally prepared to interact with him on that level, and appeal to his ignorance rather than malice.
Ash, to me, I knew a lot shorter. I may only have known her a few months. She was a part of a group of friends who my Twitch mods were friends with, and that's how we became friends. This is someone who I became friends with just through association with my friends, and the stuff I said to her is just not okay either.
The problem is that although this may be applicable with Hallie, he doesn't really provide it with acts, which points to one of the most pressing issues regarding this whole shambles. However, Minnie still has explanations for his actions to convey.
If this is my way of putting all my cards on the table and telling you guys what happened, I feel like I need to say it. The reason I did what I did, and there was even a message where I said this, is because what I said there is true. I did try to end my life at the beginning of 2017.
Well, even if you're a shithead, I'm sorry for you. Shouldn't do that, of course, but just...
Yeah, we gotta be legal here and say don't do it.
No, because I do care. It's like, you shouldn't. It's just... It's hard to, really care. But, I do a bit, but I don't. My ears fucking ringing. God, I swear my ears are fucked. Sometimes I randomly have earaches, sometimes they ring, and sometimes I generally can't hear out one of my ears. I mean it, sometimes one of them for 5 seconds, I can't hear anything out of them.
When you listen to shit, do you have it on podcast?
No, not usually. I don't need to because my headphones are loud as fuck anyway. Even if they're on like the second, I always have them at like the second or third.
That genuinely too loud then.
Fucking hell.
Over a long period of time.
When I use AirPods though, I sometimes get pop-ups saying your volume is too high. You should turn it down. So apparently, it's on Sender said you have it turned way too up for really long.
Yeah, probably did.
Yeah, probably. It's so annoying. The whole reason why that shit even happened. It's just because I used one of those like fucking, Q-tips I think they're called, and it just did something. I don't know what the fuck it did, but trust me, don't fucking use them. Because I like, what I did is I like pushed the earwax in and it got stuck and it made it all go inflamed and just fucked. And for some reason my other ear, it also happened to that one when I didn't even put any in that one.
All I'll say is that I stopped having these ear problems and when I stopped listening to shit on full blast. So I do think that is the cause. Definitely a correlation.
Yeah. It's not as bad as it used to fucking be though, I'll say that. All the shit I took definitely helped.
Yeah. I know that.
Yeah, 'cause you know even like Lex got rid of most of the illness thing that happened, I still kind of have a little bit of it.
Yeah, body probably adapted to it.
Yes.
Still festers.
Like it's not as bad, but like sometimes it is. Like sometimes one of my ears hurts. Sometimes for 20 seconds I get a really bad pain and it goes away. Earlier when we were watching this video, when I was like swallowing food, or the one right ear was hurting a little bit. It just does it sometimes. And I always get like random headaches as well. Like stuff just randomly fucking hurts. It's so annoying. But like it's my big chungus ears. They always fuck themselves. It's not nice. Yeah, that could be a reason. Back to Biddy, lad.
I'm not
Sorry.
looking for sympathy. I'm not looking for anything. This is not what this is about. This is telling you guys the reason, and I just want you to understand the headspace that I was in.
Now, a lot of people gave him criticism for this comment, claiming that he was trying to use suicide as a scapegoat. But that's a very shaky argument for me on its own. At the end of the day, we all have mindsets that can affect our actions, and if that was the one that affected Mini Lad's actions, then so be it. Although what he did was extremely wrong, and his position assumes accountability, being an adult does not make you an infallible being. There's no holy grail of wisdom that you sit from. People do bad things. It doesn't mean they're eternally damned to be bad people. However, the reasoning behind those actions is invaluable in my opinion, and this is where Mini Lad's perspective begins to buckle for certain audience members. There are many reasons that I can understand why someone may behave out of order. Desperation, deprivation. But I have to admit, I find suicide to be a curious rationalization, especially in the context that Mini presents. He doesn't just present the thought as one's impending death as an explanation for his actions, but as a motivation for his actions. This idea that if he was going to go out, then he might as well go out with his greatest vice. But if your own mortality is the only thing keeping you from behaving in such a way, then it just pays more test.
Look, he said in the old text that he's gonna kill himself, but before he wants to get pictures of 17-year-olds. Like, I'm sorry, but like, what the fuck, man? It's just so fucking wrong. Imagine that being your way to go out. It's just so stupid.
At least if you're gonna die, make it a cool death.
Like, another thing, like, it is sad he went through suicide, and it probably did. Well, he didn't go through suicide, because he went through suicidal thoughts. And yeah, it probably affected it a bit. But you can't use that as a fucking reason to justify everything. Which I know he's not saying that, but it feels like he's using that card to make it not seem as bad.
Yep.
It just fucking does to me, but it's a really sensitive topic. Yeah. But, like, it's still, like, it's
Only to this idea that you're a self-interested charlatan. Your moral compass shouldn't be based on the consequences that you personally have to face down for your actions, especially given their severity. However, at the same time, he does also acknowledge this not too long after.
The reality is I was being selfish. I wasn't thinking about repercussions. I wasn't thinking about anything. I was just being stupid, and I really want to apologize for that.
I just wasn't thinking.
It also makes me not give a shit more when you hid away from it for months making fucking shit content, acting like nothing happened, and taking, like so long to address it. Like, it's just, like, it just took him so long to fucking man up and just actually face the fucking consequences, mate. Just,
And I regret it. I've regretted it since. And for that, for both Hallie and Ash, I'm really sorry.
As a matter of fact, he pretty much admits to having a completely crooked objective in the end.
wow, guys, I'm really sorry. That solves everything, mate. You know what? I don't even mind what you did now. It's all good. It's all good because you said sorry.
It's all okay.
We'll just forget the fact that you're a nonce. Maybe you can return to Vanos now.
Which may make some wonder why he tried to humanize it in the first place. The way I see it is once again to mediate his action, to try and distance himself from narratives that may paint him in a more Austin Jones-style predator light, which I don't think he is, although there are some parallels. He wants to make his actions somewhat tangible to his viewers while being suitably self-critical. It's the best balance for a video like this, but it doesn't feel completely compatible, thus meaning it doesn't land for a majority of his detractors, and even those who may be sympathetic towards him.
Why? Whenever I saw them coming out with my message, I sent them this. This isn't me. That's not
It
right.
is. It is, though.
It is part of you. It is you. You may not want to believe it. You may not.
Fucking. Huh?
Fucking shit jump scared the shit out of me.
Janie Jumpoos?
I know Mallow's scared of them too.
Oh, well. You're not wrong.
It's something that I completely regret. I panicked. I was scared. I didn't know what to do, and I love my job so much that I didn't want it to go away. And I just wasn't right. So to Hallie, to
Well,
Ash,
to be fair, I'm pretty sure texting underage girls is not right.
Yeah.
I'm not a genius, and I don't claim to be, but I'm pretty sure it's not right.
Yeah.
Pretty sure about that.
here at the end of,
Sounds about
and
right.
even to Laura for bringing that up. I'm sorry, guys. You were my friends. I failed you.
Sorry to interrupt you, mini lad, but I really need to fucking shit right now, and I'm trying my best to hold it in.
Yeah, okay.
I'm trying my absolute bestest, but it's pretty hard. I think it's safer tomorrow at 11:30 now. I don't want to do it now. It's because,
John gets over here, guys. Schedules your shit.
yeah, I do it every 2 days at the night. Every 2 days at night. Except for those emergency shits, so they just happen.
Whoa, what the fuck was that dog doing?
If you don't go to the toilet, you're gonna shit yourself. You better go. The emergency shits are so annoying. It's always happen like when I wake up in the fucking morning. That's why I'm getting woken up.
Oh,
Oh, Airship Fortress.
I might as well go through it.
It's our favourite level. Rocky Ridge can suck my dick.
I like that the airship is always firing bullet bills and shit. It's like Bowser's Kingdom is always at war, even though there's nothing happening.
Yeah, fuck, going all the way back.
Was only thinking of myself, and I was being stupid. I wish I could take it all back.
Well, there's obviously the case of too little, too late, but I think the greater point that it represents is this personal change. As said, I don't think being an adult makes you invulnerable to misconduct, and although it is exceptionally irresponsible given his level of influence, and he is right to be called out for it, your relative size does not make you a fountain of wisdom. I've always advocated a
Nice.
philosophy. If someone has demonstrated a change in their behavior, evolved, and grown as a person, then I will be the first to back them. The issue is that as a large creator, he already had a relatively small domain to prove growth that may come with evolving life circumstances. But on top of that, he just failed to do so. His failure was what provoked this in the first place. In fact, he only cared when his income began to suffer, and because he attempted to ignore it completely until that point, point, there's no trust in his word, whether it was coincidence or not. I could believe that he was afraid and scared for his career and everything he might lose. That's an understandable fear, but the fact of the matter is that he lost more by continuing to take advantage of people's charity and showing that he had not changed, whether he was scared or not.
There may be bits and pieces that I missed, and for that I apologize. But I wanted to try and get everything in here.
This is also why he couldn't afford to ignore his previous failures to address it properly and other rather dismissive comments. Now he does have an explanation for his subpar responses, which he kind of slips in.
I also wanted to add in here that a lot of people think that I haven't apologized to these girls. I had to fight my PR team for this, but in my initial apology on Twitter, I said that I would privately message an apology.
Fuck your PR team. Fucking little cunts.
Separate apology to these women. And that's what I did.
This idea of the PR team. Now, I've heard of these PR teams, out-of-touch lawyers and the rest, and they can really provide genuinely garbage guidance because they probably learned from the playbook of O.J. Simpson, which is a whole different arena. However, once again, it's hard to say if this is just a scapegoat, and even if it isn't, you've got to have some strength of character to not rely on other people to get you out of the mess you put yourself in. You didn't need a PR team to solicit explicit content, so what is the difference here? I feel for many this illustrated the crux of the matter, how much of it rode on how people interpreted Minilad's own character in the sincerity of his actions. He admits that he behaved terribly and manipulated many people whom he shouldn't have. He's worked on himself, but his failure to address it has made his actions look even more incriminating. People do shitty things, make bad decisions, enter toxic dynamics. The thing is, many people do it because they either don't know better or their judgment has been impaired by other factors to the point where they have a reduced capacity to understand the possible ramifications that their behavior may entail. However, there are key nuances here that do make Minilad's behavior exceptional, and whether people can articulate it or not, they know it's there. As a launch creator, he targeted and became involved with people who had a specific servitude to him prior. Now, as expressed, he did have pre-existing friendships with these people in a way, and I can understand why he wanted to clarify that, because that can yield attachment sometimes that lose context of significant details, particularly online. It does challenge this idea that he was pursuing people for the sole reason that they were underage. However, this explanation is only really remotely sympathetic if it was based on genuine feelings he possessed, which, as much of the evidence and his own elaboration shows, really wasn't. He didn't have feelings for these people. He could have had anyone's attention for such images, which makes his actions seem even more dirty and opportunistic. When it comes to his behavior towards his victims, he basically coerced what he needed out of them and didn't. That's conscious sexual exploitation. Their judgment was already impacted by their own affection towards him, and his judgment, although possibly limited by his then present mentality, was merely influenced to disregard the well-being of those he affected. He often did speak down to them and read with the DMs, even without the rest of the context. It is somewhat discomforting. The fact that he behaved in this way specifically undermines any possible context that friendship could provide. His video also skirts around his most serious misdeeds and frames it as mostly flirting. And although his interactions may have primarily occupied that category, the more severe individual incidents supersede any of the more minor ones. Frequency of occurrence in this case is a secondary factor.
My PR team said not to message them, but these were my friends, and I thought it was right that they deserved their own private apology.
Minilad was purposeful with intent, and that's the most damning feature. He manipulated people for his own gratification. There was nothing sincere about his actions. When he puts his failures in responding down to a dysfunctional PR team, it's not trustworthy, because this PR team appears to have advised him to maintain the same pattern of behavior that landed himself in this mess in the first place, a pattern of behavior he should have corrected a long time ago. He credits himself with defying his PR team by messaging apologies to those his actions affected, but he can't say those messages were written with sincere intent when they were sent months after he was first called out in August, and done while he continued to refuse to address the actual requests of those he affected. Milad's actions were exacerbated by his character, an arrogant yet fragile ego which fed on the validation of people who were too blinded by their own perception of him. If Craig had been similarly deluded and cleaned up his act, then there may be a case for him, but as it is, it seemed indicative of his character. He may genuinely be regretful now, but it also may be a case of not realizing what he had.
Obviously, he regrets it.
At the same time, it could just be another case of his manipulation. So let's talk about that.
Like, no matter what, that is why he regrets it, because it fucked his whole reputation. Even if he's actually genuine, that is just going to be the reason. It just fucking is, because that's what we value most. It just is. And you can't fucking deny it. Yeah, but nope, we're not listening to Revolut ads, thank you.
Nope, you can fuck it up.
Because no one cares.
We don't like you. We do not allow worthless ads in you, Thomas.
No, we don't. You like Moonpig, though.
That's not worthless, though.
It's epic.
Yeah.
YouTube is my life. I've been doing it full time for 7, 8 years now. I've been, the Mainline channel is 10 years old next year, and it's all I know.
YouTube is my life, and when it's not even half of it. What the fuck?
I love it. It's my passion. It's what I wake up every day and I love to do. And I realize over the last few years that I just haven't put the love and attention into it and what I want. I want it to be like a portfolio of the cool things
gives a
that
massive
I've done, and I want to rekindle myself. I want to find out who I am. Not Mainland, not anything like that. I want to find Craig.
Not
In spite of
Slat.
your criticisms, when you finish watching his apology video, it's easy to feel a bit more closure with regards to the situation. And many did. Even those involved, such as Hallie, asked those 4K Miniland to move on. After all, he has done what was asked of him by those his actions affected. In some ways, the video may make you feel more inclined to trust that this time he's genuine in his desire to change. From that perspective, it would be fair to leave it behind. However, it could easily just be another calculated move, one that he's pulled before, and I think it's fair to keep an eye on that, for if he ever decides to return one day. If there's one thing from this that I want to be a
Oh no, he's playing. Look, he's Mini Lads being Mallow.
I am so fed up and tired. Honestly, I'm so fed up and
That's terrible.
Oh, see, I'm fucking. It's because it's small. So I'm a fucking log.
It's okay, it's Starlights are playing it.
Oh, it just means he hasn't shown up in like 100 years, so I just thought it'd be Mini Lad. Oh, that's good. Mallow, you're Terrorizer. Yeah. Wait, okay, never mind. It's epic. Yeah, I'm the Terrorizer, the Gnoop.
Yeah, totally.
Are you on? I even got an epic voice.
Yeah, but can you change it into other voices? Like...
I'm Arnold Schwarzenegger. I'm gonna get consoled now. Consoled? What? I'm gonna get consoled. I fucking love you, Mallow. Thank you. Thank you. Mallow, you're epic. Yep.
Mallow's gonna console you.
tired of seeing all these drama channels doing stories and giving the wrong information in the story. On June the 10th, just a couple of weeks before much of what would lead us to where we are today would transpire, Minilat had released another apology, this one towards Terrorizer. In the statement, he
apologise to me, bro.
To
Guys, Minilad's the Malo, and I'm the Terrorizer. That's what it is. Hey, Max, who do you want to be in the group? Oh, you're Nogla. What? Come on.
You know what? I don't care.
Come on, Mox.
I don't care.
And Mayro's obviously just the Vanos of it, 'cause he's the main one.
Yeah.
And Luggy is the Delirious of it.
Really?
Yeah, 'cause you're funny and shit.
Yes, I am. Okay, fine, I'll take it.
Yeah. I mean, what would you have said?
I'm old.
Yeah, so, well, that's for Delirious.
This was met with praise from many within the community.
Mario's the
However,
Wildcat.
one person appeared to refrain from accepting this offering of peace. Terrorizer himself.
Rosalina's ass was blooming.
Brian had mostly rebuffed any attempt at
Rosalina and Nova.
in spite of his pleas and claims that the hatch had been buried. At points, he'd even been characterized as stubborn or unreasonable due to his unwillingness to reconcile with his former companion. However, I think he was completely within his rights to decline any step towards reproachment, because this didn't seem to be a case of differing perspectives. This was a situation where someone publicly and knowingly attacked a person on a very sensitive subject in a way that could have harmed multiple relationships. We all snap sometimes and say things that we probably shouldn't. However, our friends will appreciate that they probably came from a place of emotion. Emotionally driven perspectives may be irrational, but will reflect what someone perceives in the moment. It was very hard.
Yeah, it is true. Like, this happens with Junior a lot. Like, acting completely crazy during the tournament and talking bad about my girlfriend. Like, Junior can be really weird.
Mini Lad could have interpreted the situation in the way he presented it, and therefore, with Brian's context, he couldn't read it as anything other than pernicious point scoring. It was emotional manipulation because Mini Lad presented his case in calm, reasoned good faith, while making multiple claims that were dubious at best and malicious at worst.
Just think about the whole thing pissing me off. Right, can we move on? Let's move on. All right, let's not talk about stupid drama.
Terrorizer was just another victim of this, but people didn't see it that way until the extent of Minnie's manipulation became clear.
I felt so fucking terrified. I was just trying to be a good friend. And I thought that's what he thought I was, but all I was a goddamn tool. A goddamn tool to keep anybody from knowing who he truly was.
The allegations that proceeded nearly a fortnight after his apology to Brian didn't just serve in exposing Mini Lad's indecency, but also as further evidence for the degree of puppetry he was employing to solicit what he desired, even if that material in question was illegal. People would argue over the age of consent and so on, the differences in certain states and countries. Setting aside the point that the age of consent doesn't parallel the laws regarding exchange of explicit images in many places, it's not just that detail at play here. It's the fact that he actively pursued younger fans who looked up to him and used his influence to acquire content that they otherwise would not have consented to giving. A lot of people focus on the sexual nature of what he did, which is definitely a factor, but I think his actions are also implicative. Not in that he's some serial pedo, but more that he exploited people to solicit something he desired, which was aggravated by the nature of the content. Even the twit longer emphasizes manipulation. How what further provoked people to come forward was the result of a consensual relationship with another adult. The concern it wasn't just that Mini Lad had a bad habit or a bad addiction, one that he may well have left behind, but that he was a fundamentally provoked people to come forward was the result of a consensual relationship with another.
This fucking air. He's just fucking trying to look like fucking Jake Paul in now. What the fuck? Fucking hell.
The concern it wasn't just that Mini Lad had a bad habit or a bad addiction, one that he may well
Have it
have
with the
left
bad
behind,
habit.
but that he was a fundamentally broken person who refused to fix himself. He knew he was doing that, and he knew exactly how to present himself in a way that would appeal to various emotional frailties. When confronted, he once more appealed to their pity and sympathy, pledging to seek help and support and reinforcing the fact that he was a changed man. The saddest thing is that people like Hallie held off on going public because they genuinely believed this. They knew the internet would be hostile and they wanted to give Minnie a chance to have a career in spite of his actions. But he manipulated them on this as well. And when it became apparent to them that he had behaved no differently in his previous relationships, they knew there was no other option. The internet was hostile. When Minnie put out his response admitting to his malefaction and promising the rectification that would be incumbent on him, many actually did respond somewhat optimistically, stating that although his actions were terrible, they hoped he'd receive the help he needed. However, this post would prove to be only the start of the greatest yet most transparent manipulation. As of now, the largest proverbial middle finger to all those his actions affected.
I leave the house, that means I'm not able to work on my videos, and I'm not able to work on this thing and that thing, and it became such a mind game that I lost myself. And it's hard to admit, but it's the reality of it. I lost myself, but I'm happy to say that I'm regathering it. I'm finding my roots again.
A pair of recorded statements that would attempt to deceive his fans into thinking that his hiatus was actually inspired by the need to find himself, and that many of the allegations were misguided or ill-founded, in spite of the fact that many of that which he focused on did not come close to aggregating the crux of the matter, once more revealing his duplicitous nature and provoking further backlash.
It's terrible. And the fact that we got 5 minutes of no genuine, feelings.
Exactly, I felt that as well. I just didn't. I don't feel it, man. I always just think he's just trying to make himself look good. Not once have I honestly felt bad for him at all. Like with the suicide thing, I have, but it just feels like he's using that as a tool to try and make people give a shit and to think that he's not as bad. But he needs to just let that fucking go and acknowledge the fact that he's a piece of shit and he needs to acknowledge fucking everything. But he won't, and honestly, the reason why is because I just don't think he gives a shit. You know, you all are saying this, but if you met him in real life, you would freeze up and ask for a fucking photo. Wow. Wow. Just go play your elevator too. Right? It's true though. How would we freeze up and take a picture at the same time? Shut up. You know what I mean though? If you met him, you'd ask for a picture. I mean, I fucking wouldn't, but alright.
No, that's true. That's what I got.
Yeah, but if I was any other Vanos member, yes.
Yeah, it was a different situation though.
Also, I'm pretty sure we're not gonna ever meet this fuckhead unless he wants to join the retards. Well, he's not joining now. We don't allow pedophiles.
You don't allow cell phones.
Yeah, but you guys allow you guys allow fucking Hitler though. Yeah, but even Hitler knows that this guy's an arsehole glade.
Besides, we're used to letting us murderers. We got Bowser here.
Yeah, and Tad as well. Yeah, we.
And Eggman, really.
Yeah, exactly.
So clearly, that's just always been the case.
And on an academic scale, technically Eggman's done way worse than Tad. So it's just we just don't.
Well, sort of.
Well, yes.
That whole thing. As a person who knew him, or thought I did, yeah, that didn't seem very goddamn genuine.
This led to what can only be regarded as a content implosion of unprecedented scale, consistently being harangued from all angles and growing more and more pathetic with the passage of time, highlighting this desperation. Whether it was arrogance, ignorance, or something that we don't know, he was essentially adding a coat of paint to a train wreck. Maybe manipulation is all he knew. Maybe it's all he's ever known. Watching him game and laugh like nothing was going on was arguably more annoying than anything else for those he's wronged. And it brought into question all the times he's claimed to care, and the times he's used those narratives to provide him with greater moral gravitas. Some people point towards his charity work as if it defends his character, but with the current circumstances considered, I think it only entrenches the fault. It made every good action seem contrived for self-serving purposes. It made Mini-Lad's existence seem manipulative. If Mini-Lad really cared so much about the fans whose lives were on the line...
This is why you shouldn't help anyone. It will always fuck you over. Mini-Lad will know.
He would have gone out of his way to prove he was a good person and to rebuild that lost faith.
Faith?
Y'all thought you were done with me, huh?
Yeah, enjoy that award, you prick. It's the last one you're gonna
Oh!
get. I'm sorry. I've dealt with a lot of miscreants on this channel, and many of them have done terrible things. But a lot of the time, I don't find myself hating them for what they've done, but more how they respond when finally having to confront their actions. The hubris, the insolence, the absurdity. Mini-Lad is the epitome of moral desertion under fire. If people showed that they had improved or that they were working on themselves, although it may be hard to look at them in the same way you did before, you can at least feel hope that they might find themselves or support them on that journey and return to being a positive force in people's lives at some point in the future. There's no hope here, only whatever you call this. Mini-Lad says he's been sick.
I quit.
Well, guys, looks like it's just me now. Yeah, we don't. Why? Because you're a fucking egg. You're not a person. No, shut up. Oh, you are. You identify as an egg, and you're going to be treated as one. And why are you talking to me then if I'm just an egg? Because you're like, you know, like you're some YouTubers do that, they create stupid personas. That's what you are. Well, I'll just refuse to talk then.
I needed to take a break. Usually when something really retarded happens, I'll stand up and go to the back of the room. But this time I had to go for a piss break. What a fucking idiot.
seeing a therapist, and I'm genuinely glad. However, I hope his hiatus this time will be more serious than any previous ones undertaken, and I hope his therapist and those around him emphasize this, because it seems to me that he's still got a bit of a way to go on this journey, and these videos are hardly instrumental to that. I say this with the proviso that his therapist is real and it's not just another story. But looking at his past, this can sometimes feel like wishful thinking, and that's a shame.
In the video.
No, there's 10 more minutes.
Being caught up in the past is like being caught in quicksand. The more struggling you do, the more it seems to consume you. But you can't just escape it at your own convenience. You need someone to help you out.
Please, please.
The fuck?
Just really.
That sounded like a horse getting his balls chopped off. Fucking hell. That's the noise a horse makes his balls.
Milad spent many years ascending the YouTube hierarchy and amassing a loyal fan base. However, his position below Vanos always motivated him to aspire for a greater role as an independent creator. In many ways, he wanted to disconnect from that association. He wanted to leave the past behind. However, it wasn't just that. He wanted to enshrine his status as an individual, and in my opinion, outshine his erstwhile colleagues. Now, in many regards, these two objectives aren't in opposition to each other. Many would argue that actually crafting your own identity is part of moving forward as a creator. However, I think looking at his old comments, there was an insecurity, a desire to be something greater for the sake of it, a necessity to prove himself at any expense. With many of his accomplishments, Minnie appeared to be heading in the direction of writing himself into the YouTube history books as an unequivocal force for good. His work for charity receiving widespread recognition and acclaim. However, whether due to circumstances or complacency, the mask began to slip.
All they did was play Fortnite and Gmod and then talk shit about other YouTubers.
In this reflection of his past, he showed that whether he had changed in status, his character hadn't really followed. What many may perceive as trash talk may just have been another underhanded attempt to sway audiences away from those he used to be close to. In the drama Terrorizer that his comments subsequently precipitated, he showed that he had a much greater interest in his image rather than the truth, using people's limited perspective on past circumstances to twist the version of events and capitalize on people's sympathies. After being caught out in his ploy, he changed his tone, switching to one about moving forward, in spite of his failure to sufficiently convince his old friend that was really what he cared about. This is because, to move forward, you have to believe that the person has changed from their past self, and the simple truth was that Minnie Lad hadn't, and in the following year this was proven time.
I went on this mental health journey.
And time.
She would be the person who's responsible for killing thousands of people.
And time.
I wanted to set the record straight.
Again. In his videos after the allegations, Minnie tried to implant this narrative into the viewers' minds about journeys and personal progress, while simultaneously failing to acknowledge what he was meant to be progressing from, using the general distaste of concepts like cancel culture in attempting to override the shock value that detailing his actions may provoke. At the start I said that we all want to move on from our past, and we don't want it held over us. That remains true, and I'll always defend someone who I legitimately believe has changed their ways. But I also said, if we don't acknowledge it, then we are prone to repeating it. In many ways, Minnie showed that the past was still present, and that he hadn't grown nor learned from his previous abasement, utilizing the narratives, but failing to respect their meaning. The allegations weren't just their own indictment of Minnie Lad's behavior, they were a test of his character, and he flunked them miserably. This was a situation where he had used his power as a YouTuber in multiple ways. It was crucial to his status as a public figure that he cleared the air, yet he failed to do so. In fact, he only polluted it more. This is why people didn't move on. This is why people were vocal. There were so many willing to give Minnie a second chance, including those close to him. But he just tried to distance himself from the consequences while projecting the exact same behavior that screwed over so many people previously. It seemed he was hoping he'd tire out all those who were trying to maintain the heat, and possibly even provoke sympathy from those who may not have felt favorably towards the continuing backlash. But it was all to no avail. Eventually, he did address the allegations against him more directly, but it was hard to trust his word because it felt like his hand was forced. If no one had ever applied that pressure, would he have continued to ignore it?
Yes.
That's a very important question.
Didn't know where I was going. I didn't
No one
try
cared.
and
He
make
wanted to
anything
know.
of it. Damn, my only goal I ever had on YouTube was I wanted to hit 100 subscribers. Now the channel's on nearly 6 million. This was
100. That's rookie numbers. The retards have 500 trillion. We're actually quite close to overtaking Mr. Beast right now. That pussy. Imagine having 400 million. Look at the cock on that guy, eh? Oh, yes.
I'm going to snap off your fingers.
Nope.
3. I wanted to hit 100. That's all I wanted. And you guys came along and changed my life infinitely. And for that, I'm forever grateful. For every single person watching this video. That means you saw this video, you clicked on it, and you support me in that. And I thank you for that.
If what's spoken about today makes you feel sad or disappointed as a former or present fan of his, then that's okay. You're not a bad person for having looked up to someone who you thought was a good person. It's just important to not allow yourself to be trapped in that past romanticization of what you thought that person was. Minnie has used his reputation and how people admired him to hold others hostage. And you deserve to be more than ammunition for a narcissist's bloated ego. At the same time, if you want to help him make that change, like he says he wants to at this point, then I can't stop you on principle. It's not my job as a viewer or spectator to tell you exactly what he thinks right now. And I don't think anyone losing everything they have for the rest of their lives is going to help with rehabilitation. But know that it has to be a highly cautious investment because his track record shows he's taken advantage of what he's been given far too often. As for many, I'll leave the internet to decide what they want to do with him. Many want him off the platform altogether. Some want him to face charges. But to be honest, whatever the outcome, the blame falls squarely at his feet. It's
Yeah,
not
the
something
fucker's
he's
getting
going to be
away with
leaving
it.
behind. Past, present, or future, this
Piss me
reality
off.
reveals that Minilad perhaps never cared about all those he claimed to. And that may be the greatest letdown.
Just cared
He
about
turns
his
up
image.
to the point of mental health, claiming to be a friend, doing all these wonderful things. Yet behind the scenes would use the association to merely protect the facade and silence those who wanted to tear it down. The Minilad saga is probably one of the most disheartening stories to cover because I think so many expected better and extended compassion towards him with the hope that he would be better. But many only cared about what people thought rather than how they felt. He recognized how many viewed him and used it for his own gratification. He saw those ready to speak out and engineered silence. He exploited a sympathetic audience but failed to extend the same sympathy to those his actions affected. The one thing he could never seem to do was the right thing, and that's the single consistency I'll give him credit for. Minilad is the personification of 2020,
Bars.
a continuous cycle of the open expectation of
Oh,
improvement.
Boris Johnson showed up.
When we realize the true extent of the depravity. It is depressing, and in times like these, it is easy for the stress to make one reminisce. At the start, I spoke about returning to the bygone days, a time where there were fewer worries, everything seemed simpler.
I want this space, this channel, this area to be somewhere that people can come in and feel welcomed and they can leave with a smile on their face and be happy. That's all that I want.
In Milad's Clearing the Air video
And I
and
want
his
you to
subsequent
fuck
apology, he showed a yearning for that himself, a desire to restore that ethos with his channel. And in a way, this may have been followed through in certain
check.
uploads. However, for audience members,
Chad and
you
Chuck
can't do that
platform.
until you've shown that you
Chad
were
and
the
Chuck
person that people
disappears.
thought you were before.
He
It
needs to
changed
be
the
in
meaning
3D
of the
world.
content. They were no longer the feel-good escape for some. They were part of the ordeal. People weren't smart. The facade was
I meant
incontrovertible,
I
and
make a
many
3D
had to
world.
drop the act and realise that this would not wash. It was no
You
longer
know,
the same.
yeah.
Times change, but it's not always the things around that change, more so our knowledge of them. The past Minilad was the present Minilad. We unfortunately, or fortunately, just know more now. And whether
Yeah,
you still wish
good.
to go back to a time of blissful ignorance, you're at the end of the
Exactly.
video.
It's the same Minilad. We just know more now. That's what people need to realise.
So
This
that's
guy is smart man. I mean, look at him. He looks smart, right? This guy's nice little outfit on.
Oh,
I don't expect
Dr. Eggman.
daffodils
No,
and
he's not.
rainbows after
No, he
this.
is.
I want
You
it to
don't
be
look
raw.
anything like
I want
that.
you guys to
No,
build up
that looks
trust in me
exactly
over
like
time, and
No, it
I
doesn't.
want to be able to make videos that I'm proud of, and I want to be able to be better, and that's what I wanted to say.
So
Well,
that's
she
the end
wouldn't
of the
like you
video.
now, then.
Woo. I'm here, I'm alive still. But I want to give big thanks to my editors. They're probably somewhere in existence
Fucking
right now.
12 people
Having
edited this down.
nice. Maybe
I'm not shocked. I doubt one person could do all this.
If you can, or
You
leave
done
their
all
links
this?
in the pinned comments. Big thanks to the patrons. Patrons, I've
But I
forgotten
like
that
how
word right now.
Wild
You can,
Stadium
the
is
$10
just like
patrons are on screen
castle.
currently. I'd like to give
Oh,
a big
yeah.
thanks to
The two
$50
big Mario
patrons.
villains
Some
just live
Baloo,
right across the
Caroline,
street.
Hypercube,
Wow.
Amanda, Tree, Arlen
Yeah.
Bradley,
Who
Golf
else
the
is
Cream
sitting
Puff.
on there?
Alright, the
Champions
next is just thanking patrons and shit.
Wow.
You don't care.
Nice to watch the whole thing.
Well, guys, I now know the turbulent tale of Mini Lad.
The turbulent tale of the
Wasteland. Hello, lad. Just take a shit. You took a shit in that bottle last week? Sure, I did. How does it smell? I said it smelled like Wilkins coffee. Please don't take us down. Yeah! More destruction. Good morning. Well, guys, there it is. We've watched Billy Lad, and we also played Noughts and Crosses on his head,
Yeah, play.
as you can see.
Yes.
Yes, it's what we like. I'm swine.
Oh, really? Oh,
Nintendo.
Nintendo power. I wonder how far I can go in that electric kingdom.
I wonder when the Switch 2 YouTube will come out. Apparently there's going to be a thing now. Apparently this happened to the Switch 1 when it came out. And apparently every console when they come out does this. Like, for some reason. I don't know, I don't understand why. So apparently it's normal. Apparently, like, the first month just doesn't have it.
It's not ready for it yet.
Yeah, it's like, no, you need to play the games first, you wanker. Well, I have. I've played Olympics, I've played Mario Maker, I've played the new Mario Kart, I've played Smash Bros. What else do you want me to fucking play?
Yeah, it kind of makes sense to me that the desert world is right next to Tiger's Kingdom. It's like, they're kind of similar. In the more hotter area.
Yeah.
But
I really love the world map, wouldn't you agree?
Oh yeah, but one thing that I just doesn't seem realistic to me is how you can go straight from the Bowser's Kingdom to the Russian Kingdom. They're literally neighbors.
I know, the Russian Kingdom has to be like in the middle.
I wish that at least there was like the mountain road cutting off.
What it should be is there's like a gate by there. You can't.
Yeah,
actually, you have to go from the bottom all the way to get there.
Yeah, but that doesn't really like fix what I'm saying. Like geologically, it just doesn't. It just seems so fucking jarring to me. Like I know it's jarring. I know it's just stupid. Also, let's play for
I really like this map though. It's so awesome. To me now, this is how I see the Mushroom Kingdom.
Yeah.
It just is what it is.
I like
People are
that
gonna have to deal with that.
I like how they included stuff. Also, I get why they didn't include Albert now because they literally have a seaside city here that's like identical to it, fucking fact.
I just wish there was like a sky world you could go to.
Yeah. Also, it's kind of hard to see this as canon though, like the map, because I know that doesn't really make sense at all, but I'm gonna say it anyways. Because like, there's still so many like places missing. So all those other Mario Kart tracks, so they just exist on another island nearby. Is that the implication here? If we're gonna take it literally. Also, why is there a police car here? Is Mario up to no good? Is he evading taxes?
The original plan for Spider-Man 4 was to feature a street-level showdown in which Spider-Man and the Punisher team up to take on the Hulk. What?
Wait a minute. I feel like I've heard this before for somewhere.
For some reason, someone's replying saying, it looks like this is actually happening now. No.
I mean,
I don't like it.
all I'm happy with is that the Punisher will be in a live action Marvel film.
Yeah, but I wanted Spider-Man and Hulk to be teaming up.
Yeah.
Not Hulk, still.
It's weird. It should be the other way around. Punisher should be the villain.
Yeah, exactly.
Because Punisher was originally a Spider-Man villain.
I don't have the issue of Punisher being there. I just have, like... I'd like it if Hulk is with Spider-Man, and then the villains is Punisher, Wilson Fisk, and Scorpion, I think. The only issue is Daredevil kind of has to be here now.
You know, it actually works a lot having the Punisher go after Spider-Man in a film, because okay, well, not really, if you understand, but if you look at it this way, if Spider-Man did kill Mysterio, if Punisher believes that, then in Punisher's eyes, there's a good reason to go after Spider-Man.
All I'm saying is Spider-Man 4 has such potential with the ideas, and I think it could be really great, but I just hope they do it right. That's all I'm saying, because I'm a little worried, but it can be really good.
I wouldn't mind if they do something where, like, Kingpin frames Spider-Man by hiring Chameleon to do some crazy shit, and now Punisher is after Spider-Man.
It isn't confirmed this is happening, but one thing that's basically confirmed is that the Punisher is in the movie.
Fuck yeah.
Because he said he's joining the cast, so it's pretty. We don't know for sure, but
very happy about
this doesn't mean that Hulk idea is true, which I hope it isn't. But he's in the movie.
I'm just saying, this probably means you're gonna have to watch Daredevil again to understand what's going on. It looks like it's very. It looks like it's connecting to that plot. It kind of shows there. Like
someone said I was hoping for a solo Spider-Man film, but now Hulk and Punisher are ruining it. I mean, maybe they should have done this for the fifth, but I don't know.
I'm more okay with Spider-Man meeting other Marvel characters and just other versions of himself, to be fair. Also, with Hulk and Punisher, it seems like Spider-Man has been long overdue to meet Hulk in the MCU. And
do we just want a basic-ass Spider-Man film where it's just him and one villain?
Not really.
Like, no, we need to spice it up. That's already been done.
Yeah.
It can be street level, but we can also have other ones.
I mean, to be honest, I don't even want Spider-Man 2 again. Because that's like what most people want.
No, it's just not big enough.
Like, I don't know, I just want a new cool Spider-Man. You know, this is why I liked Far From Home so much, though, because it's different from all the rest.
Yeah, and this has the potential. Like, has the potential to be really good in my eyes.
I want the next Spider-Man film to be something new that could have been.
Yeah, and this feels like that.
Like, they can still do that and still have Spider-Man being in college or whatever the fuck he does. I mean, yeah, I want that too, but like, it's not the only thing.
Oh, I'm gonna try to have a quick shit in a minute.
So are we not stopping?
Well, we can do more. I'll try not to be too long.
Alright,
the key word is try. But I'm gonna deliberately try to rush the shit out of it. That's super funny. I'll try my best. It's getting a bit. We'll just talk about wieners.
Black Mesa. No, we're looking at Black Mesa right now, so we're just thinking what was too long. apparently. I forget exactly what. Team Fortress was originally supposed to be like an add-on for Half-Life 1. It was like an actual story add-on, like a Frozen Force. Would have changed things so much. I would basically make Team Fortress as canon to Half-Life, which would be insane. Probably sounds blasphemous. Honestly, I didn't play Team Fortress 2. So, oh, nice, very good play. Which weapon? Where's your day? Yeah, an ugly day. Clearly this is intended for like the beginning of the game. Yeah, it is fine. Mario and Luigi. Oh, really? Hello. Might as well look at this nice normal time. Oh, really? So, whatever then. Yeah, looks like a flame fucking sun in daylight. Yeah, I have to be real. The desert is not as enticing as the rest of it. Right. Jesus, brother. Jesus, brother. Wow, that was a straight shot to the sea. It's a Rasa land. One of the last few interesting places to go to now. Oh, never mind. I'll put it down. Skipping very happily, saying gravely word to himself. Just as he talked to himself. So, you know it's true. Like this little village. Yeah, pretty nice. The kind of village you'd fucking destroy right now, that's for sure. Indeed. Another town. That was fucking sick. Whoa. I didn't do the... Right, that's one I already got. Right. Oh, this many. Fuck it out. Shit, the fucking... they're remixing this game generally compared to the original. No, I prefer the 64 version of this stuff. Oh no. Yeah, they're going straight to that. That's the right answer. Oh, General Slow Cookie.
The Return of the Rabbit. Hello. I'm Big Chance.
Hello, Trumpets. You have been returned.
I just found out something. How many on Earth there is a 100% chance that eventually all the volcanoes will erupt and wipe out life?
That's fun.
Yeah. It will 100% happen one day. But, you know, you never know, we might die before that even happens.
Maybe that's what Judgment Day will be.
Yeah, maybe.
That'd be great.
No, we're like 17,000 years overdue of an eruption of a massive volcano. When that way it shouldn't be that like that. But it is for some reason.
I don't know, it's probably just an alien race keeping it from happening because humans are becoming too interesting. Maybe. Probably not, actually. Or maybe.
So that's going to be it for today. Eggman, you want me to order?
Now?
Oh, what's wrong with that? Well, I guess I'm on order food.
Oh, I'll do it now.
That's what I want to hear.
Isn't it weird how Nintendo is pushing Donkey Kong so much recently? Fucking everywhere.
Yeah. That is true. Well,
to be fair, they're probably setting the stage for the Donkey Kong movie as well.
yeah.
That is supposed to.
What happened? Donkey Kong.
Donkey Kong, yeah. Yeah, that movie's probably gonna happen eventually.
Donkey Kong. And I have something to say. Snorlax, stop stealing my bananas.
Well, tough shit. I was trolling Donkey Kong just now.
Fuck.
Yeah. I was one of the first. You were one of the first characters ever mentioned, you know. At least you have that Donkey Kong.
Yeah, suppose.
So you're kind of the fifth one. Yes, not really.
There's also Mario, you know.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I think Mario's the fifth ever character actually shown. Like,
Also, we didn't even say Jeffy's
Oh, yeah.
name as well, so
yeah.
it just got brought up. That was the first ever reference to the retards ever.
Yeah, for fuck's sake.
Fitted. Oh, hi Wallace, what doing?
So you were doing it on purpose then?
What? When did I say that?
Oh, don't worry.
When did I say it on purpose?
Don't worry.
I'm not worrying, I'm asking.
Well, I don't care the answer.
Alright, well, stop saying I'm worrying, Polis.
I'm gonna say well.
Be a polished Polis. Oh, Diddy gone!
Yeah, I know.
I'm finally back.
Oh, where were you?
You know,
Nintendo Ether.
yeah, but when Diddy's back. Let's say Diddy Kong. Oh, alright.
Could Trump like give him a pardon?
I know it's saying that.
Yeah, well.
That's so fucked.
Yeah, well. It's our own fault for not letting him show exist in the real world. No, just hang out there. Yeah, because I'll serve everything. To be honest, it probably would, but sure I can.
Forgive him, Eggman, he's just having a moment.
Moment in the moment. Good moment to you. Yeah, it just goes straight out of beach.
Well,
Well, fuck. Whatever, I'm still gonna fuck that. That goes away. Oh, it's only one fucking place left to check out. Place that I kind of neglected initially. The, Handyland. Whoa, look how bright and shitty it is.
nope. I guess I just don't want to look. I want it to be a Dr. Eggman.
Look at the sun, it goes so down there.
Nope.
Oh, it does.
And
This place is just a track, and that's it.
no, it's not.
There's like nothing else to it.
That's the problem of being an Eggman. Life gets boring.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, the Fall Guys makes it pretty cool.
Hey, Max. What's up, man? Well, my 64 Let's Play is pretty fun. It's just, you know. Just seriously your favourite, though. I suppose you've only unlocked the word yes.
Oh, well, I can tell you it is my favorite.
Alright.
I don't care to be questioned about it. Ooh.
Try and be an Eggman, it might help.
Ah, yes. Being Dr. Eggman actually helps significantly with many things. Even your taxes. Just call me the tax man, no call me Eggman. What did you pay for? Yes, Ice Cream Land. Another glorious day in Ice Cream Land.
I think you'd be an Eggman, man.
No. Well, actually, yes. Too used to say no, so I really say.
That's nice. And now you need to toilet. I'm mellow.
Wilderness Coast Station.
Jesus. Hey son, did you know my name's Bowser? Yes. Oh, cool.
Well, all we had to do was follow the damn train, CJ.
Nope, no silly references.
Actually, very silly references indeed. It is what we enjoy doing the most in the Retard House. Alright, well, I guess there's nothing else to do. I've seen everything now, so. Okay, now. I guess it's just only this area, but I don't really care about stronger. Just some of the boring desert. The desert's the part I used to explore, because it's just kind of.
What's wrong with the dessert?
Not the desert, the desert. The desert place is just small town. At least the ground looks like it's made out of cheese. So it has that going for it. But I know it isn't actually cheese. So yeah, I guess that'll be it now. Well, there's nothing else to do. It's kind of dead now.
What makes you say that?
Going in the balance spire.
No, you're not.
Alright, so thanks for watching.
Why?
I'm bored now.
Why are you bored?
Because I've done everything on you.
No, you haven't.
Yeah.
You haven't unlocked mirror mode.
Whatever. I'm in it now. Well,
No, you haven't.
Just one console all the way over here on his own.
He's epic, isn't he?
Yeah.
Wow, he's looking pretty sexy, actually.
So yeah, thanks for watching everyone.
Outdoor's got a nice ass.
Indeed. We're gonna end it by
Oh, yes, he's asking for it.
Oh god, watch this. Yeah. Alright. Well, you still gotta end that stream.
Oh, yes. Jesus Christ. Oh, it's a wank stream. Well, the stream was 6 hours. Thank you for watching the mini lad stream. It was absolutely super.